And we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like somebody be so beautiful.
हेलो व्हाट इज अप व्हाट इज अप व्हाट इज अप व्हाट इज अप कैसे हो सब लोग? कैसे 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 रुक जाओ, गेम चालू करने दो वरना अपन 2 गेम खेल नहीं पाएंगे। हेलो 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 कलम भाई, जस्ट सिंह अपने बुक रिलीज कर रहे हो और 150 का मेंबरशिप खत्म हो गया। जस्ट सिंह दुदला, कैसे हो आप? सब बढ़िया यार। लेट सोया, काम आ गया था, लेट सोया करके तेरा भाई थोड़ा सा लेट उठा। ला ला। सोए 1-2 घंटा भी, हाँ हाँ 2 घंटा सोया मैं, 2.5 आवर सोया मैं। किस किस का मैच है भाई? आज क्रेजी मैचेस है भाई, आज क्रेजी क्रेजी मैचेस है, वो भी पूरा दिन। भाई ब्रेक कभी है 1 दिन का? घोड़े बेच के सोऊंगा मैं। पहले मैं मार्केट में जाऊंगा, 10 घोड़े लूंगा और 11 घोड़े बेचूंगा, समझ रहे? एक आध बंदे को स्कैम करके फिर सोऊंगा मैं। ले 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 ले। कल बूम वर्सेस जेंजी है, एक भी हारा नहीं है बूम, लेकिन एक बार हारेगा। फिर आरआर के वर्सेस डीआरएक्स, इजी फॉर डीआरएक्स बेबी। फिर 28 तारीख को इजी 100 थीव्स। आई थिंक 29 को कुछ नहीं है ब्रो, 29 को है रेस्ट डे, 2 दिन बूम बम मेहनत, 29 को है रेस्ट डे। कितने आवर्स होगी स्ट्रीम? ये स्ट्रीम तो आराम से 7-8 घंटा चलेगा। बिग्स भाई मेरे को हर दिन आप इग्नोर करते हो। मैं नहीं करता हूँ यार। 29 को टॉक शो, भाई पता नहीं भाई, डिपेंड करता है ऑन द एनर्जी ऑफ द माइंड्स, द ड्यूड्स। 12:30 बोला था तब से वेट कर रहा, आधा घंटा ही वेट करा है यार, माफ करो माफ करो। बूम गोना लिफ्ट अप दिस ट्रॉफ, लिफ्ट अप द ट्रॉफी दिस टाइम। देखते हैं देखते हैं देखते हैं। वैसे बूम ट्रॉफी तो उठा लेगा, लेकिन आप मेंबरशिप को भी उठाने वाले हैं। बिंग्स भाई ग्रुप गेम्स का क्या सीन? नहीं होते, ऑल गुड। सब लोग बिजी है ना, सब लोग बिजी है। कलम भाई थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप, मेरी जान के टोटे। एक फंसा वापिस। डब्ल्यू डब्ल्यू, सब लोग बिजी है रे। लव्स यूज लव्स यूज। आई थिंक नेक्स्ट संडे से चालू होगा ऑफिस, ऐसे 12:55। नो गेम्स ऑन, आई वुड रियली लाइक टू अपोलोजाइज। पहला गेम है।
Oh,
Yo.
yo.
चांदी नेता अभी थोड़ा बिजी चला, माफ करो। ऑल गुची।
Healing area.
Mid.
Oh, no, I got you.
Bye.
player standing.
Huh?
One enemy remaining.
Last outside.
Outside?
Outside. Keep ball.
A bow and arrow is old-fashioned. Sometimes old ways.
बहुत टाइम बाद आज आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा ऐसे तक भाई विराट भाई के साथ देखा हाँ थोड़ी लीक तो उस बारे में क्या लीक थी मिले वो लोग
Time to jump. Scanning ahead. Reloading.
They're
Don't
coming
need
in, bro.
1B, 1B. Dead shot, dead shot.
Two shot, two shot.
Two shot, two shot.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
One from B.
Lagging.
Cypher ने अपना ट्रिप्स निकाला
Where shall we go, Walker?
Cypher ने अपना ट्रिप्स निकाला नींद कहाँ है बंक्स में पता नहीं मौली पागल हो गए क्या
Scanning ahead.
Coming control.
เข้าเลยครับ
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
beautiful beautiful
Gone here.
The luck runs.
है बेम हाँ है
เขาว่าอยู่แค่แบบ
क्या है मेरा वो क्या बोलते हैं
I need this.
एम
Double,
ट्रेनिंग
feed.
आसपास के साथ
เขา
खेलता
ว่าอยู่
हूँ
แค่แบบ bro
Double. Thank you.
No run, bro.
never mind bro
I love you, I love you.
ओ तंगी ना
Get out of my way.
Revealing area.
Sickly, sickly.
3 mid 3 mid 3 mid
Infantry mid. Nice. Get it. Please find jet.
Spike down mid.
Swing back.
ไอ้กาลัด
तू outside भी
That's a guy, shut up. Nice bro.
Everyone hide.
โทษ
Player standing. Spike down C.
oh shit
Thirty seconds left. Spike planted.
मैंने पिंग किया था
Shadows traveling.
you out, man.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
कितने फुट दे रहे हैं ये? पागल हो गया ना? ऊपर दिल रहा फाइनल वो क्या है? बस मारा जाता है।
Scanning ahead. Enemy spotted A.
Smoke. Shoot the drone. Shoot the drone, bro.
Spike planted.
From where क्या होता है?
Last player standing.
Okay.
Enemy remaining.
If you're not a good shot
What do you
today,
mean, where, bro?
don't worry. There are other
Drone
ways
shot.
to be useful.
Hey. Calm down, calm down.
हैं? मेरे को बड़का भी नहीं।
We'll come back. I can feel it.
Clearing area.
Last player standing. Flawless.
अपना होमेन भाई दैट इवन टीम्स अटैक और डिफेंस अगर पहले है तो कॉम बदलती है क्या? कॉम्स किसे बदलेगी? जब 5 मैन था जब दोनों हारना जस्ट सिंह मेरा 1 किलो है हारा तो मैं 1 किलो हारा हूं।
Grenade!
I know exactly where
Long,
you
long.
are.
Bomb buddy out.
Give me a cop. Where is everyone hiding? My ultimate is ready.
Close.
I have. Bye.
Left side.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
फिर से गए हो बे
30 seconds left.
ब्रो वो ये नहीं गया ये गया नहीं गया ना वो ये सी पे ही है
Spike planted.
ब्रो चलेगा लेकिन रिपोजिशन है इसका बंदा फेक एक्सेंट क्यों ऐसे रे बाबा हट भाई क्या बवासीर की गांड प्लांट दिया है.
Had your fun. My turn.
Out of charges.
मेंबर चैट में ए माफ करो. किधर है? मुझे तो दिख ही नहीं रहा.
Out of charges. Come on, let's go. Grenade.
Grenade. The fuck? Watch more. Shot at me, two shot.
One enemy remaining.
Long. Long.
Bye.
तेरी गांड उधर ब्लाइंड क्या भोसड़ी के जब बंदा इधर है.
On right. Somewhere.
You guys are so much better than my last team.
फक मुझे लगा ए लॉन्ग पे भी. मेरे को लगा यहाँ पे किधर तो ए बे वो ऐसा ब्लाइंड किया उसने. इसका बाहर का बराबर.
Out of charges.
लेट्स गो बाहर का जीतेगा तो बोलेगा मुबारक का.
Get out of my way.
Mid. B. What's up, B?
Maybe that's touching.
कब
One side.
Spike down.
Long.
One enemy remaining.
हेलो मद्रिद. हाँ मेरे तरफ से हेलो
No
बोलो.
one beats my
Cut up, bro.
Thanks.
Bunks bhai, I ranked up to plat today. I really thought it was tough to get there, but easy है भाई. नमस्ते Bunks, hello. मेरे साइफर का एम अच्छा है, बाकी लोग चट्टी है. ओमेन गांड है. भी नहीं गांड. फिनिक्स के बारे में भूल ही जाता हूँ भाई. वो लोग डुओ है क्या मस्त वो लोग स्मोक ब्लेंड कर रहे थे. हाँ
Back.
मस्त स्मोक ब्लेंड कर रहे हैं ना वो लोग. मैं भूल गया अभी फिनिक्स के बारे में. एनटीआर नहीं रे, मैं भूल गया अभी.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Will they try the same old tricks?
मैं प्लीज रियल मद्रिद जीतेगी बोल दो. लव यू फॉर लाइफ. एक गिली चुमी मैं पक्का काश दूंगा भाई. 2000 में इतने बड़े टीम को नहीं कर सकता. समझ रहे हो? कम से कम 20 करोड़ कम से कम.
Let's make him dance.
Here.
हाँ सवाल. कलेश कौन से? भर दिया. लिक्विड क्या 5.
Spike down B. Last round in the half.
हाँ? गजब बेइज्जती है क्या?
chứ màมึงเก่งอ่ะ
Time to explode.
See.
Cover going out.
Hello.
Bomb buddy. Grenade.
एंड के लौड़े
Jet with you. Oh, yeah.
Spike planted.
एंड के लौड़े
Scanning ahead.
एंड के लौड़े
Touching?
क्या बोलूं आप मैं चैट क्या बोलूं
No more secrets.
Wait, reload. What for?
Last player standing. Switching sides.
9-3 कर स्पॉट
Zuckerberg once said that.
let's split garage.
Yeah.
You guys go Sinlong. Sefa, you come with me. Me and Sefa garage. Sefa, you just hold here
There.
and come let's garage. I mean, you help your just walk for me. That's how you aim.
There.
Phoenix might blind.
Okay. Touching backside.
Spike carrier is down.
Ready.
Spike down. C.
I have the spike.
Only ball.
Yeah, pushing.
Planted.
One enemy remaining.
Yep, city. Watching city.
Last player standing.
Be a hero. Great job.
Kabhi Euro ko already out.
Now remember, like the prince from the
Got the charges.
It's just
Let's go A.
Yep.
gun here.
शॉट माइसवा कब से वेट कर रहा था मैं आपका 12 बजे से लव यू
I can be back A. Good.
Scanning ahead.
can we just 5 men
Surprise.
Reloading.
बस सोवा क्या बैठ के दे रहा है ना हाँ
For here. Go back C.
không có đặt
I have to be backside. So can you change my gun? Shoot me too.
पेन का नंबर से नहीं लिया
Time to jump. Here. Going out.
ओ तेरा जब 70 के हुए थे वाइट पे उसी वक्त
Yes.
मैंने
Backside,
book भी
backside,
लिखना
backside.
स्टार्ट किया था 3000
The flash.
ट्रांसफॉर्म में
Remaining.
help me a
Did.
lot
Last on B. I
ये
mean
कुछ
A.
मैं बोला था एक हफ्ते पहले लव यू कलम भाई लव यू भूल गया लगता है लिखते
He's playing shirt.
लव यू
Reloading.
मैं गोल्डी भाई से बात करा तो प्लीज बाकी का मैसेज डिलीट हो गया रे
Until I blind them to strike.
Where do you wanna go?
You can do mid. Go to mid first. You can flash out.
Here.
Thank you Richard love you kalam bye shook
There. Bomb buddy out.
I have the spike.
There's a wall open. 40. Two A.
yeah go see
So
Give him a fire.
One enemy remaining.
last on A.
mini ball
49.
फिर तो हमको वेट ही कर लेना चाहिए था
Never show
तो
weakness.
का मतलब
Ever.
I can up.
I need a drop. Thanks.
let's go see all see they got 3-5
Okay. I'm gonna out. Okay.
I think ulti next round though
Why you have the
Oh,
back?
okay.
can you shut that
I got the spike.
I have the spike.
Cutting through.
Let's be backside, okay, wait. Let's be backside.
let's go
So
All Phoenix blind
Reloading. Deploying drone.
One enemy remaining.
Blind.
अरे बहन नीलाणी जॉब लगने दो बंग बाय बड़ी सुपर चैट भी करेंगे लव मिथिक बाय मिहित बाय यार मेरा किल था क्या गया था ना सैचल के बस एफर ने 22 मारे विनेबल
Yeah.
लेट्स गो ए
Okay. I'm outing. I'm short. You guys go long.
I mean you smoke and then blind like this
Scanning ahead. I have the spike. Spike drop.
no
Okay.
No one short.
no smoke no blind come Omen
that's it.
Yeah. Oh, he throw the bomb.
can you take
window.
spike and come One shot
player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Silence.
Enemy remaining.
C
I
plate.
have the spike. Revealing area.
La 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 la.
10 seconds left.
We know more than we did before. Let's see.
See, just 3 more rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, how about you don't fight for 5 rounds, the end and go next. Peaceful. Huh? For you.
Cutting through.
Ready. Revealing.
Smoke, 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 smoke.
Pretty short.
Smoke, smoke, and get ready to blend like this. Hello?
Pretty short. Pretty short.
Reloading. Joke's over! You're dead!
Get one shot.
Someone is A.
Get it popping.
Hold me, hold me.
Shot down.
Oh man, you can still blind.
Watching heaven. Line.
Enemy remaining.
Remove.
Can flank, right?
Yeah.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
4v5, winnable. Not you, bro, this Omen. I called for flash 10 times. He stand here and he died.
Come into the unknown.
Grenade!
There they are.
More backside.
One enemy remaining.
I'm blind. क्या चल रहा है? क्या चल रहा है? वो लोग का साइफर कितना पागल है, लेकिन क्यों बैठे हैं वहाँ पे? डैमेज मारना था, लेकिन साइफर को मारना था फ्री के लिए।
Scanning ahead.
Bomb buddy out. My ult's ready.
Okay.
We'll see. Let's go.
They're not peeking. Yeah.
Come see.
They're walking with. Can see push.
I'm just 5 men, bro. 5v4.
30 seconds left.
Call.
One enemy remaining.
Main वाला नहीं. You. Winnable.
Out of charges.
They demand a fight. Who are we to defend?
Winnable chat. Winnable. Completely winnable. We have OP. Let's fight C first. Let's fight for lot fight.
I'll pick A first, then back to you guys.
Shot down.
Get out of my way.
Kalah. Dia kalah.
They're peeking.
Spike carrier is down.
Wait.
Down.
Come see.
Attacker spawn.
It's not.
See clear.
Someone A before.
See clear bro.
Mid.
See clear bro. I mean see.
Wait.
There is strip here.
Plant the
You
spike.
can cross down.
One enemy remaining.
Just go long.
Bomb buddy.
Watching here.
WWC कब जब टाइटल में तुमको दिखेगा या थंबनेल में दिखेगा
Okay.
That's some casual opening right there.
Surrounded by Minya Familia.
Surrounded by Mia Khalifa. We won't do. भाई जो भर रहे होंगे साइफर को भरना चाहिए टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो स्पेशली जब वो लोग का जेट अच्छा खेल रहा है रिफंड मारा ना वो
Where are you?
Time to jump.
Peeking me.
Get armor, Omen.
One mid. Pushing right side.
Deploying drone.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Nobody.
I'm watching here.
Scanning ahead.
One link.
Joke's over! You're dead!
The spike.
Jet's grounded.
Let me see.
Last player standing.
See, fuck.
Gear up. Stay safe.
Get blind हो गया फीनिक्स से Play for picks. Somebody just top the box. Play for picks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Phoenix.
Scanning ahead. flight.
Yeah, going C.
Right here.
See working one.
Okay.
Let's walk. Okay, come. Come here. Come. Come here.
Grenade!
Come here.
Yeah.
Play contact. One
Can I
could
see the
be
backside?
heaven. Just watch heaven.
Okay.
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1. Pick.
Revealing area.
Cutting through. My ult's ready.
30 seconds.
Planted. My ult is ready.
Pushing heaven.
Bomb buddy out.
Watch heaven.
Yeah. Heaven dead.
Out.
Play.
Not on.
No. No.
Last player standing.
Not an issue.
Nice.
Big fog out.
Winnable.
Match point.
Their winter has come. Bury
Welcome
them.
back. By Cypher 34 मारा Binks. मस्त मारा बंदा. La.
I need a drop.
Na.
Drop me.
La.
Drop.
Na.
Bomb buddy out.
Go see. Fast. Only one.
Gone.
Only one. Two meter, one city out.
Last player standing.
I fuck be. क्या काम है?
Switching sides. Overtime.
La. Na. La. हक दिया बे राउंड खत्म था. भाई इतना राउंड नहीं हारा ना. एक पहली बार हारा भाई. ओके एक और गेम नहीं खेल पाएंगे अपन. खेल पाएंगे. जानने के लिए बंदी रही है इस एपिसोड.
Yeah, fast.
Maybe I'll
By a lot.
Smoke this and this.
Drop down.
Sure.
And smoke. One side.
Nice one.
Switching
मेरा
sides.
बूम बोर्ड मुझसे
Match point.
मेरा बूम बोर्ड कैसे नहीं देखा आंखों को.
Out of charges.
Let's try all C. Their Cypher is dog shit.
Okay. Actually, back side.
Cypher 37 सामने वाला Cypher फट.
Time to jump.
Flashing my side.
One close left. Check there.
You don't need.
Cage triggered. Headshot. Reload.
Both. No. He's gonna blind, huh?
Enemy remaining.
More.
Attackers win.
คุยเฮียแม่งเมาชิบหาย
भाई साइफर ना होता एक गेम आपकी टीम 613 आर 613 013 R3 भी बहुत मारा साइफर ने बहुत मारा है भाई, इसलिए भाई देख रहे हो बाकी सब अस्कांडे फक्स। क्या करे अभी, एक और गेम तो होएगा नहीं, 42 मिनट्स चला ये गेम, एक और 42 मिनट्स चला लोड लग जाएंगे। ओ बाय रैंक बुझुआ एक और लगा, बाद में बोलना मत वॉच पार्टी लेट हो रहा है करके, ठीक है? हमने ऐसे भाई मत करो ना यार, कितना तुम लोग हेट देते हो बे। हाँ वो बेचारा कभी स्ट्रीम पे आएगा, उसको कैसा लगेगा? कभी आएगा नहीं, वो पता लगे, बट ऐसा नहीं बोलते, स्पेशली व्हेन यू आर लो, when you are low and you kick the balls it hurts more, so don't be a लोडे के balls। ये क्या सीन है, चेस खेलो कद्दू का चेस, मैं खेलूंगा तो सिर्फ ग्रैंड मास्टर्स के साथ। मेरे को वैसे मैग्नस को वीडियो कॉल आया था, रुक जाओ मैं चाय लेके आया, उसके बाद एक गेम खेल के सीधा वॉच पार्टी, फिर उसके बाद चाय, ठीक है? चाय का भी शेड्यूल है मेरा। हाँ चाय का भी शेड्यूल है भाई। भाई किसको गाली देनी थी दे दो, काहे को भाई, काहे को गाली वाली करना है? लाइक करो चैट। ये राइवल्स कैसे अनइंस्टॉल करते जरा बताओ। हाँ ये संडास गेम कैसे अनइंस्टॉल करते बताओ।
Match found.
ला 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 ला। ये मैम देख के राहुल भाई याद आते, राहुल भाई बात कर।
cold air feels wonderful.
Hello guys.
लगा चुनरी में दाग जुबां कैसे लगा
Coming A, coming A.
You I kill him. Go back.
On bell, on bell.
Bomb buddy identified. Grenade!
Wait, I'm going.
So low.
Remaining.
Low.
Oh shit, under. Hunting. Oh, fake.
Elbow.
Careful.
Nice.
On top. Floor. Nice, sorry.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet.
Lace. भाई गुड नाइट कहाँ जा रहे हो चीचे गेम खत्म नहीं होगी
Can I have this? Yes.
अपने पास 2 और प्लग क्यों है वेल मैं भी सेट Hey.
Two mid, one more mid. On my pin.
Can you just drone?
There.
Drop
Like-
slide.
Yeah.
One here. Push it, shoot. Just get so
Commit. पैर तोड़ दिया ना लौड़ी
I think even.
Two.
Grenade!
Spike planted.
Fall down.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
पैर पिछला
Right side.
Last player standing.
क्या कर रहा है वो लोग का वाइपर एंगल ने भगवान क्या दिख रहा हूँ मैं
Fancy now. Let's keep it up.
आप हेलो कैसे हो सब बढ़िया सोने जा रहा था आप लव आ गए मैं तो पूरा टाइम स्ट्रीमर आई एम अ स्ट्रीमर पकड़ू Now I can buy next round also.
Turret out. Time for a field test.
Pagdita. There is Vandal on my body. Coming here.
Enemy spotted A.
One down.
Enemy remaining.
Left side, left side, left side.
We could have predicted this. All right, I did. Spike spotted A.
Huh?
I knew this would be easy, but mine are good.
Huh?
Thanks.
इसे कहते हैं गोटी ऑफ स्टील गेम प्ले. गोटी ऑफ स्टील. हाँ, गोटी ऑफ स्टील गेम प्ले.
Nice and easy. Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
अरे चल दे रहे.
क्या किचन क्या किचन
ऐसा किचन. कौन है किचन?
kill John.
हाँ, 80 किल जोई.
Enemy remaining.
Free elo, free elo,
Enemies
free elo,
close.
free
Eyes up.
elo, free elo, free elo, free elo, free elo. हाँ? 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 बाप रे. एक बार मियाँ करो. क्या है भाई? हाँ. एक बार मेंबरशिप लो. आगाज भाई है, फ्री लो तो है.
Kevin.
B ball B John.
No one mid.
Binks lari.
Last player standing.
Welcome.
यार वीकनेस ने मारा.
You're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick up. Out of charges. Turret out.
Can
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
Thank you.
I think I can drop you, Jet.
Need a drop. Thanks.
अरे यार ये जंप ही नहीं होता मेरे से अभी.
Viper low.
Wallop.
Enemy spotted A.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Grenade.
Like
There.
Revealing area.
Satchel out.
Viper low.
Stop.
Viper low.
Be.
Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
Last low.
लास्ट लो लेकिन किधर लो. इंग्लैंड
What do you say, drone? Ready to stretch your wings?
आज किसका मैच है? आज मेरा ही मैच है. आज MIBR है, SEN है, G2 है. ओपा मैचेस है आज. ओपा
Can play retake. I have Earth.
Okay.
Can you put a lot more here? Just I mean like around here.
Can you go back? Can you go back?
You should run.
Let them plan.
Okay.
Low, super low.
Enemy remaining.
Beautiful retake. Kita gas bro kan. क्या हो रहा है स्ट्रीम को भाई नहीं बोलूं बहुत खेलने का मन कर रहा है बैच पर I am missing 10 hours of Valo gameplay.
Turret out.
It looks like that again. Off.
Match time to the day.
Drawing B.
Okay.
One mid, one.
Mid.
Above you, DJ.
Last player standing.
Fuck दो एंगल कैसे दिख
Spike planted.
विनेबल बॉल ऊपर
Double check it drop.
भाई मैं भी ऑफ लूं एक राउंड क्या डांटता हूँ हाँ ना यार एक रिकॉन तोड़ने वाला चाहिए भी मैं नहीं तोड़ सकता हूँ मैं रिकॉन भाई मेरा वीकनेस वो है रिकॉन ही मेरा वीकनेस है लेट्स प्ले अप डाउन
There.
Let me break that. Turning.
Take flight. Enemy mark.
To you, at least.
Grenade.
Well done.
ऊपर कैसे था वो
One bell.
बहुत
Shot done.
मट के पास एक्स
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
ब्यूटीफुल राउंड ब्यूटीफुल डैमेज देख रहे हो
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive. Target out.
मैं बिंक्स के स्ट्रीम पर ही हूं ना क्या शॉट पड़ रहे हैं लव यू यार मेरा रोज क्या जस्ट सेइंग जो हार्ट स्टक है हार्ट स्टक सब्सक्राइब करो भाई
Let's start this party. Get out of my way.
You smoke B. B.
We can retake. Let them plant.
Spike down B.
Let them plant.
Falling back, I think. No one here. Falling back. Only one.
I died. Just head. Let them.
Cheers.
One here.
One side.
Watching this location. Watching this.
अरे नहीं shit.
Head on two.
1 HP Killjoy.
30 seconds left.
Both here.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
W. यार क्यों पीक लिया मैंने मैं वो करने वाला था पता है
Okay, I only have
Spam.
some
VCT
here.
spam.
8 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
हाँ मैं VCT स्पैम करने वाला था यार Binks मार के मूड बना दो
They don't tell me today.
What?
They don't tell me.
Yeah.
Jet's grounded.
One man. Two. Two here.
Low. Weapon low.
Can you net?
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
You go.
Last round before the switch.
Last round before we switch. Jai Shri Ram Binks bye.
Enjoy.
With the bye.
Enjoy.
Thank you for the 40. सब बढ़िया
Stop by now.
WATCHPARTY से बेटर तो आप ही खेलते हो लैंग्वेज
Placing swamp grenade.
Eh? Oh shit.
You should run.
Welcome to my world.
Kitchen one. One kitchen.
Kitchen?
Nice.
Dead.
Dead.
120 so one Killjoy
One enemy remaining.
Dead.
Tag him.
Defuse
Wait, whoa. Oh.
nice beautiful बड़ा spam पड़ा
Switching
spam
sides.
पड़ा
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
where we go ball
Placing sentry.
बिंदा एमो 1 से मैं आगे नहीं जा पा रहा शायद कुरुनामी में प्रॉब्लम है कवर करो एंट्री मत करना लास्ट टर्न पे जीते थे लैंग्वेज नॉट बैड ना दैट, नॉट बैड कंसीडरिंग मैं इतना दिन बाद खेल रहा हूँ वालों.
Revealing area. Reloading.
Three.
Two more.
Carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
Bad. Self jinx हो गया थोड़ा. चल जाए एक
Last player standing.
Winnable.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
After recon, can we play contact? Although hide from recon though.
Want me to recon, bro?
No. Just play contact. Go B. I'll make sound.
Reloading.
Kill mid. Going B now, I think. No one B now.
Go B. Balls on top. Good for killer.
Last player standing.
Wait, what?
I got collat.
That's done.
Shit.
भाई क्या कोलेट हुआ? One batch. Hey, लो बहुत पार्टी रहने दो. क्या पता एक वापिस कब आया और कब गुड.
Out of charges.
Let's go B. Go up the drone. New recon snowman.
Okay.
Deploying drone.
Pull up.
No.
Hey, 120.
Spike down B.
Shock dart.
See ya.
I have the spike.
Can you cover? I'm planting.
One down.
Can be orange.
Nobody flank.
Wait, see.
Last player standing.
Bro.
Enemy
Radar
remaining.
killed.
W round, baby. Beautiful round, bro.
I had to focus for a
Oh,
second.
nice one.
This is George. Same मेरे से same है ना? Same, let's go bit. आर्मर नहीं आ रहा है मेरा.
Sir, take B and let me go A.
Okay, come. We fight B.
Out of charges. Out of charges.
क्यों लेते हो duelist? दूसरा duelist मेरे नीचे दिखने रहा है. सर्वर के सारे duelist मेरे नीचे दिखने रहा है क्या?
We go B.
Good job here.
Can you shotgun here?
One flank mid, one. Do I get back? Do I get back?
Reloading.
Go away, guys.
Loading.
Holy shit, one city. One screen, one screen.
Spike carriers down.
Hey, what?
Spike down A.
Where was Viper?
Player standing.
Oh, hello?
Ooh, my ult's ready.
Enemy remaining.
Oh!
Get out.
Whoa.
Match point.
भाई गांडू लोग बोलते नहीं है बे किधर था?
Go away, I can hurt.
सही मारा. Company get.
Can I get a drop?
Hey, Viper kill somebody. Viper ने किसको मारा था शायद? Yeah, so old. नीचे 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 आ जाता हूँ.
Whoa, not sure.
Come, drone and ulti go.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Grenade!
You know what?
No one. No. One.
Low. Please.
One tap
Easy, guys.
baby.
Attackers win.
This is my weakness. One tap भी कह दे. Killjoy is my weakness यारो. La. Not bad. Huh? Not bad. On time बोलते चड्डी खोलते. On time बोलते चड्डी खोलते. हैं? ये कौन सा प्रैक्टिस चल रहा है बट्टू का? 5-man कस्टम. एग्जिट और साइन आउट करना जरूरी है. सिर्फ साइन आउट कर सकते ना. अभी वॉच पार्टी. यस सर. आसपास मारेगा. मैं भी मेरा आसपास जैसा एम देखा ना. अब मेरा भाई जो रियल आसपास है उसका गेम देखा. भाई कितना चिल है ना बे चैट. हाँ भाई मस्त म्यूजिक चलती है बे इधर. मस्त म्यूजिक चलती है बे. ए बे डब्ल्यू है कुछ भी बोलो.
Go to the next one. Want to see? All right, talent draw this one.
No, because it's they're signed.
I think it's got to be the first one at a time.
We've metagamed this. I can tell you right now that you're
Yeah.
wrong.
So we've been lied.
Show the killjoy yet again.
The
if you don't mind.
Killjoy.
Someone
Bilal
like,
idhar
forgot they
डाल
had
देता हूँ.
to draw this for the segment.
It's a lot
in
more
like 10
dramatic in my
seconds.
mind, and then I was really hoping. There it is.
Hands up करने दो.
Okay, so
Vikali.
a member of our team
Who is
drew
Vikali?
this one.
ठीक है. रो डीजे भी चलता है.
It's banned silly.
She is working today.
Anna Donlan.
Anna Donlan. No, it's not her. It's Liz.
Who will win, chat?
Liz drew that one.
MIBR?
There you have it.
Liz, you gotta work
Stick
on
to
that.
your-
Now,
मैं भूल गया.
before
वो
we
करो.
start the day, we want to let everyone know that we put our
title
prints
change,
up. We're not
title change.
showing them quite yet, but we will in a little bit. And whoever doesn't get it is going to have to take a shot at this
Title
bad
change.
boy right here. So let's see how the chips fall on this one, baby, because it's now time to start the playoffs.
भाई मेरे
Day
को लग
3
रहा है
starts
क्रूज
right
जीतेगा.
now.
मेरे को सच्ची लग रहा है क्रूज जीतेगा. सच्ची लग रहा है. आसपास गोट है लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है आज क्रूज. अले ने कर दिया. ठीक है.
jogo que vale bastante coisa pra gente, Masters e tudo. Cara, a CRU tá jogando, tá tendo uma evolução muito boa, muito pelo trabalho da Diverso.
अरे पूरा म्यूजिक बजाओ ना वाइब तो है बे वाइब तो है
Siento que la serie que jugamos contra ellos no lo hicimos.
भाई मैं ये मेरा ग्रुप डिलीट कर दूंगा क्या चल रहा है इतना मेरे को कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है फुटबॉल का बारका स्ट्रांग है नो डाउट बट द मैच हैज बीन गोइंग रियली बैड रेफरिंग dirty game bro football is a dirty game +1 nah it's beautiful bad tackles and jersey pulls ये सब होता ही है एक दिन पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठूंगा मैं हाँ एक दिन पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठूंगा ग्रुप में लाइक करने बोलो जिसको करना करे भाई नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम में चेयर लेता रहे वॉच पार्टी सब चिल है
Riot Games Arena, it's time to send our first team to Masters Toronto.
क्रू आएगा पहले
Escucha la alegría que llega Crew Visa.
कुछ चला W
Crew Visa coming into this one with a lot of hype. It's been a good start to the season for Crew, which is a thing that we're not used to saying, you know, but now here we are. This is a whole new crew, and on top of that, they are looking like absolute beasts.
And it's a crew that's contending for more
चलो
than
नहीं
just
हुआ
a
अभी तो
late
चालू होता है
season pop-up to get to champions. If they win this
Air jobs नहीं हुआ हो गया
it'll be
मेरी
the
जान
first Masters tournament since Copenhagen in 2022 that the team could qualify to.
It's a massive chance for them as well, not just the org as well, but I think revenge for
तो
all these players
सिर्फ
as well.
click which team is better बारका और बद्रिस्पिर देख बसड़ा क्या लिखता हूँ
Crew down and ruin their chances of potentially
बारका is better
I'll tell you right now, I'm a believer
Barca.
in Crew today. GB, you with me? I believe.
A uma vitória de fazer
Big
história. Vem aí, MIBR!
We've said it a million times here, the parallels between these two teams are so
बारका नहीं लोलू
profound.
बारका
The thing that MIBR
Barca
has
ही
right
तरीका।
now is, well, they got the hot seat. They seem to, everything seems to be clicking and working for them, Mimi.
There's a lot of questions. Icebox
क्या गाली गलौज चल रहा है क्या गाली गलौज चल रहा है बासुंडी के लोग
2024, but the new additions, the star player joining, it is all paid off, and now they have their chance to make.
बारका नहीं बारका वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ
And think of the position Verno is in as well, right? Like, just at the start of this
आज
year,
जीतेगा बारका
completely
जीतेगा
different story for him over with NRG, comes over to MIBR after
Barca
kickoff,
wins today,
kickoff.
bro.
Now he is one
Barca
series
wins
away
today.
from going to that first global.
And you have two players in the argument for Rookie of the Year already with Verno and Cortezia. Those two have been outstanding in their debut year.
Indeed, they
It's
have.
Barca,
Now
no,
let's
not
see
Barca.
what
अरे
we're
भाऊ
playing at. It's going to be Lotus and an Icebox, and if necessary, we'll take a trip over to Ascend.
Dude, it's a strange map pull overall. But listen, you got maps that both of these teams have not been
Barca is
looking too
pronounced
hot
as
on,
Barca?
generally speaking as well. We start with Lotus. I'm excited to see Icebox in the middle of the pool, which you're never going to get those words out of my mouth.
पानी
ever
है वो
again. But with the way that these two teams played as well, they are top teams on that map, and I think that's going to be a really interesting clash when we get to the middle portion. It all lies out here, and I mean the pressure is on.
To me, Icebox is the deciding map because both teams are so strong on it. The other one that I'm curious
बरसारे
about
बरस में
is
देना
going to
तो
be Lotus
फिर
starting off because that map, the last time Crew played
जीतेगा
it,
बे
that
आज
was them
बारका
getting absolutely torched by evil
W.
geniuses. They need to be able to
ग्रुप में
bounce
फुल
back
गाली
here
गलौज चल
against
रहा है
MIBR on that opener.
अगर तुम लोग को फोमो हो रहा है तो मेंबरशिप लेके ग्रुप ज्वाइन कर सकते हो जैसे
Four-map loss streak to start the year. They got their first win on it just recently.
आज एक लाल सुपर सेट नहीं है सेट एक लाल
This is one of only two maps.
क्या कहूँ मैं
We're
आज
not going to see him locking
पानी
in
खा
that
सकता हूँ
jet. No surprises. They're sticking to that comp as Kesnet knocks the Neon.
Kesnet is actually a Euro player on this map. So you were talking about Ospas, who has been playing the Neon.
Yeah.
But
आपका
that is
favorite
immediately
game?
a switch
Cam.
up for Kesnet.
आज मेरे दोस्त बोला कि MIBR मुंबई इंडियन ब्राजील है क्या यार रशियन नहीं बोला
He has a lot more freedom on
बाहर
that
से तो
Neon
आना चाहिए
to mess around and do some crazy stuff with it.
मुंबई इंडियन ब्राजील
They
रशियन
want to change
करके
up the pace, to be honest, as well, and potentially match what MIBR are throwing at them. If both teams are opting into this like neon fights as well, you want to be going pound for pound with that Euro.
अरे जबरदस्त भाई उसमें रोनाल्डो भी था ना
fights as soon as the barriers are dropped on a map like Lotus.
Barca
but yeah, it
और
seems like they
Barca
want to be brawling.
जैसे भी
to me,
pronounce
like the
करते
Yoru
हैं वो
skews a little
जीता.
bit more to like the defensive side for the repositions, take a
Don't
contact
jinx
fight, get
today.
out.
No
It can be hard
jinx.
to
Kru
accelerate
जीतेगा.
what you're
जाने
talking
बाबा
about when it
किसको
comes to
support कर
actually
रहे हो?
start of round aggro, sight hits, these
Thank you
types
for
of
the
things. So
5
it'll be
euros
really
मेरी
interesting
जान
to
के
see how that
रोटे.
ends.
Get a little
भाई
bit
एनए
more
में सारे
versatility.
foreigners
Start
जाग
lock
जाते
in
हैं
that Vice, which we talked about earlier on the Sentinels, has been
Pacific
lights
में
out
super
for
chat 10
Crew.
रुपया.
Didn't really get a
एनए
chance
में
to
पैक
talk a lot
10
about,
करोड़.
you know, like Shenum as well.
बंस
This one
भाई
is another lights out
वरदान
player
दे
for
दो.
MMR. To be fair, I think all
मेरा
5 players
एम
that are all
आसपास
10 that are on that
जैसे
stage right now
हो
are playing
जाए.
well.
Okay, no,
हैं?
never mind. I thought it was a molly that was being flicked around.
Yeah, yeah, no, not yet.
That was a Viper for Shenum, right?
Yes.
Because that's different because they've been playing single smokes with an Omen and
दोस्त
Shenum
वाले
on that
ग्रुप
one
में मैसेज
Cortege
के
on the buy.
वेट कर रहा था
So it's
लोगों को
entirely
मेंबरशिप
possible
लेने
to
में.
actually switch off
कोई
the
नहीं फंसा
buys
है.
if they're playing double smokes. It's kind of hard to actually fit a Vise
Yeah,
into
you
the comp.
basically have to go like G2 style.
Hey,
and
लेकिन
go like
मस्त
a
है
double
वे group.
initiator, double smokes
हाँ?
type of comp if you want Icebox to still lock into that neon. Could do the raise as well. Kind of doesn't matter, whatever he's feeling on this map.
Yeah, I do think the Viper's pretty interesting because while you do lose out like the brutal, like oppressive stall power of the Vise, having that wall on the defense side lets
Barca
you play
is a
much
team,
more
they are
aggressively, I
playing
think, into
crazy
Rebel
afar.
with an Omen that can just teleport
Barca
behind it
ही
after
जीतेगा.
taking a first fight. And you can, you know,
देखो
have
10
that second
मिनट
line of
10-15
defense there.
मिनट आएंगे
Giving
लोग
up
तब
the
बोलना
Yoru in favor
मतलब
of the neon does mean if a Vice
बंस
still
भाई का
gets
खुद आसपास
picked,
जैसा
it'll
एम
be
नहीं
a
हो पा
bit
रहा
vomit
बहुत
stuff
सही
made out that wall.
के
But if they are just going full double
Jet
controller,
lock.
which looks like is
आसपास
what they're
भाई
doing,
बक्चोदी
they
नहीं.
don't have that limitation. And hard side execs with the neon on attack become all the more powerful.
भाई
I think the
उसने
most
स्ट्रेट
important
मेरे को
factor as
देखा
well
बे
with
स्ट्रीम
not
स्नाइपर.
running, you know, like you said, and the device as well, running this double smokes comp, you get lurk potential on the attack side.
Yeah. For sure.
It gives you pivot options when you're trying to slow play rounds more as well. So you have a bit more nuance added into the comp. You've got to be careful about the flanks, of course, but you can see that that's like probably an element of the game that was missing for MIBR the last time they played.
If Aspas
Leader
get
Shai's gonna
vertical
cook on
in
those looks. He's
total
really
all
proactive,
maps, I
working
will give
space out
1000
beyond
after
this
my
map,
salary is done. ठीक है
and
scam
gets a lot
scam बोल
of
रहा हूँ.
freedom
Spam
compared
मत
to even
करना
some
बस.
other Vice players.
This is such a fun map.
Spam
to run, I
मत
feel,
करो,
because it's a
scam
map both
बनी.
teams have struggled on in recent games, and it's now two comps that are changing. New
That's one
agents
bunch
on
by
both
love you,
sides,
आपके
so
मुंह
clearly
में
different
घी
leads,
शक्कर.
and now all of a sudden, a lot of your prep that you had coming in is out
भाई
the window.
बहुत टाइम हो गया
For the
जूस पी
Jet
के
going
पता
head
है.
to
चारों
head
और
on the
मैंने पी.
neon to start. It's going to be good.
You love
पी
to
के
see.
बहुत
Well, we
टाइम
got
हो
a
गया
hell of a
भाई.
series along
एक
the
छुट्टी
way here,
चाहिए.
so let's go ahead and do it. We got
Chris
just
bhai,
the
thank you for
fastest
the
for job
Canadian
as well.
Australian
We got Doug and Baby on the
$7.
Thank you so much, guys.
Ah,
The lower
ulta hai.
bracket round 4 rematch from kickoff just a couple of months ago between MIBR and Crew.
Chalo
Stakes
re.
could not be any bigger than this. The Death touched on it. Toronto is up for grabs. For MIBR in
Energy कहाँ से
particular,
आता है
though,
पता नहीं.
you're one victory away from making history for this franchise.
आपका juice duty free में मिलता है मतलब?
Then Icebox, the one that
Duty
who's brought
free में
every
मिलता है.
single team of his
मेरा juice
over
मेरा
that
juice
line.
आपको
And
duty
for
free में
Crew,
मिल जाएगा.
trying to get back to a Masters.
Not
The
good,
last
bye.
one they attended was what? Copenhagen, the desk was
Copenhagen,
talking
yeah.
about. So
Oh.
that's a long time ago.
It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs right into the pistol. MIBR is going to be starting on the attacking side. They are
server
currently
में
the leader
land को
in pistol round win
बोल
rate. And
रहा
that
था
matters a
मेरे
lot because
accident
Crew
की वजह से
is
MVP
really nowhere near that. They're just in the
बंद
middle
करवा
of the
सकता
pack.
BC.
So we'll see if they're able to continue that success. Additionally, Icebox is just
Oh,
free on
IND.
pistol
Oh
rounds
my
currently.
God.
Also the league leader
India
in pistol
लिख भी नहीं
kills.
सकता तू.
And he's continuing to
Frame
pile it on.
20 के
MIBR in firm
40.
control on C.
Shenum also took out
Mute
Shy
करने का.
on
अरे
that
बहुत
lurk at
सीधे
A as
लोग
well,
उधर भी
so
है.
already a two-pronged approach from MIBR, and they're sitting comfortably on the C site, ready for the flood. This is so decisive, Doug.
Easy win for MIBR.
It was just, I mean, no questions asked, no hesitation, fully sending C. And it seemed like Crew were not ready for that at all.
This is a scary Icebox, one that has no care in the world
Hey,
for his
neon
body.
है.
So much
Barca
talk
का
around
jinx
this
मत
man
कर,
being
हैं?
a baiter and whatnot, but on this roster, he has shined as an entry, relying on these young rookies
अरे
that
प्रेम
play like
भाई.
veterans.
W but W प्रेम भाई.
Relying
ऐसे
on
मुंह
Bruno
बंद
as
करने
well.
का.
The new addition. Look at this
लेकिन म्यूट भी
entry,
कर
just
सकते.
finessing
सबसे बेस्ट
around.
पता है क्या? कोई
Nelson has
अगर
no chance
ऐसा कुछ
in hell, and that
घटिया हरकत
pistol
किया ना, उनको म्यूट करके उनको गाली
win
देने का.
percentage just continues to go up for MIBR.
Double
Doug.
trigger.
What a strong start.
I want to touch on that too because the last time they played, it went the distance. It
5
went 3
second में
maps.
round
It was
खत्म किया
4-2
बे.
the way of MIBR, and the maps were close.
Yeah.
So we'll keep a close eye on pistols as as the series
Volume
goes
बढ़ाओ।
on. Crew here on an eco.
इससे ज़्यादा क्या बढ़ाओ?
Full A control.
Trying to sniff out if there's
Fnatic का match का गया, Fnatic जीत गया 3-0
spotted. Prompts the tap of the door and a smoke on stairs. A lot of teams will tend to go through tree against the anti-eco and just
fast
fall
retake
up.
हो सकता है, fast retake.
You don't want to get shot by many different angles here.
क्या लगता है damage पड़ेगा?
Icebox again just entering into sight. The flood's going to come through though from stairs.
Flood आ गया, flood आ गया, flood आ गया.
Paranoia is going to tag on Artine, but there is cover.
Flood खत्म हो गया.
And it wasn't the smoothest of anti-ecos, but MIBR should be able to get through this just fine. Shy left to salvage the scraps of a mess that was made on A.
और gun गिरा देता
But it
है.
seems like MIBR should be able to get up to
उसको
their
दिखा
second.
मुझे दिखा कि उसको दिखा.
That they will. Of course, Azia cleans it up. MIBR gets to 2. Now Crew are
Hello,
going to be
hello.
There was an opening there for the kill onto Artsin, who actually ended up sticking that
भाई
spike.
ये कोर्टिस कितना लंबा है
Interesting to say the least. I feel like Crew took a long time to, get that kill, but
Love
he was
from
completely
Toronto.
overclassed.
तू वहाँ
He
पे
was
है क्या?
reach-stunned. He
Supra
didn't even get
Gaming?
off the spike.
मैंने
He's just
मानता.
going to keep
तो
committing like that. If Crew warm up, they're going to one-tap him. That
Toronto
spike
वाले
never gets
100 डॉलर
planted.
देते
Maybe
भाई.
there's more danger behind that.
ए जा रहे क्या वहाँ पे?
Bonus
Masters?
round here for MIBR. They're sitting
Right,
really
तो
healthy
कुछ
with
लेके
4
आना है
rifles
भाई
in play.
के लिए
You have
please.
2 Phantoms, 2 Vandals. And they're running the pistol round back, but Kesnet has something to
Shit.
say about it.
Kesnet has to find success early on for Crew. He struggled in their previous matchup. Aspas got the best of him.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. I think it was Aspas going 21-5 against Kesnet in head-to-head duels. That is
अच्छा
a
neon player देखने
ridiculous
में
stat.
अच्छा
And
लगता
still
है
the game
लेकिन
was
टीम
really
में
close, like
या
you were saying.
opponent
So
में तो
Kesnet
गाली भी
can
मिलता है, समझ रहे?
even that number, even just a little bit. Maybe that's the win condition for Crew, but
If you're Crew here, another
That
win
way भाई
condition,
just saying
you
आपने
cannot
अपने
afford to
membership
lose
लिया
in
hater.
2v4s. And so they take a step
इस दिन
back,
को हल्के
willing to
में मत लो
relinquish
बंस
the
भाई.
side and let
मैं ले नहीं
MIBR
रहा.
at least get the spike down before they commit to taking the fight. Shut him down.
Toronto
17
में
HP.
गरीबी
Mazino on the
भी.
swing will clean him up, and
ए
Verno
भाई
is
क्यों
left
ऐसे?
entirely on his own.
we've seen him pull off some ridiculous clutches this year.
Not this time.
Yeah, the
भाई
bombardment of
वर्नो ने
utility
मिस
was too
किया
much.
अपना
Shy
वर्नो.
and Kesnet, the front runners for Crew.
शिवा thank you for the $7. एक मीटअप करो ना तुम लोग सब मिलके. Toronto
But now
वालों.
MIBR, they have an Armageddon to work with. That's because of Verno's kills on that anti-eco round.
Take a look at it one more time. As I mentioned it during that round, Kesnet has to find success. And you talked about the head-to-head between Kesnet and Aspas in their previous
मेरे को
duel.
feel आ रहा है
Remember,
Crew जीतेगा
Aspas
chat.
broke the best of 3 kill record the last time these guys played. Put up 82. He was plus 27 or something dumb. 46, excuse me. Plus 46. Kesnet was not nearly as successful. That's a key win condition for Crew.
Yeah.
Fully sending out on a C. The Armageddon invested.
They've
denied all of that space trade.
The Armageddon got no value. Nobody picked off because of it. So now MIBR, you're going to have to go back, work some of this A control, try to bait out some rotates, hope that Crew leave that C mound area. But if you look at the minimap right now, Crew position for this A
rotations
fight.
on
I
point
think they
है
understood
Crew
that they were denying C main right at the beginning, and then they could reinforce the other side of the map. This is a beautiful call from Crew so far.
Rotation is
Very
on
very common
point.
push and pull from the attackers and defenders. But the problem is you're running into Vice utility.
Yeah.
And look at Artsin is so
His
low
boot
from
ने
that
क्या
chip
मारा
damage.
बे?
Look at the screen. Kesnet just took out Aspas. The head-to-head is in his favor right now.
A little apprehension, a little hesitation on where they want to commit to getting the spike down as they test the waters across the middle of the map. Still not confident in their approach.
ए नहीं जा सकते wall है. ए नहीं जा सकते
Vice
wall
wall
है.
still up.
ए नहीं जा सकते wall है.
Through. Kesnet, he wants to go for the slide peek. Doesn't even have to. Eliminates Verno.
Melser piling it on as well. Ardzine and Shenham again. Another 2v4. Crew in a position to put this thing away. Kesnet pops the ult. Quick fingers come out and Shy cleans it up. We're tied.
Crew just manipulating the rotations because of that fortified defense they had towards that C, funneling everybody towards A.
Hats off to your
and the
dedication.
crossbars
Love
that
you,
they had
Ron
at
bhai.
B.
Ron
Yeah,
bhai
Shenham
इतना
was able
handsome
to get a
दिखते
lurk
हो
kill onto one
और
of them.
membership नहीं है कैसे?
But it was traded out quickly.
भाई बेड के साथ मीटअप के लिए
It's a
अपॉइंटमेंट लेना
reinvigorated
पड़ता है
Crew that
इधर.
we're seeing here today. And a
इस पे आप
confident
काम करो, आप
Kesnet.
बहुत सपोर्ट करते हो. आप काम करो, बाकी लोग मीटअप करो.
Trying to make up for some of those woes the last time these two teams faced off.
Arami hi khede.
And a lot of the success that KRU had in their Sentinels win
Kung
on
nagkabagay
Lotus was their defensive side completely shutting
Technically,
out Sentinels. It was something that lacked against EG, and I think that's why you see this Viper pick out from MIBR. Superman absolutely obliterated KRU's defense.
Icebox tried doing a bit of the same kind, but
hang
on here, MIBR on a shoddy buy. It was pistols and I believe a stinger, but now weapons upgraded. And now all of a sudden, MIBR have a window to get back into this.
Shy were the start of this KRU comeback in this half, and now they're going to have to clutch up 2v3 against MIBR. You do have the Vice ultimate in play, but do you invest it?
Early days as silence settles into round 5. The Vice ult popped. Answering your question, Shenum crispy onto Shy. Kesnet left alone, a 1v2. He's gotten it down to 1, but the thrifty comes through for MIBR.
The reason why I was questioning why do you invest the Vice ultimate in that moment was because of the kills that MIBR got in the first place. All sheriffs. Cortezia popping off right here. Beautiful shots.
Bhai baap mara be.
Himself, and Shenum getting that kill onto Shy was massive. So a thrifty round win for MIBR puts KRU in a bit of a pickle here. If you lose this next round, your economy is done. And MIBR have a chance to further this lead.
सिंपल है जो रबल जीता वो राउंड जीता सिंपल है ये प्रूवन है ये चीज जो रबल जीता वो ये राउंड जीता तो बेसिकली क्रू ये राउंड जीता
absolutely right. Kesnet sacrificing himself on the other side of the smoke, and the attack of MIBR stands strong.
The flood completely stuffed now. A lot riding on the shoulders of this lurk from Shy. If he can somehow manage to pick off Cortezia in this spot, maybe there's a way back into this round. He's going to be Mizzino here.
He saw him both now. Cortezia understanding the start on the other side, waiting for the reinforcements. And Cortezia stands tall, gets both.
Back-to-back 2Ks.
Talent strong hai.
When these rookies on MIBR heat up, it just feels like there's nothing you can do to shut them down. Melzer's left to save, but he's being hunted right now. And this is that tough spot that KRU are going to be put in now. They're not going to have a good economy. Icebox, in the beginning of that B hit, took out Kesnet. We have to keep the track of
chat for bongs. Kidhar hai jeet bang?
Both of these players are the pride and joy of their regions.
Kidhar hai? Mere ko dikh nahi raha.
Kesnet, Hero Vandal in play right now. Melzer, the only other person sitting at a decent arsenal. He's got a Guardian to his name.
Steve se mile kya wahan pe?
When you look at the ult on the other side, MIBR,
Steve Austin.
The odds are against you in every way. I like the change of pace here from KRU though, trying to go for a trap play. Doesn't look like MIBR is going to be walking into that. It's going to be another anti-eco towards this A side of the map. I think that's just MIBR understanding that, okay, if there is some type of trap here, it is kind of obvious. So we can outplay it.
Bhai, sorry bol rahe hai. Kis cheez ke liye sorry bol rahe?
Drone will pave the way as they explore towards A. Icebox with the wall up, the dash through.
Baby.
Sight cleared and space found.
What an amazing stun lineup. But Shy still takes
Bhai,
out
Tana,
Icebox.
lekin plan Tana
Very
be.
nicely done. We've already seen one thrifty.
Tana.
The makings of another.
Taaki nahi tha
Still
be.
2 rifles in play for the defense.
Sui walon ke paas lineup rehta hai be.
Our team has his ult, playing far back. Fault line not up yet. And he invested the Rolling Thunder, trying to push him back. Verno tries catching a timing and will fall. It's all on the caller and captain for MIBR, and he will fall. Another thrifty this time for KRU.
Yeah, 1-1 in thrifty so far. A turn in momentum for KRU, a chance to try to fortify this defensive side. When you think of Lotus, you definitely think it's attack-sided. You need to get as many rounds as you can. Like I was stating earlier, it's the win condition for KRU. Yeah, there's limited sample size, but KRU's success has been Off of the back of Kesnet popping off on the defense.
भाई crew का fire
Shy
power
has been
था.
stepping up huge here today though.
रबर कंट्रोल वाला जीतता है उसके बाद से 2-2 जो रबर लिया वो हारा है. ना deep में मत देखो game.
Meanwhile, again, a lot of threat across the middle of the map for Crew.
Yeah, trying to go for that trap play again. This time, if there was some pressure towards C, the door would have been cycled open.
Meanwhile, the TP from Cortesia, he has gotten behind enemy lines, and there's nobody back there to have heard where he's gone.
Yeah, there's pings all over the map right now for Crew. They're so worried about where Cortesia is. If Cortesia can get a pick here on a Kesnet, it would be massive for MIBR.
Sending Kesnet himself to go find him. Knife
Timing Pro Max.
Tap of a door as well. Where do you go? Are the
Timing
attackers
Pro
A? Are
Max.
they C?
I think they've inserted Cortesia here to be the safety valve. Meanwhile, all attention towards A.
Oh shit.
Oh, pop from Icebox. Shy, waiting patiently for the swing. Finds his one. That's all it is though. Meanwhile, Melser taking care of the trap. And now they can refocus their attention out on the site. The Rolling Thunder's gonna send everyone sky high. Now the paranoia as well.
Spike not planted either. It's MIBR. They're going to try to get out of here. Try to see if they can make it to a B site, but it's a 3v3 fight right here.
Will they find safe passage? The Viper wall goes up.
Oh!
Goes straight back down, and all the kills coming with 3. MIBR
भाई क्या crazy 3v3 fight किया ना Wandom
This is what we're in
करके.
for. This is how this series will play out. It's going to be a back and forth brawl
एक
between
सेकंड रुको
these
जरा
two
पिंकी को
teams.
गाली दे के आया मैं.
Who is going to show up
प्यार
today? Who
से,
wants
प्यार
it
से.
more? Who wants to go to Toronto?
The Rolling Thunder was perfect out from the defense. It delayed the plant so much they were forced to try to rotate away. If it wasn't for Shannon popping off in that 3K there on the other side of the wall, I think they lose that round.
100%. But the mechanical skill is what's going to shine here for both of these teams. Who's going to make the clutch play? Who's going to make the right call?
Pace out from Crew towards A. The last couple of rounds, they've been content with just setting up traps across B, like you had mentioned, but they're back to their bellicose ways.
And they want to further this push off of that stealth bot, but
they're committing to this. You're right, that drone is going to catch a whole lot of info. Kesnet stunned up, still gets the kill onto our team. Neither of them can see a thing. Cortesia on the swing, Kesnet with 3 on the round. And that ult is going to hurt. They've got to find their way out. The Sheriff will not stand.
Icebox is moving different today on the Neon. He's so hard to hit. So slippery with his movement.
I think it was that drone across the middle of the map that was the go button for Crew. Once they got that info, they were able to double down and take the fight. This wall might cause a little bit of problems. The Shenum is on the other side of it with the spike. It's going to buy a little time. For Shy to rotate in.
It's been clutch for Crew all season long.
Tap of the spike. Shenum not committing. Shy.
आसपास क्या movement है भाई दोनों का movement बाप है आसपास और Kisnet का तो और
A lot of pressure on his shoulders here. MIBR with the position to create a little separation as Shy tries to find the tiniest of windows, the tiniest of slivers. He's gotten it down to 1, and now the ult popped, but Aspas swings ahead of it. 3 for the duelist as MIBR gets 6.
So quick with it. The instant peak, just pure instincts for Aspas. Understanding that he has to take that timing if he wants a chance to win the round.
But also, I think Shy peeking ahead of that too feels like a bit of a misstep there.
Light off कर देता था.
He knows there's a time window for that ult before it channels.
Definitely jumped in too early. I have to say in the beginning of this round, I want to point out the reactive silos from Verno that ended up punishing that Crew push. Had those not been used reactively at the pace that it did, maybe Crew comes out on top in that little scuffle in A main.
आप भी tweet कर दो goat pass का.
So Crew will use their first time out, feeling that things are slipping away on the map pick of Lotus.
Feeling आ रहा है.
A map where the desk was saying it, Mimi was talking about it. MIBR played multiple comps in that kickoff, playing it 4 times, losing every single time. But with the addition of Verno, they won their last match. You would think that Crew is favored here.
कैसे पता?
It is Crew that is, excuse me, Verno, as you're mentioning, that is 9-6, top fragging for MIBR.
नहीं, 3 मिनट बचा है.
He's been so good. He's been such an excellent addition to this squad.
बोल मत 3 मिनट का गेम रहता है भाई.
What was a full Brazilian roster before this, a Brazilian organization, one of the most notorious in the world.
3 मिनट का गेम रहता है वो.
As far as their org history goes, I agree with you. But holy smokes, they've been a shell of that.
Not in Valorant.
Yeah.
पर मैं वाईफाई का रिचार्ज खत्म हो गया है, माफ करे, जाना पड़ेगा. कोई सीन नहीं जीत भाई. आसपास का एक्स फैक्टर है, मैं ढूंढो ना एक्स पे जाके. आसपास सर्च करो मिल जाएगा. है उसका अकाउंट है.
Fire into this roster, into this organization in Valorant.
आ गया. LOL blocks player.
Kesnet used the neon stun A early on, but it's that trap towards B again. This hasn't really been getting much value. Maybe this was some prep work done from the side of KRU, understanding that last time MIBR played this map, they like to do a lot of B walks, but that hasn't been the case this time around. It looks like MIBR has anteed themselves.
The drone mid to catch any rotations. They will tuck and remain concealed.
Yeah, it doesn't spot anybody. And here's the power of the double controller. It allows you to freeze in these moments and really put doubt in the defense's in the defense minds. KRU, they're holding on tight though. They haven't moved their formation whatsoever. But now the Omen ult's invested towards C mount. This walk up is surely gonna get punished. Oh my gosh, they're going way off the stealth bot.
Kesnet dropping 2 there.
One tap, baby.
And now the barrage of utility becomes a problem. MIBR down numbers.
30 seconds left.
Need to find a way to convert here. Kesnet's ult is the only one in play.
Ritik scenes.
No late lurk through stairs. They're fully committing out onto the side, and Kesnet right on time.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
clean with it as Icebox down in hell drags him down with them.
Bro,
they're falling apart. Picked at the seams. And the spike now playing Inferno with ult. He's gonna get flashed. He's gotta find safety. He's gotta find cover. And shot.
W round 4-6 bolte.
It was not pretty, but KRU, they get over the edge and they secure the 5v3 that they had in the beginning of the round.
Answer please, based on your all watch party parts.
Like Miles has something to say about that. That paranoia was perfect onto Verno. Verno was getting completely crunched at that moment. I was wondering if Verno was going to invest that Armageddon after those couple of picks, but the flood, it was just too quick for him to find that window of opportunity, and both rookies getting taken out like that from Kesnet at front B put MIBR in such a rough spot. They almost bring it back. But the damage was already done.
W.
Now, MIBR's economy not looking too hot.
X-Factor Aspas ka.
That's why Kesnet is buying the Outlaw into this round.
Yeah,
he's not going to have to face the main pack of MIBR. Yeah, we've seen Aspas run it down at C mount multiple rounds. This is going to be another one of them.
The Outlaw on the other side of the map, but they have inserted Melser.
15 जगह से jump pick आ रहा है.
It delays so much. You're going to try to brute force your way through it. And so far, so good.
This man can do no wrong with the Sheriff, apparently.
Shy's going to be forced to take a step back and funneled all the way back into spawn. Not even given the opportunity to get into water.
नहीं गलत plant है लग
गया. The question is here for MIBR. How far up do they scale? Oh, he was flashed. He didn't see a thing.
नहीं लेकिन full flash नहीं था.
Viper's Pit, Armageddon. Everything dropped just to buy a little bit of space, just to buy a brief moment of respite. But now they're going to have to try to find a way to navigate.
Oh, shit.
All of the pit, all of the goo. Cortezia staying alive, staying concealed. Verno is going to be on a late flank. If he can find the right timing. Meanwhile, KRU, the onus is on you. You got to go.
Shit.
Kesnet slides into his death. As this feels like it's falling apart. A 5v3. They're cutting their losses. They're out.
Oh shit, भाई क्या round निकाला बे?
That Viper's Pit is too strong. You have to kind of spray and pray through that smoke to hope that you land on Shenum in that moment. But the way that Verno used his Armageddon to secure that space, to secure the spike to be planted, it just made it way too impossible to retake into. By that time, Shenum can already position to a spot where he can't get spammed. Players can play in front of it for him. All he needs to do is live.
Lev का तो मैच ही नहीं है.
Props to Cortezia with this Sheriff, man. If he doesn't get that entry, this C site isn't as free as it seems.
Yeah, दोनों बाप round Cortezia ने निकाला ना.
Yeah, he's doing it all.
Looking good buns में हाँ क्या lack of sleep बोलते.
So MIBR quickly answer back off of that lineup kill that Kesnet got.
We haven't seen this in a little while. This clash in A main. both teams strength against strength. Cortesia sitting on the sidelines for the rest of this
एक
half.
neon तेरा, एक neon मेरा.
Omens taken out.
Spike down A.
Icebox pops his ult
दो
too.
मारे.
Kesnet somehow secured another. That's the breach. Ultimate gone now for MIBR.
Oh, and how they would have liked to have had that here. Last round of the half.
Stealth bot used front B to get info if anyone's close door.
Oh,
So that threat isn't need to be checked yet.
Yeah, that wall kept him concealed.
भाई ये लोग अभी बी
Crew
जाएंगे
are
ना.
ready for any type of push that's going to happen
crazy हो
here. They're willing to give all that space
बी
up,
जाना.
and Kesnet is picking up 3 into this round, but now A side is open.
दो
And look at where
आसपास
the
तीन
spike
केस
is
हैं.
headed right
बाकी लोग
now.
कभी खेलने वाले हैं?
Can he do it again? Can Aspas hold the line?
एक और
For
go क्या
MIBR, a couple of shots.
But he lives.
Not finding their mark. But you're right, life preserved. And now their rotation in play.
Boss is going to have another attempt to even the score here, but footsteps are being heard.
He's trying to cut off the rotations.
Spike
Be
planted.
the dam that's keeping crew back.
लेकिन जैसा
running
खेलता
out
हूँ
onto
अपनी
the
टीम
site.
में ले लो. Excuse me.
All of that Vikes utility now invested. Gonna tag. Oh, one. I believe it was gonna tag two either way. MIBR in a position to take an 8-4 half. Can they convert this? Verno has gotten it much, much closer. He's got 2 on the round. He gets them all himself. MIBR in 8-4 half.
Verno and Aspas stepping up to win a 2v4 to close out that half. The silos were used to perfection, making everybody flood out. And yeah, Aspas couldn't settle on the top site player, but it gave enough confidence for Verno to secure some of these shots. Kesnet couldn't connect in that moment, although he already had 3 into that round.
Come on, bro.
Verno's having such a banger of a
क्या
game.
खेल रहे हैं ना?
12 and 7.
सोच रहा हूँ membership ले लो. सोच नहीं करो. काश पुश वाला लो.
He's had a
काश
ridiculous
तो.
series so far. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. The
Field में
second half
वरना
flow
अच्छा
when
खेल.
we return.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
Pa, 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 pa,
Try and beat it. I'll give you a
pa,
sec.
pa, pa. You guys are so bad. तुमने क्या किया? अरे this was a SEN. वापस हो सकता है? वापस कैसे? अगर सेन जीता तो मेंबरशिप के बारे में सोचूंगा. सेन अगर सेन जीता तो मत ले ब्रो मेंबरशिप. अगर जानता है क्या रे तू सेन को? जानता है क्या? 2-0. यूएस में मोबाइल प्लान के साथ फोन फ्री मिलता है. इंडिया में मोबाइल फोन के साथ मोबाइल प्लान फ्री. सेम बट डिफरेंट. ग्रेट थॉट. दैट अ ग्रेट थॉट. लेकिन वो यहाँ पे कैसा लागू होता है समझ में नहीं आया. बट दैट्स ग्रेट थॉट राइट देयर. 500 कैडबरी गिफ्ट करूँ तो टीम में लोगे. एनए में टॉप
8-4 half for MIBR. Crew now on the attacking side.
पहली बात टॉप 200 कद्दू ना है. टॉप 200 मतलब रेडिएंट. ठीक है. और दूसरी बात 500 कैडबरी का मैं क्या करूं जब हम दोनों का सर्वर अलग है. तीसरी बात तेरे से 150 का मेंबरशिप नहीं लिया जा रहा तो कैडबरी अपने पास रखो. ठीक है.
They definitely need to get this win on pistol, and for Crew.
भाई कोलकाता नहीं गए. मैं कोलकाता में हूँ. ग्रीन स्क्रीन नहीं है. ऐसा लग रहा था मैं घर से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ.
This is where Crew struggled against EG. Their attacking side, they couldn't win pistol. What a great start from Kesnet though, getting that pick on a Shenam front me.
सैंडविच था लेकिन
Kesnet has to get online.
मैं afraid हो गया
Success.
सैंडविच.
He's in steady for Crew so far.
Rotations on point.
Quick rotate to the A side of the map. Verno doing a little spotting with the drone. He got the info. And then the jump spot to confirm. Meanwhile, you take a look at the minimap. Our team's going to be on the slight flank. Acceleration towards A. 4 out of 5 members out on the site. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cortesia trying to deal this last fight with Mazzino. They've gotten the walls closing in. They've got him corralled. They've got him controlled. Can they fight their way out of this mess? Cortezia trying to hold the line. He's gonna find his one. Aspaso getting his two. A 2v2 as he dashes across again.
भाई क्या ये moment?
Pistols. Dealing more damage onto Crew.
Verno and
30
Aspas.
seconds left.
Remember how good they were to close out the last half.
They're taking their time in this approach as well. They don't want to run through this smoke. Get faced for free. It's a double swing.
They're gonna get them both again. They
Oh
are.
my god.
Hotspots with 3. Verno gets 1. Another pistol for MIBR.
I thought Crew approached this round very well, being up numbers, not having to deal with that Viper wall going up to delay them when they go back to A. All the members flooded into tree, got onto the site, and when the utility was used to delay the plant, they got out. They were all alive, unscathed. But the mechanical skill of MIBR is at a different level right now. It's unmatched in the server currently.
क्या movement है ना बे आसपास का लेके?
Shy are the only ones sitting at double digits for Crew. They're the only ones shooting back, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, they're matching the skill that MIBR are putting up for sure, but I mean, the supporting cast has been non-existent.
Now you have to deal with a breach of Viper towards the C side of the map, a tap of the door to push off anybody from B. So far, so good. Melzer snuck through, though.
Now getting flushed out by the salvos. It's a little messy, but should be able to convert because who else? But Aspas and Verno arriving at the scene.
भाई क्या खेल रहे बे? थोड़ा ज़्यादा डैमेज हो गया, but क्या खेल रहे बे?
TPs from Melzer were massive right there. Had he gotten 2,
ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है ना 4-10
maybe there's a thrifty on the cards, but
Michael
not today for MIBR. Aspas and Verno are competing for that top spot right now. Artson getting 2 there is so fortunate. He was breach stunned. He had an omen behind him.
एक तो अच्छा ट्वीट करने के लिए.
MIBR survived the anti-eco and further the lead. 3 rounds away from a map win, a map stolen from Crew. And the bonus is a C push. Shy needs to be careful.
That paranoia is going to cause problems.
It doesn't matter because Verno's there to save you.
Those
because he
two
was
have lived
feeling shy.
many lives just in these last couple of rounds.
Locating targets.
Unbelievable duo in the server right now, and all of Crew are going to get smothered from every side of this retake, but Kesnet has something to say about it.
ऐसे नहीं लग रहा है battle of the neons हो रहा है.
You talked about how good he's been with that weapon. Starting to take a few bold steps forward. You've got so much utility separating the two, but it's thin. Aspas down to 17 HP. Burnham and Shannon close by. They're going to force him into that fight. He's going to find his one. Still outnumbered. Still outgunned. Crew gets a 5.
Verso stepping up huge, securing that Armageddon for himself in this moment. Crew, we're putting a tough spot right there. Whoever the Kesnet to take you out of it. Getting that kill onto Artson, that breach utility gone for the actual retake. Could have been huge for MIBR.
Bunks by Kumar Brushita reporting. मतलब?
The economy not looking too
good. You
for
are so
MIBR.
goated. Love you.
4 players on light armor.
Membership le lo.
He's gonna get active here at C. Again, back-to-back rounds where he's pushing all the way through. He's gonna use that Neon ultimate.
There's a lot more behind this time, though. It's not just Shy. They find all of the space, and he tucks.
Yeah, they weathered that storm.
The little things that they do so well, even having that tiny little pocket that Aspas knows he can play in. Everything is so drilled. Everything is so good for MIBR.
On that C aggression were done very well.
But they didn't take much on the other side of the map.
But now Aspas, he only has a stinger, so not allowing that Neon ultimate to further get kills, and that punish on the leads to an open C site. So a good re-hit on the C, understanding that most teams like to give that space once a lot of utility and aggression has been shown.
Love your stream, box as a stress. Buster, thank you.
planted.
Bunks bhai came
Bruno
cho
being dropped.
Majama Black Feather.
It's going to be left all up to Artsin's utility to find a path in. Contact it out. Great opener.
Zeno
Bro,
falling.
don't tell me, bro.
This retake attempt has some teeth behind
Bro.
it. Kesnet is now down.
You gotta tap, and you gotta tap now,
Bro,
man.
don't tell
You
me,
gotta
bro.
get that ult out. You're absolutely right. And so it'll buy a little bit of time. But there's got to be a second layer to this. MIBR are going to take the fight on the other side of the smoke. And Crew
Stop,
hold the
Luna.
line.
10-6.
Such a
And 20 got a
retake,
job
and
in
MIBR,
post
they
of his
kinda
journey
get
from this
baited
one. There's
to
so
go
much
for it
happening.
after they
Love
get
you,
2 picks
Vishal
on the actual
bhai.
site. But there's just no way you're winning that with the
Congratulations.
silos coming back up for Adverso and the Armageddon being used.
मुझे एक बात पूछनी है, येलो
Based off
डॉलर
of
क्यों
those
आता है? अगर कुछ गाली दिया या
two
कुछ
key
गलत चीज
abilities,
बोला या
you
कुछ
can't
गलत
really
चीज
retake
दिखा,
anyway.
या
So
फिर कोई
maybe
music
after
play
getting those
किया,
2
तो
picks for MIBR, you just save
उससे
at that
channel
point.
effect नहीं
But
होता,
you still
channel
gotta
का
tap the
revenue
spike, bait out the Armageddon.
What?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous shot through the wall
मुझे क्यों
too.
गाली दे रहे
Smaller
हैं?
than the crosshair.
You
मुझे
can't
क्यों
even
गाली
see
पड़
it.
रही है? जीत गया क्या बारका?
Sharp shots from Shy.
Superman chat.
A
Superman
nice
पप्पी का
round
बड़ा
win
भाई.
from Crew. They dealt with that C aggression very well. Now they're changing the pace. They're taking A control for themselves. This is something that we saw MIBR do quite a bit as well on their anti-ecos. Take this A space, but 4 members here for MIBR. 2 players in tree. Icebox, Hero Vandal. Baits out a lot of that spam, but that audio cue should make it obvious that he's now not in any close corners.
Chat miss अच्छी बात है.
Another tap.
गिली
to the door,
चुमी
trying to
दोगे
see
तो
if
membership
there's more
membership
oomph
दूंगा
behind
10.
this
क्षितिज जैन
stack
भाई.
of MIBR.
Love you मेरी जान के टोटे.
Wisely so.
हिंदी का लिख भी
from the
डिलीट
defender's
कर
side
डिटेक्ट करता है
showing
क्या?
any
हाँ
type
हाँ.
of utility. Just now, Omen Smoke
मैं कौन सा
used front
इंग्लिश
B.
में गाली देता हूँ? मैं fuck you करके.
Kesnet looking to test things
Edward
out
God.
alongside the rest of Crew, but yeah, I can't imagine they're going to be flirting with that area of the map anytime soon. Not after that.
Art with the Bucky might be as good as
Arjun
Osboss and Bruno as a duo.
So they turn their attention over to B. Note, Artine has his ult. And there it is, right on cue. The Rolling Thunder will collide into the members of Crew. Icebox dashing out, besting Kesnet. With 19 HP, he's
shit.
going to push forward again. How does he get away with this? Health be damned. The bloodlust is so strong. Mazzino falls.
कैसे बचता है यार?
I thought certainly Crew in that post plant.
Watermelon, many happy returns of the day, मेरी जान के टोटे.
Shy. He had both of those razor
भाई
blades set up
कैसे
on the
बचता
actual
है
B
भाई
site.
वो?
Like he was on the
मारता
defensive
कैसे?
side.
बचता
But it didn't
कैसे?
matter. Osboss
कुत्ते
finds a way to
crosshair
make it
बराबर
work with the
place
supporting
करके
cast
मारा
that he had,
headshot.
the utility to get him into these awkward spots. Crew are left to use their last time out here. A desperate attempt to save their map pick.
हमको अभी तक stream कर रहा है
With a
करने दो
thrifty round win again for MIBR. It kind of feels like the nail in the coffin at this point.
It's going to take a lot for them to get back into this. I agree.
All you really have to work off of is Shy's ultimate. Have Ice ult. This is a must-win round if you want any hopes of bringing this one back.
And I mean, again, Kesnet of Shy, Kesnet and Shy have pulled their own weight. They've pulled, I mean, more than enough of their own weight. It's just been the supporting
वो
cast
हमेशा
of the crew.
enemies के आसपास
Versus
पहुंच
Mazzino
ही
and
जाता
Nelson are
है.
struggling.
I thought for a second after
First
Adverso
पे
got that
आपको भी
3K
lack of sleep वाला scene हो
on
गया
the
मेरे
post
साथ.
plant earlier in the half that maybe he would get
जीतेंगे
something
जीतेंगे
going for
चिल्ला रहे
himself.
बे.
Maybe he could be the leader to step up for this Crew team. Make it competitive.
जीतेंगे. ना अपने वीडियो लोग पहुंच गए
Crew
उधर.
trying to will them back into this map. A map that was theirs. They chose this setting. They
अनिरुद्ध
chose
भाई पता
this
नहीं
arena,
रे.
and they find
वही
themselves
मेरे
getting
पीछे पड़े
bullied.
थे मैंने सिर्फ वहाँ बोला.
But the opportunity to
बस
right
मैं
all of
HK
those wrongs right
LL
here. Can they convert a
मतलब मेरे
thrifty?
को तो बता.
Can they take out Osboss? All utility missing.
Only finds this one.
Raid boss down. Adverso, the leader
good
that
get
needed to step up. He does just so, and now Shy finds a lurk timing, so there's no speed up at C. We can go back. Shenum on that rotate was so loud with it. But he might be able to slip through and still get value. Our crew gonna be aware of this. Now they will be.
No, now. Well, you're just speeding up. Still knife out.
Spike down.
Shenum gets one, gets away.
They still don't know about Shy though.
Now they know.
भाई उसने देखा था ना
Shenum falls. The
jump
side
pick
is
पे?
theirs.
कैसे हो आप सब बढ़िया?
Verno is still alive.
God.
Bullet between his eyes. Artin left in a 1v3.
Comeback लग रहा है? ऐसे वेल्ट winning नहीं won.
It's not
इस
really
बार
much
जीतेगा.
to work
Wrong
with
feeling
here.
आ रहा है.
But that is a ridiculous shot. All of a sudden, maybe you can creep on by, reposition here. That fault line makes it obvious that you're leaning towards stairs. And Breach, these flashes aren't the best for himself.
I don't think that was obvious at all. I think they were concerned about it coming heaven. That's why they were looking there as long as they have enough, giving him a window to get up. He gets it down to one. And of course, it's the safe and steady hands of Shy that saved the round for Crew.
That's the perfect word for it. Completely saving Crew. Adverso. He did a phenomenal job getting those entries. The trade onto Icebox, the follow-up. But Shy taking out Verno before
Chris,
he can
bye. Thank you
pull
for
off
the
any of
membership.
those
मेरी
timings
जान के
that we seem to get
चोचे.
so many fruit for. That was the difference maker, and he still has his ultimate in play. Crew, they're sitting really healthy here, but how do you deal with this operator of Icebox? And he's not playing aggressive with it. He's playing passive on C site.
Yeah, first time we've seen that, if I'm not
अरे
mistaken.
watermelon सब बढ़िया जा रहा है बोलो तो.
They know it's there now.
Yeah, Icebox took the pop shot. Couldn't connect on the Kesnet. Good movement.
Oh, but I mean, you look at the mini-map, that shot sent a shiver down their spines. They rotate all the way away.
नहीं M3 अच्छा तो खेला प्यारे something के साथ. Something भी बाप ले
This,
रहा है.
again, this time utility out. Cortezia misses his window, and now the pressure's on him. On the swing, again, 70 HP, and he stands tall.
फिर से ऐसा round Cortezia ने
Refusing to
निकाला.
relent.
फिर से भाई.
You have to crawl back into this. You
जो
have to
round
try to
नहीं
get a pick,
जीतना
but
चाहिए.
Art has something to say
फिर
about
से
these players
Cortezia
walking
ने
through
निकाला.
tree.
Rolling Thunder will try to find them a little bit of a window. Shy on the counter punch. Into a 3v2, and now the ult is a problem.
If you look at your mini map as well, there's a late flank coming through. It's going to be obvious now.
He's going to wait it out, and the shorty connects onto Mazzino.
Oh, shit.
Shy, again. Called upon.
क्या लगता है?
To save Crew once more. 22 and 11 so far. Flushed out by the salvos, forced to take a step back. 56 HP. Can he find his ones? He was given a chance at it. Now they're beckoning him to take the swing, forced to take the fight. They double swing into it. And wins out the 1v1 and gets it a fuse.
One sidestep being the difference maker. If Shenum doesn't take an extra step to the right, Shy connects on a collat.
कितना close था
Such a
यार.
micro decision to be made.
Yeah.
And it's the difference maker. What was this from Cortezia?
Again, all of that was off of the rotate from the op. We hadn't seen the op the entire game. Icebox draws it out there. It forces the rotations back into A. It was a beautiful call. It was an excellent decision at the beginning of the round.
Match
away. And you're right, match point. There's a TP into spawn again. This time from Melser.
Mazzino taking things into his own hands. The only player that walked through tree with his utility.
Our team was never going to win that. He had a judge.
Yeah.
Save.
Melser gets tagged up, but still delaying so much time for this retake to come through. It's a free A site. And I think you just save right now if you're MIBR. Keep these 3 rifles because of the last round going down to a 1v1. The economy was in shambles. Artin only has a judge. That Omen TP now works for both sides. Crew returning the favor.
Let us know.
And take a look at the money for Crew. They don't want to hunt, and I get it.
And just to talk about why Crew wanted to rotate so heavily off of seeing Icebox as off, the last time these two teams faced off, Icebox was a menace with that operator. Think back to map 3 of Split, where he just completely took over overtime. Getting multiple picks. It's not a player. So for MIBR now, when do you decide to take your time out? Settle the nerves, close out this map pick, maybe try to enable these players of Crew to walk into the operator of Icebox. Feint some aggression, or maybe cycle the op onto somebody else.
Maybe. I mean, it's only been one round they've lost. I can't imagine they call a timeout here. But I do wonder what the setup is to put Icebox in a position to cause some problems. It does not seem like that's the case. They've left him on an island B this round.
Oh, but Artsen's in tree again with a bucky. I feel like this is a story that we've seen so many times before, but it's actually Verno punishing an aggressive teleport from Melzer.
Again, fancy footwork from the drone. Verno not getting a tag.
And now without your smokes being online, you're kind of forced to have to press the issue. This is where the operator can come online. It's a dream scenario to close out a map for MIBR.
They're going to get challenged again. Icebox and Verno standing side by side. Can they do it once more? Icebox is the first to strike. Verno gets flushed out, and Icebox is left to die. No ults for the defense. And a bucky in the hands of Artsen.
A lot of utility from both sides, though. Everything in favor for MIBR, but the advantage of being in the post plan is you get to go second for Crew.
Yeah. Reverso trying to find some space behind that utility. And it is going to be Cortezia on the swing. And they get all of the kills they need. Shy's going to have to 1v4 to keep this alive. And boy, he gave it a run. It was just not enough. MIBR steal away Crew's map pick.
Any other player in that moment gets overwhelmed by that utility in heaven, but Cortezia is so fast, he's so sharp that he connects onto that kill. It felt like MIBR were the driver's seat this entire map.
I believe at one point the score was what, 10-4?
Yeah.
I mean they built a pretty big gap. A lot of it was, again, off of both of those pistols. You have an 8-4 half, you win the pistol again. It's hard to come back from that.
Also, when you're not winning these clutch moments, I mean, how many times did Verno and Icebox get put in a man-down situation and convert? It's tough when you're losing both pistols and losing the micro like that. I think Crew maneuvered around the map very well. I think their game plan was solid on the attacking side, but the defense of MIBR was too strong at the end of the day.
Neon versus Neon wala game laga na.
Let me wet everyone's whistle as we think about the next map. It's Icebox, a map that neither team has lost. 4-0 for MIBR, 3-0 for Crew. We'll see what happens on the other side of the break.
Adios. What about 3? Excuse me. मुझे पप्पी नहीं छुपा सिमला करो सिमला करो सिमला करो सिमला करो सिमला करो सिमला करो सिमला करे चलो अभी गाने पे वाइप करो चाय लेके आया मैं आई थिंक लास्ट कप चाय बचा है भाई
Gives you wings.
Delícia, olha a batida com aspas. Esse bombe, a paranoia é perfeita. Ele será que o MIBR suspeita? Todo mundo de mira. Aspas.
Here with the coach of MIBR, Fraud. You came out here, you were smiling, but you said you feel confident in your next out. And we're going to your map pick. What's the plan?
Just stick to our game plan that's been working for us all season and all playoffs. So really just focus on ourselves and adapt to where we need to depending on how they play.
All right, well, best of luck. Bring it home.
That was a very general answer from Frod overall, to be honest. But for MIBR, they have been dominant all stage, and there's been a clear reason, I think, for it. They've been playing heavy emphasis on the pistol rounds, and specifically anti-stratting team setup. And you can see I've kind of detailed that down here as to what the plan was for Lotus on the opening pistol round. They want to spot out Melzer, and they know that Crew with the defensive setups, they run an isolated player, usually on the C site. They want to run him down, and they want to leave Shanum as well with the Sheriff Purchase as his late-stage backstab. So I'll clear the screen, I'll zoom in, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Crew normally not going to be playing too many players over towards C, usually just going to be Melzer. I'll play this one out. It is rapid. They run down Melzer to such a high degree, they don't let him set up, they don't let any sort of backup arrive whatsoever, and Shanum's going to be trying to play it nice and slow at the same time. Aspas is happy to take this first engagement. He gets the first pick for them. He knows it's going to be a 1v1 because of that prior preparation that they have put in, and Shanum just leads in with a backstab as well. That Sheriff from long range able to get that kill when the rotates are coming through rapidly. So this is an opening pistol round that MIBR have just dissected Crew's defensive setup on. And Crew do alternate it. They don't always just run one player here. It was a bit of a gamble on the part of MIBR to a degree, but it works out massively in their favor to just completely seal up this pistol round. You notice in that map that we just watched, they won both pistol rounds. Against 100 Thieves, it's the exact same situation occurring as well, trying to isolate and locate where the weakest part of the defensive setup were for these teams to really try and snowball these advantages and keep it back going. I'm going to send it back over to the desk as well to keep talking about this series further, but MIBR are just looking large and in charge.
That is true, Brand, and very impressive what we're seeing there from MIBR. I really did think, though, that there was a point in time where we were going to get, maybe Crew making this wild comeback. They had a few moments there. Shy was doing some work holding things down on the site there, Mimi. But ultimately, though, MIBR squeaks by with that win. Not squeaks by, but gets that win.
Yeah, I mean, the second half, I think Crew showed some good stuff with this new Neon composition. They had some good ideas for how to take space early in these rounds, and I thought they reset and gave a lot of time for Shy to cook on these lurks and find a lot of value, and that's why they pushed it so close. But still, MIBR, couple hero rounds, close it out. Now they go to happy territory on Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox also playing incredibly well on the Neon, no surprise. So I think we can actually take a moment to look forward.
Yeah, tell me about
Icebox.
this.
I know this was like sitting in the back. We were wondering like what we're talking about. Icebox is the make or break map for this series, in my opinion. This is a map where both teams are incredibly strong, and they play the exact same composition, which makes sense. If you watch the pre-show, we were talking about with, Icebox and Mazzino both going from Leviathan, which was also playing this comp. It makes sense they're running it back here, Mimi.
Yeah, both of these teams are undefeated on this map and have looked super comfortable here. One of them has to take that first loss. And for Crew, they're kind of staking their lives in the upper bracket here.
Yeah.
Their chances to get an easy qualification to Toronto, to besting MIBR at what has been their own game all season long.
But I do think the interesting thing for me is how uniquely
मेरी
Crew
गाफ
actually
गई।
use the Viper Orb on attack on this map. Basically, every team in the world right now is defaulting that Viper Orb into mid, right? It blocks off the under tube angle, it gives you lurk options, all these types of things. But what Crew do in a unique way is they're almost always, like 80% of rounds, using that as part of their execs onto the A site, throwing that onto Raptors. And I think that is both A, very useful for taking the site, but B, against this comp in the mirror matchup, they're going to know that MIBR is going to want to flood into the backup site, and that Orb is going to make it so much easier for Crew to hold onto that space and play very aggressive in the post play.
Well, let's actually hear from Coach Adam as we get ready for map number 2. He's standing by.
Here with the coach of Crew, Adam, losing your map pick of Lotus. What do you think that happened there? Was it their prep? Was it your side just not activating? What went wrong?
लेट हो गया बंक्स भाई कौन जीता दोनों अच्छा खेला
The hardest part for us was the closure of the round. I believe that they are a pretty patient team, and maybe that
हम लोग को पता ना आसपास ने खुद बनाया टीम.
So it was hard for us to,
if I'm not wrong,
to close the round, to secure the round. So I think that it's part of it.
पूरा दिन कलेश
Now
जेल
the
का
guys
है,
are aware
क्यों
of that,
करते हो
and I'm
कलेश?
sure that in Icebox we're going to do it better.
Best of luck.
Good to hear that insight there, Mimi. Do want to get some thoughts from you on that because, you know, it goes to show the discipline of MIBR, the way that they're able to speed things up, slow things down, and crew certainly were not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's only going to continue as we head into Icebox here. This almost feels like a standoff when you're playing Mirror, Harbor, Viper, especially on a map where you're really frequently just going to be going for like 5-man A hits.
Yeah.
It's almost always going to be playing that 5-5 retake, and with both teams having crazy amounts of vision and utility, it really comes down to who finds the angle first,
से मेरा राहुल भाई का challenge videos देखा है ना आसपास
and which
में
team can
Icebox
be
में.
better in those chaotic team fights that are going to define Icebox.
Yeah, well, the flashing lights means it's time to go to a commercial break. In any case, though, folks, we're going to be right back. Map 2's coming up next. Are we going to go to map 3? Can crew pull this off? We'll find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
नहीं possible है, technically possible है, लेकिन नहीं. खैर तो है बे लोग. बस मैं कैसे हो, सब बढ़िया हैं. नजर का क्या सीन है, क्या सीन है? जीत गया क्या बारका? क्या माल को कैश आउट कर सकते? गिर चुका हूं मैं. नहीं रे बाबा.
Icebox on the cards. The Des mentioned it really well and broke it all down, but I want to zoom back out here one more time and just touch on what's up for grabs. For MIBR, the chance to make history for their franchise. Perennially bad in Valorant, and now in a position one map away to punch a ticket to Toronto, to punch a ticket to Masters. Dre, this is what they've worked for. This is what this roster was built to do.
Yeah, the pride and joy of Brazil joins this team. Made in Brazil, Doug. This is meant to be. But, I mean, crew, they need to fight back. They need to try to make another Masters. And I want to point out that the last time that Icebox lost to crew was at that Masters at crew attended Copenhagen 2022. Doug, on every roster Icebox has been on, he has dethroned crew. It's 8-9 all time. And now
आपका हैरी पॉटर वाला सीरीज देखा मजा आ गया. ऐसा खेलो ना.
Really come down to who has the better fundamentals.
There is घर का काम, there is brand का काम, there is watch party, there is
see how
gameplay.
This goes down again. MIBR on the attacking side, and straight into the action we go. This will be the first time that MIBR
team
start on attack
Masters
on Icebox. A 4-0 record, but they have never started on this side. We'll see how that double wall comp plays out. And how it stands against who's heralded to be the king of Icebox in Mizzino. He's earned that nickname. He's earned that moniker, but he's going to have to defend it here. And Mizzino is the first to fall. Hasn't it, though? Kind of trade back. Gets his 2, investing Icebox with it.
दिया लेकिन damage दिया.
Artsin's in a really good spot. He will punish Shy. On the reposition, he's gonna find a second, drops him down now. As the mag is empty, on the swing, Artin gets his 3, the third pistol for MIBR.
3 pistols
क्या लगता है next match कौन जीतेगा? SEN लग रहा है मेरे को.
For crew.
Second पे depend करता है रे.
I want to break down some stats from the last map. Retakes for crew 2-9. This map feels like it's all retakes and post plants. MIBR were 7-9. In post-plant wins, and they further that here, adding another tally to the score.
Nice!
The desk was talking about how both of these harbors have been popping off and how it's so important for harbors to do so because that ultimate, it pays out dividends.
It's going to be a mess on the other side of this wall. Yeah, Shy's going to get his 1 traded back, but take a look at the mini-map. They're crunching in as well.
Doesn't matter, the turret sniffs it out, and the firepower is so against them. MIBR so willing to take these fights. It was a very, very clean anti-eco. It could have gotten dicey, but the trades were there. Artzin, 1 orb away from that harbor ultimate. That is such an impactful ult. And you can default anywhere to grab this. You can deny the A space. With a Viper spit and a shock dart, you can default B. It looks like it's going to be a heavy lean towards A.
आसपास का favorite map है
No
actually
real
बहुत
utility to counter that on the side of Crew as well.
Oh, Crew, you gotta try to deny this orb being
I'm
gathered.
studying
Your retakes have not been looking good so
I'm
far
going
in
to
this
become
series.
scientist.
That
Sachi,
was the
I love
idea, but
Valorant
look,
but can't play it
I mean,
because today I
without
really love
more
your content.
firepower
Love
here, without
you.
Kesnet
I
to try
mean,
to find an opening through these harbor walls, these harbor cascades, you have to concede.
W
and now,
बोल रहा था मैं.
Harbor ult
W,
is
that's
online.
W.
You're gonna have to be dancing around for some of these kills.
W.
The good thing for Crew is
Part time
all
खेलो
five
वालों
members are
चिल के
very
लिए
close
ऐसा
to
आधा
this A
एक
site.
घंटा.
MIBR in this bonus, there's a lot behind this. They have 5 rifles, they have the Reckoning, and it is invested. Aspas swings his way into his death, but Artzine, 3 on the round for him.
What is Artzine on right now?
This would be disaster for Crew to get bonus this early.
And Art is already almost halfway to another ultimate. He gets 4 into the round.
क्या BT है बे कौवा?
You still have to deal with Kesnet.
That's
कौवा क्या
1v3.
BT
Look
है
at the
बे?
disciplined approach from MIBR. He does
First
break
nano
them all.
cleared, yeah. And now the smoke to provide a little bit of cover. He
नहीं
seals
कर
the
रहा.
swing on the first.
Oh, it's just, they want to feed it to Artzine.
I mean, it makes sense to.
Oh my gosh, Doug, he
shit,
just
3-0.
used the ult. He's 2 orbs away from another one.
And you wonder if they send Artzine to go hunt here. It
हाँ
seems like
बे
they will.
अभी ult use किया था
Rotate the
उसने.
fight.
Doug,
Get a little bit closer.
Doug, this might be the strongest start to an attack half of Ascent
The
ever
fuck?
in the history of Valorant.
अभी
It
use
doesn't
किया
get
था ना
better than
ये
this.
round.
Artzine will have another ultimate for Crew's next gun round, bar a Thrifty.
8-1 start for him.
Dude, he's 1 orb away.
Yeah.
It's unreal what this guy just did. Such impact. Ender set it up. It seems like on this map it would be the battle of
Arka easy ना easy way.
Aspas and Kesnet, but it really could come down to the battle of the harbors. That ultimate is so good on the attacking side.
I mean, there's no battle right now.
No, not at all. There's no fight from Crew. 3 flawless rounds. And there's the orb denial again. This time Kesnet here though.
ये best लगता है बे.
Mel's
हर
deposited
बार
in
ये
nest.
तू
Maybe
shock
there
that
could be
है
some
ना.
damage done.
Please orb नहीं ले
But
सकते.
no. Full intuition. Aspas just
क्या spam मारा.
understanding that that is the only gap. Full spam and now a pivot towards B site. I mean, when you see a Viper deposited that deep, there had to have been a supporting cast to get him there, right?
Yeah, assuming that's where the
खाली
stack
कैसे
is,
करते
they want
दिखना
to
angle
rotate
कूद
away.
कूद के वो देखो.
Great call from Artzine. He's going to be the one that plants the spike here.
Ult आ गया.
He's doing it all.
He really is.
Plant किसी और को दे दे.
Rotations.
ए शराब.
Being a menace in the server.
Clean.
Nice head-to-head from Kesnet on to Aspas though.
Forward video
So much
दिखा है
utility. I mean,
अभी.
if they
Thank
could beat
you.
out this Harbor ultimate from Art, that would be best case scenario for Crew.
Surely you don't invest it here. I mean, you're at such a gun advantage. You know it's waiting on the other side. You're running his double wall comp as well, so you know where the threat is. Artzine gets 3 more kills. 11-2 so far for him.
Absolutely electric in the server right now. And again, cool for Crew. You have another gun round. You have another chance. But you're aware that there's another Harbor ult in play.
Wow.
Very early timeout invested here from Crew.
Is it round 4?
Yeah.
Round 5?
Yeah. You have to formulate a plan if you're Adam to deal with this Harbor ultimate.
भाई वो लोग का एक
But
अल्टी
what
है
can
क्या
you
इसका
really
2
do? I
है?
think you have to try to get ahead of all this A default utility.
हाँ? एक अल्टी है क्या रे
You
उसका?
have to try to disrupt MIBR
इनका
before
नहीं
they
ना?
can get that ultimate off.
इसका 2 है
The
भाई.
retakes haven't been solid yet. You need to start building up some confidence that you can secure a retake.
10 supporter but
But if
G2
MIBR
unstoppable
can get
this
into
year.
sight for free and not have to invest these layers of utility, you know, the Viper spit,
Open
the
error
shot
आ रहा है
darts,
17 क्या करो Google करो क्या error?
the KJ mollies, because they get that with the Harbor Reckoning, it's just going to be way too hard to run into that. MIBR, you don't really need to change anything up. I mean, you've shown a lot of A looks. 3 rounds have ended towards A. You did a B pivot already, so
MIBR confirm
Don't see that
Master
changing
with the
anytime
map
soon.
in first global event of for all players on the team except for Aspas because Aspas is good.
Look on your screen right there. It'll be the first global event for every single player on the team
भाई
other than
crazy क्या
Icebox.
feel
If
करते
MIBR
रहेंगे
can
ना रे?
win this map of Icebox, a map that they're 4-0 on.
Head बड़ी दिलवा दो.
Not letting any team get to double digits. Orb denial
1 करोड़
again.
अगर मिलेगा तो कर सकते हैं बंदोबस्त.
Crew are positioned so far
मेरे को
back.
headquarters जाना पड़ेगा उसको.
No operator in play. It's
Bro,
gonna be
today's my birthday. I want to
heroics
celebrate
from
it
these
by
anchors on
playing
site.
Valorant online.
Here's
Yeah,
that harbor walk
bad.
about the
All
site
bad.
exec.
Thank you for
This
5
will come
euros.
in full
Many
effect.
happy returns of the day, मेरी जान की
starting to
रोटी.
vacate and give some of that space up as the wreck
W
causes
celebration.
problems. Creates bedlam on the site.
मैं तो बोलता हूँ म्यूट करके एनिमी को गाली
And
दो.
MIBR waltz their way in. They've taken all the space they want. Keep a close eye on the flood for Crew. What's a trigger for them to go? That first cascade, that first layer of utility. Trying to keep them back. Shen, down in hell. They flood onto a Mazzino. Finally finding a little bit of success as Meltzer gets in on it as well, but Verno and Cortezia side by side. Trying to stop this as Meltzer's left in a 1v2, starting to get spammed through the box. Cortezia cleans him up. MIBR continue to pile it on.
MIBR are the final boss right now. Even when they're down numbers, there's just somebody that's going to step up to the plate. Oftentimes it's Verno. Ridiculous shots.
One enemy remaining.
A 2v5, Doug? It's just ridiculous what we've seen here today. MIBR, the form that they've approached this playoff.
भाई पहला मास्टर्स चैट क्या फील करते रहेंगे ना?
And now, sights towards B. Kesnet. Jet Knives versus Aspas Jet Knives.
Immediately having to dash away.
Did get a tag, but see, MIBR rotating away. A lot of mid pressure from Shenum as well. This is a place where he thrives himself. He always finds this aggressive timing in mid.
इसको मिड
He's
मारने के
conditioning it
चक्कर
on an
में
anti-eco
A छोड़
round.
दिए, B भी छोड़ दिए.
A site is for the taking.
All attention that way. Kesnet's been real quiet. He's got to convert something with these blades, but Aspas has already taken all the space. Then dashing back. Waiting for the challenge. Concealed behind the Cloudburst, and now swinging into it, spotting a couple. No kills found. Meanwhile, Kesnet's having to do a bit of the same. Can they alleviate some of this pressure so far? Crew finding success with the Sheriffs. A reckoning of their own now. As Cortezia crumbles, Aspas left alone. Got Blade, 25 HP. Kesnet's gonna stick the defuse the whole way. Crew, get on the board.
भाई बच गया? अच्छा रन निकाला बे
Finally
करो ना?
winning a retake on this map of Icebox. With all
बोला
the cards
पोजीशन देख
stacked
के मैं
against
समझ
them
गया
as
था
well.
क्यों निकाल लेगा. शॉट्स तो क्रेजी मारा
I
लेकिन.
believe it was Adverso coming up huge with that Sheriff, just jumping out of heaven, getting multiple kills.
एक रीजन से कितना टीम क्वालिफाई था? 3.
Keeping his team into this game. If you're down 6-0, another gun round.
बंक्स भाई
MIBR
उस
would have been
एक
in
गन
such
बड़ी
a
के
great
चक्कर में
position to
एक
keep
घर आएगा.
snowballing with the
Love
ultimates
you
that they have. And because of that, Adverso now has a Hunter's Fury that he can use. Kesnet is able to upgrade to an operator. A chance
इधर थोड़ा ज़्यादा है कुछ
back
करो ना.
into this map of Icebox.
देखो अच्छा मूड है तो
Adverso was able
50%
to
off.
contest that orb and see that there was no aggression A from MIBR this time.
Look at this fast mid lurk though.
बर्थडे उसका गिफ्ट मुझे
Jim
मिल
gets
रहा है.
punished for it, but are they aware that there's 2 more behind this?
Oh.
ऐसा कैसा बर्थडे?
Adverso looking for a tag, gonna get Arzine as well.
Rahul bhai, thank you for the 100 freaking euros, मेरी जान के टोटे. W.
Nice shots, good awareness. Verno is left in a 1v5 situation. He's going to try to get as many kills as he can before he gets taken down. The economy is still looking very healthy for MIBR. They will have a couple of rounds, but...
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Yay!
Happy birthday to you.
क्या बात है, 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 क्या बात है. कॉपीराइट तेल लगाने गया. कॉपीराइट हाँ तेल लगाने गया. चुपचाप मैं यूट्यूब को बोलूंगा 100 मिला है 30 तेरे को. कॉपीराइट हटाओ. Happy birthday, मेरी जान की टोटे. Stay blessed.
Bruno just gets smothered.
Be a good person.
Flawless
Love
round
you.
win for Crew. An opportunity now to
Energy
even the
हार
score
कैसे
a little
गई?
bit.
सामने वाला जीत क्या करके?
What a nice shot from Mizzino. One tap Shenum in mid tube. Adverso had a really nice Sova ult set up there as well.
राहुल पगलू. भाई देख रहे हो राहुल भाई बर्थडे के लिए कितना चेयर कर रहे हो लोग?
For Cortesia's lockdown.
Huh?
You imagine they're going to want to invest it here if they take space on the site.
W, thank you so much for the 100. Means a lot. Love you, मेरी जान की
It's a spot that can
टोटी.
get pushed off fairly easy. Depends on his second choice of pathing on where he decides.
Good morning, bhai. Good morning.
No tag on the drone. No. Ooh, there was one. Cortesia filling in back on that space, and there's that lockdown that you were mentioning.
shit.
Kesnet not finding a target with the op.
Procs the dash too early. I mean, he can try to double dip here if he wants, but
I thought he was going to.
yeah, it kind of feels like you have to when you're running against the harbor. Good delay of the plant so far. Cove not used. No need to. Maybe that could pay out for MIBR at the end. And this is something that's unconventional for Icebox, pushing all the way deep screens. Usually he sits all the way in the back of A site, takes that further sight line. Understanding there's an operator in play though, wants to get ahead of it.
He loves this line. And he gets Kesnet. He gets Mizzino. Falls at the hands of Adverso, but Verno popping the ult at the same time. Off the tap. A 2v2. Spam not connecting.
Oh!
What can Melser do here? Time is short.
Bro, half
30
भी नहीं
HP.
हुआ है.
Yeah, he's gonna. Where is it? Yeah, he
Save
will
the
find the
op.
op. He's gonna get out of there.
भाई साहब.
And again, Icebox usually loves to play the actual back site of A. This time getting up close and personal, understanding that it's so hard for an operator to
Delete
clear out
करके
that
download
close up
करी
angle
थी
and retake
उसके
it from
बाद
screens.
से नहीं चल
What
रही है.
great awareness in the moment.
चल रही थी. पता नहीं
Kesnet has
कुछ
no
रहेगा
chance there. Adverso
Must
having such a
shot
good
मारा
map
ना?
so far. He's trying to keep his team into the game with his calling, with his individual prowess. But it wasn't enough in that round. As we go into the 9th round, it's going to be a B default for MIBR, but they're going to be met with Mizzino here and Kesnet backing him with that operator.
They hear the shot again. The question is now for MIBR, do you double down?
Nice opener
मेरे को
found
लगा
from
येलो रिकॉर्ड
Kesnet.
मारेगा रे. किसने मारा?
A big first blood on Averno, who's been so impactful for this MIBR squad. No initiator utility to be used now. You can play in these spots close gen on A if you wish, but another reckoning.
I think Shenum got through. He did get through.
These are those aggressive lurk timings I was talking about.
Oh my.
And this round is such a mess right now. You've got Aspas
भाई
up B.
दो लर्क
Artie's all the way
कैसे?
back site.
दो लर्क कहाँ पे है देखो भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं लोग? What the fuck bro? कैसे जीत गए लोग?
It's all Shenum.
हाँ?
It's death by 1,000 cuts. MIBR. Pick them apart.
भाई दो लर्क किधर था भाई?
You do not
Bind
expect
में गए थे वो लोग.
these A-site attackers to push all the way through screens and be this aggressive.
Clean मार रहा है भाई. Clean.
MIBR to get the spike planted, play all the way back like they have been so far.
Clean मार रहे भाई. भाई जीत गए भाई. टोरंटो बोलते. चलो जो भी मतलब मास्टर जाएगा एटलीस्ट उन लोगों को आसपास देखने मिलेगा.
Going towards A. Art has been calling circles around this crew defense.
It helps when he's 15 and 6 too.
Just complete flow state, man. Mechanically and calling wise. Look at the change of pace here from MIBR as well. Just holding after showing some initial utility at A. Waiting for an aggressive push. Putting doubt in the minds of the defense. Shenum has yet to break any mid utility, so opting to go for a really late mid lurk. But KRU are kind of wise to it. Look, you see 2 players positioned here already waiting for it. He's willing to take these fights. Mazzino gets absolutely destroyed.
He's going to get the shot onto Shenum as well, or onto Mazzino as well. A perfect start. And now they can try to accelerate towards B. You have all this utility you're going to have to navigate around.
वो लोगों को पता है 2A 2B रहेंगे क्योंकि अल्ट ऐसे है कि उसको छोड़ के भी नहीं जा सकते.
Everyone reconvening with the spike here in mid.
Shy's in the spot to make a play. Gets past the wall. Clears the turret, and that's enough to reveal what's going on. Meanwhile, Adverso, the other side of that crunch, getting a couple of kills. Aspas and Verno, we talked about their heroics on Lotus with 13 seconds left and Spike not even in hand. They're going to have to frag out, and I don't know if that's on the cards.
Overcook हो गया थोड़ा सा.
Good work from KRU.
बस मैं सुपर की लिमिट 10k है और मैं 10k के ऊपर पेमेंट करता हूँ.
I like the reactionary pit as well from Melzer to kind of put doubt in the minds of the players of MIBR that were outside of A, just waiting. And it's a common thing for teams to kind of flip the map on the Viper's pit. Try to get behind them, approach from multiple angles, but Adverso just held this down. And yeah, you're right, Shy heard it every step of the way. He was able to communicate that. Adverso's having such a great map so far. Both IGL sitting at the top for their teams.
We've sung his praises so many times, but again, our team 15-7.
Point hai.
Calling a beautiful game, fragging out, and now pushing his team towards A.
Master Cell double after Aspas coming. अभी तो SEN भी आएगा बड़ी.
And he's been under heavy fire since the beginning of the round, really.
अभी तो SEN भी आएगा बड़ी.
Reinforcements now arriving, and the defense has been bolstered.
He saw Verno with that drone as well, so it does make it obvious that this is an A hit. Or at least that the main pack is here.
Melzer down low, Adverso close by.
Such good delay from KRU right now. That harbor wall is going to be able to come back up as well.
It's all a game of timing. Does our team clear here? No, Melzer snaps his head back. Mazzino does as well.
Leave it to Aspas to isolate 1v1 after 1v1.
3 for him. Blades online, make that 4. MIBR get to 8.
What are you supposed to do if you're KRU in that moment? You literally held it down. You got the first kill. Mazzino's there for the trades, but then Aspas just does this. He isolates you, and then he gets aggressive with it.
What about lower bracket? Lower bracket से 8 team qualified.
He wants to take these rookies to Toronto.
Love you यार किल रहा है. Love you यार. क्या है ना बे बंदा?
You're absolutely right.
घुसते ही जाता है, घुसते ही जाता है, घुसते ही जाता है.
And MIBR just gonna run it down towards A again.
Run it down.
It's been working.
Run it up. Yeah. Run it down.
Try to get a tag and then maybe get a spam, but
yeah.
It's a bulk
Run
of
it down.
Good.
Yeah.
Can they shut down Aspas with the knives?
Yeah.
So far, the answer to that is no. Shy popping his ult. Is there a counter to this? Do they decide to scale up? Do they give the space away?
They're
gonna rotate back, and Melzer's here. He's waiting. Gets his one. I mean, the swing was inevitable. Now you've got this awkward line in the sand as you've got to commit to this mid-fight, and it does not go your way.
And now Kesnet thinks it's B, but the
That
hard roll
khali
being
hai.
used, he's gonna have to pull out one of the most ridiculous clutches we've seen in VCT history.
A 1v4 dancing around the reckoning. First you do it with Aspas, and you do not get past the first level.
Oh my goodness. MIBR's attack side was so dominant.
For having never started on attack, 4-0, but they always start on defense. You wouldn't think it was any different.
And remember, MIBR have yet to give a team double digits on Icebox. No one's been able to get to 10 rounds. The maximum amount of rounds that a team has been able to get was 8 at the beginning of the year.
16-8 for our team, 13-7 for Aspas, a 9-3 half for MIBR.
Holy
we'll be right back.
sheesh. हार्बर ने 4 अल्ट मारे, वो भी एक हाफ में। 4 मारे, 3 मारे आई थिंक सो ना।
Red Bull gives you wings.
इतना कंसिस्टेंट कोई कैसे हो सकता है? मेरे जैसे कम प्लेयर्स है भाई दुनिया में। येलो डॉलर से सुपर चैट इफेक्ट होता है क्या? नहीं। चलो बस मैं 50 गिफ्टेड दो अभी भाई। आज एक सुपर चैट आया है बेलाल, एक। मेरे को लगा कम से कम 100 तो आएगा। आपके मेंबरशिप वर्थ इट नहीं है बंदा है तो मत लो ना मेरी जान की टूटी। कौन जबरदस्ती कर रहा है? If MIBR wins, then qualify. If MIBR wins today, they are going straight to Toronto, no matter what. तो सुपर चैट लाल देखो, टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो पॉसिबल है। टेक्निकली मतलब 2000 में 100 अमीर लोग तो हो ही सकते हैं। टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो पॉसिबल है।
But now this ragtag group of rookies alongside the greatest to
बंस
ever
भाई
play the game
रेडिएंट
find
कब
themselves
आएगा? बैच
just
की
a
बात
couple
कर रहा
rounds
था
away
आपके नहीं। एक्सक्यूज मी।
from changing the entire landscape for MIBR. Close out Icebox. You're headed to Toronto.
Don't worry.
Things,
Love you,
things that
bye.
were unthinkable. Things that were unheard of for this franchise just
Top
last
10
year.
most earning में
And we saw
scammer
brilliance in the previous rosters. We saw moments where I was like, okay,
10 का भी qualify
maybe
मैच
in
है
the
क्या?
right
हाँ,
direction, but
10 और
Thought
G2 में
comes
से
in,
जो जीता वो
scraps
master.
it all, keeps Art, makes him IGL in the middle of kickoff, and now he's sitting at the top.
आपके ये ऐसा गोट अगेंस्ट तो नहीं है कोई VCT
What
में?
can crew do on the attack?
कुशल
Remember, 3-0
VCT
on
भाई।
pistols for MIBR.
हाँ?
It goes without
ओ,
saying,
कुशल
they
VCT
need
भाई।
this one.
Enemy tag.
Crew
एक
are
तो जो
also
आप
a team
पर्दे का
that
कपड़ा पहने हो,
heavily favored to attack this A side of the
White,
map with Harbor. But are their post plants as strong as MIBR's were?
40 में बकचोदी वो
As
भी
it's already
दो
up pretty
स्ट्रीमर
far,
के साथ।
Messino committing to getting the spike down. I love a good 5v5 pistol retake.
Individual brilliance is going to be the key. Mizzino does get the head-to-head against
That's
Artisan.
the W.
The heavy hitter is down.
That's a
Oh,
W.
that's just one.
Yeah.
You still have the other one you're going to have to
That's
reckon
not a
with, and
W.
right on cue.
That's a W.
Lights up the kill feed. Melser down. But they're the ones at a numbers disadvantage. They're the ones who have to take some space.
not
If
a
Verso
W.
gets caught on the ropes, he will
Not a
fall.
W.
Icebox in a
W.
1v3.
मैं भूल गया बीच में।
Spike has been taken for a little while as well. Off the swing onto Shy, he will fall. Crew
क्या लग रहा है?
get the pistol.
सर जी तमीज से।
They finally
Sorry.
win a pistol round, Doug. I'm glad you said it.
अच्छा मेरे को सर जी ने
They were
बोला,
down
इसको बुलाया।
3-0 leading into this.
भाई तुम भी तो ना गाली।
But it's still an uphill battle. You still have to
membership
come away
worth
from
it
this
है
anti-eco.
Excuse me. MC Binks की series निकालो।
Unscathed.
Done से
You
not
need to
वाला।
keep as many
I am from
guns in
Canada
your
पर
arsenal.
Indian
You
account
need
से
to
लिए
win the bonus
membership।
because it just feels like it's the MIBR train right now.
क्या है फिल्म में? है aura है aura है aura है।
Need that energy if you want to make a comeback of this sort.
Pace towards B for the attack. The drone, the cascade, making sure there's no one waiting with the shorty or anything else like that.
It's so reminiscent to how MIBR approached their
समझ
attack
गया
as well.
watermelon भाई,
Same
समझ भाई,
concept.
control से हटाओ।
Anti-eco, we lean towards B. The difference
हटाओ।
here for MIBR is their silent stacks.
He's nuts बोलते।
Kasnick gets the height advantage. He's able to clean one of them up. Spike goes down as well. No Mizzino. We talked so much about Artian and the success he found in the first half and how there were reckonings really what felt like every round, every other round.
Every gun round, yeah.
Mizzino's 2 off of his. Early.
Does have that ghost in play as well, so he will go hunting if MIBR decide to try to fall to Spike. Looks like that will be the case. MIBR do not look like they're going for this whatsoever. They don't even care about doing damage. Mizzino needs to start holding the W key right now. Try to get that reckoning online. You don't need to save a ghost. I guess he wants the armor.
I'm
So we will
Gokodili
not have that
TK
ultimate
bye.
in the
Thank you
bonus.
party.
Might be
Problems
avoiding
में है,
what could have
इसको
been
कपड़ा
disaster.
कटने नहीं लगेगा. Excuse me. That's a good one. That's a good one. Top 20 में हूँ मैं.
We'll be able
That's
to
a good
buy
one.
a Vandal, and he does so. Power of saving that. He still has that light armor in place. So now,
जीतेगा तो
again,
मदरी मसिक
like I was saying,
बरेगा
Crew like to
आज
run it
मैच
down
क्या है भाई
A
बारका
quite
जीतेगा.
often.
कौन है
Against
बारका
their
में?
match of 100 Thieves, B was a weak spot. I wonder if MIBR decided to try to punish that or just stack 4 players here to fight fire with fire.
Seems like that will be the case this round. Is
यार जो भी
really
लोग stream
important.
देख रहे
Remember
stream
how
like
MIBR
कर
were able
दो.
to burst out the gates with a bonus.
मेरा वाला shot.
Verno just destroying Kesnet.
Headshot.
And it's Aspas who joins alongside him. The Bash brothers again of MIBR.
That's got to be so tilting in the first 5 seconds of the round. You get spam killed, running up a ramp.
Oh, we found a timing. We found a window.
उसको भी सुनाई दिया लेकिन.
Cortezia is not going to let that one slip by.
उसको सुनाई दिया था हो जम.
This first gun round from MIBR has looked as clean as it could be so far. The cool thing about the way that crew won their anti-eco and whatnot is the state of their economy. They will still have a buy in the next round. Even though they're probably going to drop most of these rifles.
Depend किसको करने का.
So the name of the game for crew right now is
I'm
just try to
gonna
do
think
as
of
much damage
strongest
as possible
very
to
nice, very
MIBR's
nice,
economy.
very
Try to get
40
some of those
में नहीं
players
आएगा
on Bulldogs or
किंग का कुछ इज्जत है कि नहीं मार्केट में.
Guardian.
Literally anything other than what they have right now, yeah.
40,000 should be
A
the
lot of light
first
armors
step.
across the board, but it looks like that's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's Aspas.
I would love to get a replay on how Verno gets that spam
खाली कर
kill. Was
दिया
it
भाई.
because of a darter? Was it just a lineup? I mean, what is that?
कौन भाई मास्टर्स के इवेंट पे राइट सब से आइटम्स मिलते हैं. हाँ.
I mean, that's a
Usually
ridiculous
हर
opener.
इवेंट पे राइट का
can't
स्टोर
play
होता
the
है.
attack.
हर बड़े इवेंट.
I mean, no,
मास्टर्स में तो होएगा ही होएगा.
No. Yeah, I'm tilted in ranked.
5 rounds between these two. MIBR again creating a little separation. The bonus
पक्का जीतेगा बारका.
felt
पक्का
necessary,
जीतेगा रे
felt
बाप.
imperative for crew, and they missed that mark. But as we were mentioning in the previous round, they still have enough to
Aspas को
invest
देखो
into this
बे, Aspas को
purchase.
देखो.
And Aspas is up, tagged. You gotta get out of there. But he doubles down, he
भाई क्या
stays!
बंदा है बे. Irritating बंदा है भाई. कीबोर्ड में एससी नहीं है उसके.
You're going to be able to set up a post plant here, but you need to speed up. You need to get the spike planted. No pressure on the flank.
Can give away one?
Everybody from the side of crew, other than Mazzino, are playing off-site, using their utility.
मेरा चैट मिस हो रहा है बार-बार. Love
You
you
have to speed up
जड़वे.
if you're MIBR.
Yeah, Mazzino's not up super far either, to be honest. Now he's taking a step back as well. Fully committing to the post-plant play. Cortezia plucks Kesnet out of the sky. And now the Cove is going to cause some problems. Can RT get to half? Yes, he can.
He's sticking
How
it.
much further can he go? 75%, 80% of the way there! MIBR steals the defuse!
Right when crew try to play the disciplined
एक
game,
बंदा है जो बार-बार
gets
चिल्ला रहा है.
snatched
What
from
are you
them.
doing, huh? लेके आना है आपके लिए खुद. मेरे को नहीं मालूम क्या मिलेगा वहाँ पे. हर एक स्टोर में अलग-अलग
like you're
चीजें
making the
मिलती हैं.
right
कुछ अच्छा
decision,
दिख
you're
गया तो
all
ले लेना
playing
जो मेरे
out.
पास नहीं है. या फिर
Using
मेरे
your
को
man-up
इंस्टा
advantage.
पे उसका मेन्यू का फोटो भेज देना. वहाँ पे मेन्यू रहता है.
And to lose
क्या
like
क्या है?
that, it's gonna cause for
अब
desperation.
टाइम आउट क्या
And
फायदा.
MIBR
आपको
gonna
लोअर
have so many
ब्रैकेट.
rounds to play off of that. The last time out for crew.
Lots of love to and Pinky. Keep working hard and shine more on the top. लेकिन घर का
Situations
नाम
such as
पे और
these beg
कितना
the
चुमटा
question,
बनाओगे.
Where
क्या
is
चुमटा
the
बनाऊंगा यार.
spark for crew?
4 साल से
What
रेंट
is
पे.
the catalyst?
3 साल हो गया अभी. एक और साल रुकना पड़ेगा.
It's got to come from somewhere.
तब जाके
You're
मेरे
down
हिसाब से
6 rounds.
आधा BHK
MIBR's ran
ले
circles
सकता हूँ.
around you really the
आधा
entire
मिलेगा क्या?
series. This has just felt like a shell of the team that we came
आधा
into this
BHK
fight
मतलब
expecting.
हॉल और
The number
किचन
1
बस.
seed. The
हॉल
number
में
1 team
सोएंगे.
out of Latin America against the number 1 team out of
हम लोग ने
Brazil.
तो बोला
This has
किचन
not
चाहिए
felt
नहीं.
like a
वैसे
fair
भी बाहर
fight.
का खाते हैं.
Not at all, and I just
Bedroom
feel
बनाएंगे
like
उसको.
Icebox just has crew's number, man. Again, 8 out of the 9 times in Icebox's career that he's played crew, he has come out on
अभी
top.
just start किया है जर्नी
victorious.
किंग
3 years
बचूंगा किंग
in the making.
बन चाहूंगा
And Icebox now
नहीं
has
पा
that
रहा है क्या
operator.
बनेगा रे
We have seen him get so
तब
much
40k का
value
सोच सकते हो उसके बाद भी
on this
सोचेगा
A site
कद्दू का
with it.
किंग बनेगा
So
कद्दू का।
aggressive.
Gonna get challenged right off the bat.
MIBR know what the game plan of crew
जैसा
is.
किंग सो जाता है वैसे
These
सो
teams
जाओ।
are so similar.
Where's the swing?
No way he gets out, right?
It's criminal. 5 HP, but lives to fight another day.
Look at the movement, changing his position so frequently. Dancing around the utility of crew.
Meanwhile, they haven't gotten very far. Stalling out at 410. It's an MIBR-sized speed bump that they keep running into. Artine. Tux gets his one. Mazzino's on the trade, though, and now the op.
W.
Just off the mark.
W.
Shenum doing a little bit of damage, but
comebackable
this is not
है
adding up to you.
technically देखा जाए तो
Verno's really far ahead of this, and he's alone. Spam connecting on a Melser. The snap on a Shy is ridiculous. A 2v2 now. As Cortezia arrives at the scene.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna find his. Kesnit. A 1v2 with 11 HP. How does he stand here? That high-low is too
नहीं है ना
much.
comebackable नहीं है
MIBR 1 round away.
आपकी शक्ति पर वो मैंने क्या किया है यार
Any member of MIBR when they are in a man-down situation is the most ridiculous thing.
अभी तो उठाओ फिर से सो
This
जाओ
team is so
टाइम
talented.
लगेगा ना किंग बनने सो जाओ
Icebox not getting punished here. Yeah, he doesn't connect, but the pressure that he puts on alone allows for these rookies to step up to the plate. Even the numbers.
आज भाई thank you for the 100 thank you for the 100 any tips शादी in 15
MIBR
days
are just
say
on
yes
a different
to
level.
24 hours के जगह पे say yes for 24 years challenge
Flirting
करो।
with a bid on the international stage for the first time ever.
W
And the opportunity to qualify for it right now. MIBR, aggressive A. Looking to put the finishing touches on this.
Ready? God bless you. Don't butter me.
Harbor wall coming through.
No need to butter me.
The drone from Verno.
रुक जाओ खत्म होने दो ये मैप
One.
MIBR have done the same thing every round other than the eco. They've stacked 4 players
Nice.
towards A. They were willing from the start of this
Very good
defense
too.
to fight fire with fire.
And now Cortesia's
Very very
rotating
good
over.
too.
He was playing Bs, taking all the space down mid. They've got them.
It's just a hard read every single round. Crew, they haven't changed their game plan. They didn't anti-strat themselves. They haven't flirted with B at all.
Melser 34 HP, Kesnit 26 HP. Trying to limp their way into extending this map. Limp their way into extending this series.
But you also have a lot.
And even if you win this brawl,
Very
there's still a
nice.
lockdown
Yeah,
from Cortezia.
a lot.
30 seconds left.
थोड़ा
All of the walls are up, and you know they're waiting for just the right moment.
Dash proc at the perfect time, but look at the time.
And now they're going to pop that ult, too.
Oh shit.
It's done.
Kesnit falls.
shit.
Gunfire erupts as
Oh
Shenum
shit.
gets 2.
Oh shit.
3 on the round shot.
Let's get to Toronto, baby!
For the very first time in franchise history,
W.
they earned a spot on the international stage. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
आसपास का रिएक्शन
And at
देखना
what point do you start
हाँ
thinking
भाई
that they can make a run
कैसे लग रहा है तुम लोग को
for
पहली
some
बार आके
titles,
मेरा
Doug,
रोज
as
का है
well? I mean, the momentum that this team has amassed over the stage 1, over this playoff,
अरे काहे रो रहा है
really
भाई
got to feel like
First time
they're a
है
team that could push international teams to the distance. And what a story for Artson, Doug. I mean,
सबका
this
फीलिंग्स
guy
देखो मीनवाइल
joining
आसपास
MIBR as a duelist player,
सब
getting
लोग
so
कितना
much
इमोशनल है
hate,
देखो चैट
becoming an
सब
IGL
लोग कितना इमोशनल है देखो
with a bunch of
मीनवाइल
rookies
ये
and Icebox.
हाँ भाई तुम लोग कल आना ठीक है मैं जा रहा हूँ
Again,
आज
for the
आगे जा
first
रहा हूँ
time, Shenum, Cortezia, Verno and Artin will play on the international stage.
W.
Big ups to Fraud, the one who was the mastermind behind the whole operation.
Bad.
Again,
अच्छा तो लग
saying
रहा
that
है
there
वहाँ
was
पे देख.
Plan A,
कल का
Plan B,
मैच
Plan
देखो या
C.
नहीं
Once
देखकर
Abbas became free,
लोगूंगा.
pivoting
Sorry,
towards
Hindi
something
is
new
first
entirely.
language. First language.
For a
अच्छा
lot
होना
of these
चाहिए
guys who came up through the tier 2 scene, those matches, the big arena matches, that's,
तू तो
that's
अभी
the
सो के
dream.
उठा था?
Right, like
पहले
that's
तो
what you
decide
imagine,
कर.
that's what you play for. And they put it together, and it's, again, I called them ragtag earlier, playfully, but these guys have a lot of fight behind them.
They're polished as hell. And I keep thinking back to that interview of Cortezia saying, we haven't even reached our peak yet. And I think he's right, Doug. I think there's still...
मेरे हिसाब से मैं 10 बजे उठ के मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगी 1 बजे तक.
कल तो संडे.
तो
छुट्टी मेरा.
कल छुट्टी है तेरा. मेरा कभी है छुट्टी.
कल
स्पेसिफिक है.
परसों कल.
एने है.
नरसों कल.
नरसों डायरेक्ट. परसों होता है परसों के बाद नरसों. नॉट लिखना भूल गया. लव यू यार. ऐसा भूलते रहे 40 में. टेंशन नहीं है. बस तेरे वजह से स्लीप शेड्यूल के लैंग्वेज. मेरे को आज भी लग रहा है मेरा वो वाला हालत होने वाला है जब मेरे को नींद नहीं आने वाला और मैं पैसिफिक करके सोने वाला हूँ. मेरे को स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है. मेरे को एकदम स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है.
In this match.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple of moments on Lotus. We talked about it. There were moments on Icebox where both of them were able to pull MIBR into situations that they probably shouldn't have had a fighting chance in to begin with. And I think for Crew, very quickly, this is not the end of the road for them, but they are going to have to work through a hellish lower bracket run, and that's going to be a mess. We'll see if they can pull it off. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Verno.
Take care करो मेरी जान के बेटे.
We have our first qualifiers, everyone. It is MIBR.
Tell it to you, Binks. Love you too, मेरी जान के बेटे. Thank you for the body.
Good job, everyone. Let's go to you first, Icebox. What does it mean to qualify with MIBR for Masters Toronto for
Feels
you?
good.
It's a very special feeling because I'm qualifying with a Brazilian org again. We're gonna be the only Brazilian team in the Masters, so I hope everyone can cheer for us and we can make everyone proud.
Yes, absolutely. Give it up for Icebox, everyone. Absolutely.
Casual.
Now, Fraud, I see you over there a little emotional, a little bit, and I
विशाल भाई वापस बेइज्जती हो गया.
you're hugging Artisan.
जाने के बाद सुपर चैट किया.
What has
वापस हो
this
गया.
journey been like with this org?
पहनो पर्दा पहनो
you've
वापस. चलो.
been with this org and with this team for so long, trying, and this is the day you did it. I'm going to get emotional for you. This is the day you qualified for Masters Toronto. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, every team has their ups and downs. They go through stuff, and you know, for us, we're no different. We had our little issues, especially having to make roster changes. It's some things that it's not easy for some teams to do, but we were able to really focus, stay together, and win or lose, we're gonna, you know, do it together. So I feel really happy that our team is won, regardless of result, and it's kind of showing in the server how well we are as a unit.
What's the emotion right now?
It's tough. I am really happy. So I just, yeah, you know, miss being able to celebrate with like my family too, but also at the same time, I'm really happy to be here with the guys, and they kicked some ass today.
You absolutely kicked some ass today. It was insane. Now, Verno, my guy, you came in here. Everyone's like, Verno on MIBR? And then Verno on MIBR. Insane for Verno, because absolutely insane performance, proving every single doubter, if there was any doubt, out of the way. You were insane. What does it feel like to qualify with Icebox, with Fraud, with your MIBR team?
It feels really good. I mean, Aspas is like the best teammate I've ever played with, the best player I've ever played with, so he provides like way more value than like anyone thinks. He's like the best player that's ever played the game.
About that. How does he do that?
Bro, like, I don't know, the things he does, like, first off, like in every way, like mechanically, like outside the game too, he's like such a good teammate, and bro, mechanically,
भाई बंदा कितना प्यारा है बे आसपास भाई कितना प्यारा भाई औरा देखो उसको देखो बे एक बार.
As far as Aspas goes, like he's become like a really big leader for our team, not just in the game, outside the game. He's showing the young guys how to operate, how to go about their day. So I think Icebox is a huge factor, not only what he does in the server,
Dekho
but
God,
how he's showing the boys the way.
All right, one last question.
Huh?
Is Master Toronto ready for MIBR? Do they know what's coming yet or no? Adios for anyone. Icebox, do you think they're ready?
I think we're ready.
But is everyone else ready?
I think they are.
Okay, that's enough. Everyone give it up for MIBR one more time.
Again?
First team qualified Master Toronto.
ऐसे
But
टाइम पे
guys,
बोलता है, I think they are
know
not ready
what
for
match
us.
is next. It is Sentinels versus G2. Stay right there.
क्या हो गया ये बंदे का चैट? इतना बोला कोई कैसे हो सकता है? हाँ? इतना बोला है रे, हाँ नहीं इतना बोला कैसे हो सकता है रे? Do you think they are ready? I think we are ready. नहीं, but do you think they are ready? हाँ, I think they are also ready. Icebox, thank you for the 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे. Thank you by the way. I am also Superman part time. सच्ची बात है. सच्ची बात है. Just saying, Superman होता तो 1000 नहीं देता. बेइज्जती कर रहा था. सुपरमैन का एक चड्डी तो पहनता नहीं इधर. डायमंड्स होते हैं उसमें, डायमंड्स. मेरे को मेरा बात होता है ना तो मेरे को पता है. डायमंड्स होते हैं.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers.
बारका जीतेगा, मैं तो पहले ही बोल रहा था.
Every move.
MRP जीत गए और बारका भी जीत गए. चलो, it's time for some. जीत गया, मैं तो बोल ही रहा था. आज भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान जोड़ रहे. थैंक यू सो मच. टेक्निकली ये पिंक कलर का सुपर सेट है और आज एक ही लाल आया यार. एक ही. स्टेप डाउन अभी. वो बात अलग है, वो 1 लाल 10 लाल के जितना है. बिकाऊ ही कह दे. मेरे भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 29 मेरी जान कर रहे. वही लिखने वाला था. रुको मैं आया. मेरे बेंच पे पानी का बॉटल. Be right back, chat. Be right back.
Definitely a rivalry. Fans love it. The banter back and forth.
If we win this next match, we make Toronto. As a team, we're kind of hitting our stride, and we feel really confident in our form.
On fire so far. It doesn't even matter if he gets pinged out. Dashes forward. Does one. Second already pulls the acrobatic. Second uses a sight like a jungle gym. What is going on with Second today?
Jogamo is insane. I mean, he's a really strong duelist on an undefeated team. I think both of us have similar playstyles where we kind of get crazy with how we entry. We like to get creative and do a lot of different things.
20 seconds, the off again. Jogamo, he's ringing true. and the bell is ringing for Victor. The one to end it.
I'm gonna shoot him in the head. I mean, that's pretty much all you can do. Just shoot the guy.
Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's gonna say no. 2 to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure.
One enemy remaining.
Always a fun time playing Sentinels and making their fans sad.
Like both of us are gonna make Toronto, so whoever does it first, sure. Good luck.
All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
I feel like Sentinels.
Why could you possibly say that? Why do you think that?
Because currently, John QT and Bang are pretty good.
They are. Well, let's see it. All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Sentinels!
All right, who's going to win today?
Sentinels.
All right.
Sentinels.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, very simple. Who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Of course, Sentinel, for sure.
Okay.
Sentinels, for sure. G2.
Why G2, the lone wolf here?
Because they're better.
Fundamentally better. All right, who's going to win today, Sentinels or G2?
Let's go, Sentinels!
A lot of love for Sentinels out there, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of VCT America's Stage 1 playoffs. Golden Boy here, alongside Ender, Brent, and Mimi for our second match of the day.
Are you forgetting
it's
something?
G2 East. Don't.
From the first match, we had a bet, buddy.
Did we have a bet?
We had a little bet.
We kind of glided over.
We glided
yeah.
over, but we talked about it ahead of time that whoever predicted this game wrong would have to take a little sip for some little syrup. And GB, I believe
because Canada. Was that the
it's pretty weak
logic?
It's pretty weak.
Train?
I like it.
Honestly, I
it works
deserve this
okay.
for what I did the sideshow.
Yeah.
All the way back at the World Cup back in the day.
How many years ago?
Show
7
this.
years ago?
It was like 7 years ago.
7 years ago, we're old.
It was terrible, you know, thinking about the fact that. Yeah, by the way, I'm so sorry to the people who had to just look at my bald head and to zoom in like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's thick.
That seems quite.
Damn.
No, that seems quite fluid.
What?
You want to pass it to him? Okay.
And it's got to be a one shot.
That was like half of the maple leaf, by the way.
The moose eye is
3,
staring
2,
at me.
1, go!
Just do it, dog. Nope.
Not happening.
Okay, well,
And he's gone.
That's that. I would love to see what he listen.
That's tough.
Let's start the pre-match. Let's take a look at our bracket here.
I'm on.
You okay?
Oh, sweet man.
You didn't even get
You didn't do it.
Sideshow chugged a whole one of these, and I made him do it.
Yeah.
He's built different, man.
You didn't even get through an entire thing of it. You're doing it again?
Sideshow, because I got you. I have to anyway. That's the
GB.
bracket. These are the matches. Cruz facing EG. You know.
Here we go.
Just go do stuff, please. Oh God.
That's most of it. He's running off camera again. All right, G2 going to this one. #1 seed. They're yet to lose a match here in VCT Americas, and they want a chance to go back to the global stage. Welcome back, GB. Last time these teams played, it was a banger in the finals of kickoff, 5-map affair, but G2 took it home and beat them again in stage 1.
And I got to say, I think every single time these two teams face off as well, you start to see the elevation in form. For Sentinels as well, I think in that kickoff run and that best of 5 towards the end, that was the peak form that we saw for them, genuinely.
For sure.
And they weren't even able to reach that again in Bangkok. I'm seeing similar themes for the Sentinels team. They are constantly making iterations again on their team overall. They're improving at such a steady rate, but G2 have just been that top dog to beat. They've got a target on their back. They know it still to this day. And the question is, can anyone really go toe-to-toe with them? Is it going to be Sen here today?
It feels like teams have been able to get closer, right? They've been able to take some maps off, like Sentinels in that final series, but at least here at home, G2 are, I don't see them losing to anybody.
Yeah, they have been on point. They are yet to lose a single series at home thus far, and there's some history in this matchup. You see it here, cute little picture. This is the Cloud9 that was like all the way back at Champs 2021 era. Leaf, Celsius, teammates back then, and now playing against each other.
Mortal enemies.
Are you back? Are you good?
I'm good. It's oh boy, that was something. Let me tell you, my doctor just said I have high blood pressure. Who knows what's gonna happen now? It looks like diabetes is on the menu, baby. In any case, ahead of today's matchup, Elizabeth had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf for a quick chat. What do you got for us, Liz?
Now, Leaf, many people consider G2 to be the best team in the Americas, the team to beat in the Americas. Is there any pressure that comes with being the best, being the team to beat? Everyone has something to prove, right?
I think there's definitely pressure from, you know, ourselves. Also, like, we don't want to be like, we don't want to lose to a team and have them have the title, like, beating us basically in Americas. But I mean, we just want to be the best, so there's always pressure no matter what, and I think that we play well when we have those pressure, and like also the LAN qualifying games, like last year we were very good at them, so yeah, I think it's just expected.
Best of luck today.
Well, I've been informed that GB is getting his stomach pumped, so I'm here to course correct for this one. I want to talk about G2's Pearl. Pearl is a map that SEN like to pick into. I think we're going to see it today, and specifically G2's attack. The first thing I want to do is just highlight sort of the util pattern they use when they take this A main space. It's all about forcing the opposition out here, and we've got a great little camera angle we can pop into. First piece of utility, I want you to see the Tejo missiles, right? Super annoying, basically clearing this out so no one can get in to the box. On top of that, you're also going to have an Astra Star that'll turn into a stun, an Astra Pole potentially back there. You even got Jogamo chucking a flash all the way over the top here to bank off this wall so the players on a deeper angle would still get hit. And all of this is to, you know, sort of nullify the enemy Astra Stars on the other side. You've also got this Yoru teleport tracking in. What you can tell is it's a mess. There's tons of utility that's here to clear out absolutely everything. And we'll sort of watch how this plays out because, yeah, we've got the teleport down into the corner from Jogamo. G2 come into the space, even throwing a C's in there. And then after this point, they do a really nice job of trading out every single kill. But this is where G2's sort of secret, you know, card up their sleeve comes into play. And that is going to be on the other side of the map, nice. Leaf. Leaf is one of the most effective lurkers on this map in VCT, period. On the Vise, super strong. And what he has just been told by his team is that A, 3 players just died on the bodies, and the enemy Cypher was just seen. And he knows, based on the last few rounds of information seeking into mid, that the street control is just a Cypher camera. What this means is, well, with the Cypher fighting, he can't be clicking into that consistently. So as soon as Cypher is seen in this fight in main, he instantly is going to start moving across in towards street. And he actually goes a little bit deeper. From this position here, he can actually start hearing the rotates coming through spawn onto the other side. So he's now pinpointed both players remaining from the side of Cloud9. Well, what's he going to do with that information? He's going to call the rotates in from his team. He gets that over there. Hey, I was drawing during the cast. You can see a little bit of that too. It's all fun, and it's very easy for the team to start pivoting back over to this side of the map because he got so deep into the enemy territory. From there, they set up a beautiful post plant. C9 end up saving, and the round is just completely pointless for them to try and play out because of that early information and Leaf on the lurk, and that's going to be pivotal in today's series. So come on with me. I think GB is back.
I'm back. I'm good.
The stomach is okay?
Riot has some of the best stomach pumpers in the business, okay? They brought him in, they flew him in from Tunisia and just went in, you know? Yeah.
Is Tunisia famous for,
I would assume, I don't know, maybe. You know, I'm a world traveler. In any case, so guys, look, we're going to keep it real with y'all right now, okay? Because the reality is, if G2 had won Masters Bangkok, I think, I'm pretty sure, Mimi, we all were in agreement. Trent was the MVP of that event for G2, right?
He was just outstanding for them that entire tournament, and he's kept it up into stage 1, and I think it's going to be important here today because when I look at these two teams, they are the two most...
Icebox, thank you for the 2000 मेरी जान के टोटे. Thank you for the first red super chat in rupees. ये लो लाल कलर का सुपर चैट. आप और पिंकी दी एंटरटेन करते रहना, बात करके अच्छा लगा. मेरा असली नाम अनुदकार है और मैं सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हूँ फिलहाल के लिए मतलब किंग होने वाला हूँ 2000 किंग. फॉरएवर सिंगल हूँ, मेरे को समझ रहा क्यों. किंग बनने के बाद मिंगल हो जाऊंगा. चैट में सबको हाय. www
Cloud9 on
W
Thursdays.
baby, thank you so much for the 2000 मेरी जान के टोटे. Love you.
There were some doubts. I wasn't quite sure for myself. But oh man, this was
कभी
clean.
सुपर चैट
This
में
was
सोना
put
देना
together.
सोना
This was structured. Everything you could want out of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the doubts for Sentinels would have come off of that international performance, which is a very stark contrast to what G2 was able to do. But I think the last few weeks especially, this team has been looking excellent. Bang has really been stepping into his own with the team.
And this is the Cloud9 that's been looking fantastic as well.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I loved their Ascent defense in particular. They had such a good game plan going into that game, and as we look at our Preds here,
I did not see that coming.
Love you, yaar, Linus bhai. Love you, yaar.
SEN here, and I think this game is closer than people think.
Yeah.
Yes, G2 is undefeated, but SEN has stepped up even from the way they were
Bhai,
playing back in kickoff.
एक ने SEN बोला, सबने G2 बोला है.
Players
सब लोग गलत होने
have
वाले.
started to come into their own. John QT, Bang, Zekin, all having great games. This is a SEN who can make this close.
Absolutely, I mean, and as well for that G2 as well, it's very hard to remain
तो
the
तक
top
अब
dogs for a
मेरे
long
एक्टर
period of
सुन
time.
रात
They
को
have a
2
massive
घंटा
target
सुबह
on their
2 घंटा
backs. They've been talking about it in the
4
interviews as
घंटा
well
सोता जब
themselves. Like,
NR
there's only
पैसे
so much you can be a dominant team that's a force of nature before everybody is staring at you as the team to beat as well. With the iterations that we're seeing from SEN, they're getting better and better and better every single time that they play. Listen, the Preds, the analysts, we've been wrong a lot of the time, actually, in fact. So listen, I don't think it's going to be telling the tale of this match too much. I'm hoping for a close game. SEN have definitely got it in them, I think, to make it much closer than we are apparently making out.
Yeah, they definitely do. For Sentinels here, this team has been on the up and would have such a big opportunity here. Qualify to Toronto the easy way and get their revenge for those last 2 matches.
जो हारा lower bracket, जो
This is
जीता
it, folks, right? This is
Toronto.
the one more spot for Toronto up for grabs, right? A lot of pressure on the line here. Can G2 and Sentinels find their way back to an international
What is
event?
this of
It's
man?
gonna
I
be an
see
intense
introverts
matchup,
के
and we know that the Riot
kill
Games
करने के
Arena
लिए
is filled out to the brim. So let's go ahead and get the show started and bring out your 2 teams.
नाम में G2 है, हमें पता कौन जीत रहा है. Language.
Let's find out who's going to Toronto. Let's bring out first Sentinel.
SEN बोलते. Aura. लोअर ब्रैकेट क्या होता है जो हारता है वो लोग को एक और चांस मिलता है. एम भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के टूटे फर्स्ट गिफ्टेड आज का गुड भाई शर्म करो.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you heard the interviews before.
यार जिस को भी मिला प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स बोलना, ठीक है.
This is going to be a high energy arena. You know the Sun fans are going to be out in force, and that's exactly what you want for a global qualifier match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sentinels team again. I just keep
जिसको भी
iterating
मिला
that they
प्लीज
are
टैग
the ones
करके थैंक्स
iterating every
बोलना.
single time they
कैसे
play.
हो?
They're
बढ़िया
looking that
यार.
much better as well, and all it's going to take is
एनर्जी
one
थोड़ी
more
बहुत ड्रेन हो रही है,
incremental
बाकी तो
improvement, I
सब
think, to
फर्स्ट
just tip
क्लास
over the scales
है.
to potentially take down G2.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं SEN?
And now it's time to bring out their opponents. Come on, y'all, make some noise for G2!
And even though you got a lot
आज
of
मैच
fans
महाराजा हो जाए
support
नहीं
for
खाए ना अभी
Sentinels
घर
here in
का.
the arena, let's not forget that
टोरंटो
this
में
G2
कितने
team,
slots
you've
है? हर
heard
region
multiple
3
times in
slots.
a couple interviews mentioned, hey, we want to be the
भाई है
team
बे,
that
aura है
everyone
बे.
wants to cheer for, that
बहन चो,
everyone
इधर भी
wants to
aura है
believe in.
बे.
Hey, what better way to do it now than to take out Sentinels?
I was also going to say, you don't need to have the fans on your side if you're out here smoking everyone.
Every match in America.
Real talk, man.
Bro, hey भाई.
For them. SEN is coming off of 2 dominant 2-0 victories, most impressively against Sentinels to start their bid here in the playoffs. But for G2, they've had some close games, losing a map in their last 2 series, really getting pushed by Leviathan, by MIBR as well.
Hey,
but
aura
now
hai.
coming out here and still being flawless, still being the #1 seed.
Hey.
This is their chance to show what Josh RT was talking about earlier.
मुंबई
in the season.
मुंबई
The
की
teams
कोई
have not
टीम
caught
है
up,
मुंबई
and they
की.
are
हाँ
still
मुंबई
being
इंडियंस
top
जा
dog
रहा
for a
ना.
reason.
कल है
This
उनका
is
मैच.
going to be an interesting map pool indeed as well. SEN with the split pick as well. That's going to be awesome to see them play that one. Icebox, the way that G2 play Icebox is almost like they've just thrown it into some sort of algorithm to figure out the most optimal.
एक चीज मेरे को रात तक जगा रहती है.
It sounds like Josh RT.
It's all post-plan store, but the way they play it is so disciplined that it almost makes it interesting to watch itself. I think we're going to have a stellar series on our
Please,
hands.
one
SEN
time
has gone
say.
back to split
विश्व
being
बार
their
का
strongest
मतलब?
map in this stage. But G2 have not played this since their loss to T1 in the finals of Bangkok. They could have something completely new ready.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see G2 come in with a very strong game plan up against SEN. SEN have a lot of footage on that map for them to go ahead and study. And when it comes down to like how G2 play maps, I kind of feel like what you're saying, Brett, about them playing like plugging in the algorithm to generate most optimal comps, most optimal playstyle. That that kind of feels like their approach on every
I just
map.
haven't heard Brand talk good about Icebox so much in one day today.
It's
So crazy, you know?
It is crazy. But a crucial note here, I think, with this map, Vito, at least in my mind, I think, is that the longer it goes, the less likely it looks for SEN to try and take it, I think. For that Ascent final map that we're going to be seeing played as well, the way that SEN took it against Cloud9 was off the back of a lot of clutches and some hard anteing as well, and also from Cloud9 kind of really being uncomfortable, I think, as well, when the sides were swapped around for them. So Ascent for G2, on the other hand, they've been innovating. They played a Waylay comp, they set up Jorg really well. I think it's critical for Sentinels to try and take this one in a 2-0 if they're going to win it.
Same comp for SEN that has been amazing for them all season with this double initiator Yoru comp for Zekin. I think they have great ideas on their attack side
Bye,
of
thank
how
you
to
so
take
much for
early
the
leads, reset this
2000
round,
मेरी
and
जान
let
के
players like Zelsis
टोटे
get big
किंग
and
बनने के लिए
G2
एक स्पेशल
is
बनाना
helping
पड़ेगा
play
वो
in that
गार्डन
last
ऑफ
game
गैलेक्सी
against
कोई हेल्प
T1.
कर
It's
सकता
gonna
है
be a
बाय द
mirror
वे
match.
10 to 0
Yeah,
मैं हेल्प कर
for
सकता
G2,
हूँ
they
मजाक
love
से
the
हटकर
Yoru pick. They love
VPN
sort of
चालू
setting
करो
up fights
और
off the
20
contact
लाख
plays
दिनार
from him,
दो
the quick
मैं
rotates,
सच्ची
all
हेल्प
these
करूँ मैं
ideas.
सच्ची
And when you think about
सच्ची
it, the ultimates,
दुल्ली
when
की
they come
कसम
online, you've got 3 monsters for taking sides.
हो जाए
Sick head-to-head to start. Jojimo against Zekin.
और देखो भाई
that they have been picking up
सारे
on
SEN
this
fans
stage.
I was thinking that maybe there would have been a little bit of a change up on G2, given that we haven't seen
सारे
it
SEN fans
so long. It's
भाई
clear that this composition works, right?
It doesn't have to be
Increase
a
game
approach change,
volume.
just an approach
No
change.
fucks.
There's a big
point.
gap in terms of
No,
footage.
increase
G2 have
मेरे
not
को लगा
showed this
full है
map in a while, and SEN, this is their most played.
As by thanks for the 2000, 2000, 1000, 400, 200, 500 for everything मेरी जान के
So this
टोटे
epic brawl, it's going to be Rivington and Van Silly on the mic.
And it is time to get into what is this kickoff grand finals revenge match.
भाई ये
in best of
हुडी
three
तो
form,
है
and I'm sure
हुडी में क्या बोलते हैं
Sentinels
उसको
want to come out firing.
राउंड
Yeah,
कॉलर
for sure. From an Orcs perspective,
Collar
in this
neck.
rivalry,
क्या
you
बोलते हैं?
want Sentinels to come out on top. In the VCT so far, it's always been G2
मेरे पे
throughout
भी
the last
जचेगा।
year, but they have a chance to kick things off on the right foot because we are
ये
starting off on
मैप
split.
का
This
स्कोर
is a
प्रेडिक्ट
rematch
करो
of the grand finals that kick
30
off, as
सेंट
you've mentioned, and actually
रेड शर्ट
Sentinels has
बोलते
beaten
पता है रे
G2
बासुंडी
13 to
लोग
4 on
पता
this
है
map. A great start to kick things off, and when you're looking at G2's side, though, they're pulling out with an Omen. Mimi mentioned that they used this against T1, but in that kickoff game, Valen actually had the Astra going into the composition. So this time around, going back into an Omen, they
Yeah.
want to go into a mirror comp, maybe battling a little bit more with the Omen Flash, and we'll have to see what's G2 cooking up this time around.
It is interesting to see. You don't need as much as the
मास्टर्स
stars
जितने
for
में चांस में
post-plant
एडवांटेज
now
क्या
that you
होता है
have Trent
पॉइंट्स मिलता है
continuously
ट्रॉफी
playing
मिलता है
that
पॉइंट्स मिलता है
Tejo.
इज्जत मिलता है प्यार मिलता
And
है
as we get into our first round, it's just going to be a spread out on the map for G2 and Sentinels. It's kind of heavy stacking towards B to start.
Yeah, and G2 is always going to be like this very slow start, just trying to figure out here what Sentinels would try to do at the beginning of these rounds. All of them focused into
Slow खेल रहे हैं
the
G2,
extremities at
BT
first,
देने
playing
वाला
very
chat.
passively. Will there be any trap plays with the tail salvos coming out from Sentinels?
But do you
And
miss
as it quiets
choreography?
down
No,
a little
I
bit,
only miss
they
heroes.
wanted to add a little bit of pressure towards this middle, see what type of rotate they could follow it. But you could definitely see here, they're trying to finish for a split towards this A site.
Interesting to see there. Back to this Zelsis alone in mid. We heard Kaplan talking about how that was sometimes an avenue teams would
By
take to
read
beat
to
mid
W
and take
है
the map away. So they started giving him help from John Cutie and others from a
read
distance.
to
Here they
W
go back
bro.
to it, and it seems like G2 will take that mid space, will take Heaven, but Zekin, ever so quiet, could be the one to start the round, and he does pop off with 2 fast ghost shots. Now they're trying to sort out where the rest of the members of G2 could be. They creeped in so quietly, and now they sight themselves.
language
At the
कुशल
same time, at the
भाई
beginning to see if a swing from Sentinels is going to come out.
Planted.
Oh, Zelsis. Oh, he gets him. Util out. The timing is there. Narrate through the paranoia. Gets the right click that counts. And now it's up to Trent. The post plant, the reason they have the Teo.
Now trying to go on to this tap. Trent trying to move forward. Bang onto that tap. The swing for the first tap. And now the swing, he's sticking it out so far into the spike and gets the full diffuse.
Chance
Constellation prize for that kill from Trent, but unfortunately here for Sentinels.
बस भाई हर्ष हैश एक ही समझना मेरी ही सुपर चैट है वो सब लैंग्वेज
just behind the Viper screen, right over here.
Yeah.
There's so many times going into the VCTs when this is not being checked, and it's a deadly spot. And Zekin, who's been amazing throughout the playoffs to kick things off against Cloud9, opens up with a nice little 2K.
That's some
against
Toronto
G2.
club right
It's
there.
not the aggressive Yoru there. The round had kind of played out a little bit. They wait, they pull back, and he's not trying to play off a gate crash. They're playing safe.
बराबर बेटी.
And they're playing behind the walls.
बेटी आजकल
Very
डॉलर्स
nicely
किधर गए हेलो
done. Again, we see that opening mid up didn't really
इधर किधर से आ जाते हैं
exactly. They almost were able to walk G2 the way they wanted through that vent and into A site before they attack again. We do have a quick tech pause to start out here for a second match, and we'll get that sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah. So far, again, G2 has had great opportunities here to work towards the A side. Remember that smoke and the flash that we talked about from Valen switching over to this Omen. They actually use that to actually get a lot of space towards the A heaven when they were pitching across. So again, think about how Valen potentially could be sticking around with this group here for G2 to work as a pack to fight toe-to-toe against Sentinel, who loves to get muddy in these fights too. You saw how close it was one on top of the spike. Close range classics. It's been going well so far.
All right, ahead of G2's playoff debut, we did speak with Jonah P about the
जो भी पानी पी रहे हो रोज पीना. आप स्पेस में जाना चाहोगे? स्पेस से स्ट्रीम करना पिंकी दी के साथ नेट का?
Goals moving forward.
मैं planets and stars and aliens सब explore करूँगा. मेरा खुद का company तो है ही.
You know, closing out the stage.
Industries.
We're not here to just qualify for the event. We want to win the whole
and
thing.
peak voyage.
And we got to defend
talent
our
and
kickoff
team
title.
build up कर रहा हूँ.
That's
मजाक
what we
से
want to
हट
do. We
कर.
want to, you know, we want to win everything.
Wish you all the best.
Be that team that's very
कर
consistent.
सकते plan कर सकते.
You know,
इधर हजार में कोई भरोसा नहीं करेगा.
A team to cheer for.
बेटी CEO है बंक्स में मैंने मानता.
Expectations pretty high here for G2.
Impossible.
But going
Membership
into
में
this
ले
game
कहाँ
again, just to think about here, what's at stake? Sentinels has a great start with this pistol on the Icebox. That second map has only been tested once by G2, coming out with this non-duelist comp. But Split in itself for G2, they've never played it.
ये प्लेयर्स ईयरफोन और हेडफोन दोनों के पहनते हैं. ईयरफोन इन गेम साउंड के लिए, हेडफोन नॉइज कैंसिलेशन के लिए और हेडफोन का माइक इन गेम माइक. आज भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर 1000 मेरी जान के टूटे. Thank you so much.
Teams played against each other on this map. Now it's G2 that has the upper hand, at least in terms of what's new. What can we bring out here against Sentinel, who loves to play this map on Split?
एक दी स्केयर पता था डॉलर वाला.
We'll have to find out. Long time no see, बेटी भाई.
आज दोस्त membership
thing
का.
we see here is one thing we definitely want to talk about.
याद तो रहता है मेरे को कौन कितना देता है. याद तो रहता है.
Stingers on a low buy.
उधर इधर के बंक्स भाई मैं तो पहले बोला था.
VCT America's here. We remember Trent's play from just
40
the other day
को
on
कोई
Pearl,
पूछता भी नहीं है.
as
कौन बोला
well
भाई
as what
सबको
they're
मैं
going
thanks
to be
बोलता
able to do here. So it's going to be a treat to see what the Stingers will do, and I think this is going to make the game very fast on the low buy rounds. I don't think they're going to give each other too much space. We'll give them a little bit more space. We bounce back out for a tech pause real quick. Apologies for the delay on this, and we will get back as quick as possible into the game. But it's something that's very much so switched the rounds. We saw Sentinels as well in their 1v1s, their 1v2s, even 2v4s. From their previous series being able to steal rounds they should not get. So we may have to see the G2 Stingers or vice versa from Sentinels even more than usual.
And a lot of that was on the back of Zekin and Zelsis when they were getting these clutch moments against C9 at the end of the day.
काम करते करते आपका स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ. अभी काम अच्छे से होगा. W
just laughing along a little bit late behind. He was supposed to be the coach in the back, but it's still Zelsis at the court. But at the same time, that vibe, the vibe merchant was definitely present throughout these moments. I think he won like 2 1v1s on Pearl and a 1v2. Especially in that 2 versus 4 with Zekin when he flanked from the back. So you kind of need somebody like Zelsis who's been finding his groove as a Sentinel role, as a flex now going into Split playing as his Viper.
Yeah.
But definitely somebody to look out for. And now you're looking from top to bottom in this roster. It's definitely a team that actually puts a lot of power into the server for Sentinels.
Zekin, I kind of wrote in my notes yesterday, this guy had so many ults you thought he was cheating. It was like 3 per half, 3 or 4 per half, and you might even see it here again, already starting out 2-1. As we get this sorted out. Let's do some voting with the crowd. Who are you picking? Where's it going? It's going to be mirrored, so it might be mirrored at first, but it is Sentinels first. What do we got? That's, yeah, okay. Obviously G2. Okay. Okay.
You're saying that it's mirrored. People today seem to be knowing the move to
yeah, 2-1
to point in the right direction in the very beginning.
See,
okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm cursing this as much as I'm cursing the tech pause.
G2 by G2 जीता.
So it's like 3-2 now. 3-2 G2.
G2 जीता.
Oh yeah.
तुम वहाँ से चले जाओ. G2 जीता बोला है. वहाँ से चले जाओ तुम. G2 जीता बे.
Look at that. And Zekin getting the votes here with the signs in hand. Also been a lot more vocal, it seems, this year.
Yeah.
After the rounds, getting up, not getting up, but being way more vocal, propping the team up. containing those emotions at a high level and just keeping the vibe up with the team as much as Elsis, really.
Actually, when you talk about emotions as
Tough
well, you
है,
can see
tough
G2 when they're
है, tough
walking
है.
out
Tie
here
है
on the
मेरे
stage,
हिसाब से.
they're quite stoic. And a lot of their matches
मेरे हिसाब
going
से
into
tie
this
है,
one here,
1-1.
knowing that they're the
They
best
are.
team, but also I think there's a lot of those emotions that's just buried down just to not let that take the best of their emotions going into the game. Because remember,
Crazy.
they almost had a
Sen
chance to win Bangkok,
Crazy.
going all the way to the grand finals
ये भी
against
Sen
T1.
fan.
They
G2
had the
fan.
lead over 2 maps.
कपड़ा किसका
where they
पहना जरा
unfortunately
ऐसा
lost
करके
those
देखो.
in overtime against
भैया
T1,
जी.
where they had the lead, they had game point, match point,
Yeah.
series point, championship point going into Bangkok and let that slip. So
And you know what things like that mean? We hear Jogamo
Sen
talk
jeeta.
about the effect it had
Sen
for
jeeta
them
bro.
on Pearl and how they had to get over that speed bump
Huh?
on Pearl where it felt good again if they could get themselves to that map and play it through.
well, let's get into this map then.
Let's get right into Split though, as G2 Esports are getting one of their first plays here out of the stage.
Deadly spot from Bang at the top there
Sen
of
जीता chat.
the billboard. And G2 going with the stinger buy. You just mentioned it before, but G2
धोखा दिया मम्मी ने.
quite often successful with the stinger buy and now attempting to rush towards his B site.
That TP's back to A. Jogamo in the back of the site, but Bang is very much so ready. Gonna get swarmed and he wants to go for more. Thinking he may have the positioning. Very fast move from Sentinels here to reposition and get set up for the protocol retake.
Closing the gap. Could be very deadly against the retake of Sentinels, who only has a judge on Zelsis too as a weak weapon.
The W key has been a huge advantage for G2 on this one. They just pushed right into the site, running over anything that was in front of them. This is where the Stingers may fall flat, though, to the Bulldog on the other side of the swing. And Sentinels coming through as a team. And it's going to be a find, and it's going to be a kill for Zelsis. They're able to get that one down on the default plant spot, and the defuse coming through as well. Zekin gets even more points on the board, and he is just 2 away from Dimensional Drift going into the bonus round.
And as we just mentioned, Zelsis with a judge was able to pick up a stinger here to open up the first kill on the retake from Sentinels, who flooded back. Knowing here that G2 are really good on trades in these stinger buys, they also wanted to stay as a group. And Sentinels takes the upper hand, and you just talked about it. Zekin being 2 away from the Dimensional Drift. You remember his game against
Or
Cloud9
Brazil,
the other
on
day. He was
time.
having almost like 4 or 5 blade storms within the half. Yeah. And he's been on fire.
Crazy
so far.
retake bhai.
Doesn't have to be as prolific as he was
Blind
in the game versus
sexy था
Cloud9
भाई. Blind
again.
का जैसे trade भी नहीं ले
Team's looking
पाया.
pretty good here for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Defensive round G2. We have a stinger buy for Valen, and for the rest, finally we calm things down in terms of the economy so they can have a much healthier buy in round number 4.
Gosh, that judge towards mid. The vanity, artsy, and cosplay now coming into effect. Everybody realizes how strong it is in this position. A nice displacement, so G2 can still toy with this area and try to gain a little bit of ground.
Okay.
Oh, you saw it coming. It was just a matter of time there for Zelsis to be able to get at least one. The timing's going to be good, but the distance a bit too much for the judge to follow up, and that's going to be John Cutie on the other side for the pincer move. Now 4v2. It's going to be tough for G2 to even get into the site. They rack up a bonus round there, and Sentinels continue.
Everything at your own risk.
Small scales from G2 trying to take control of the top middle. I think due to that type of buy that they had on the stinger, they didn't have too much utility to allow the flash to move up here towards Mail. So Valen just swings in with the stinger, and that's not something easy to fight against when you have a judge here into Zelsis. And 3 unanswered rounds, but finally things calm down.
एक shout out to the bro. Shout out to मेरी जान.
In terms of weapons in this round, playing it very slow still. You have this wall set up on the A side for a slow lurk on the side of Leaf, where G2 gives a lot of responsibility onto Leaf in these moments where
Technically
he's trying to
जितना
find the
आपने
timing on these
सुपर सेट
lurks.
किया उतना कोई और क्या तो देना
So kick
चाहिए.
things off with
Technically
early
अगर देखा
util
जाए
to
तो.
set presence of towards middle here for G2. Everybody's grouping up once
Technically.
again just to power drive towards this A site. But Sentinels, they're ready for it. They got 3 players out here.
So close. This is going to be tough. I don't know if they can both get out of this. No, they cannot. G2 pressing in so fast, and it was Sentinels in just that awkward window in timing. It's like G2 is going to be trying to do this the entire time. They play a little bit slower. They find where they can get through the armor of their opponent. And it just looks so easy once they get the spike down.
Long way,
Util for Sentinels though to move back into the site. Bulldogs being picked up. They have salvos and paranoid to start flooding towards the elbow.
Pop flash from Nagamo to see if they can retake this space, but nobody's engaged enough for him to
Guns
want to
गिराओ.
take it.
गन्स भी नहीं गिरा
Back
रहे
up here.
मैं भी सुपरचैट पे भरोसा करता हूँ ये लो मेरा हैंडशेक
He's going to be the one moving forward. John Cute is going to fall back and save.
भोई में
Double peek. He's just waiting. He doesn't want to give it away now.
आज मैं thank you for the 400 मेरी जान के
Jogmo just vibing there.
Love
Jamming
you.
on the screen. And that is going to be a 4th round here for G2.
Still a great start. Finally, they have their money right. They have a flawless round for the side of
That's it,
G2.
other
But the good
stuff,
thing about
jab
this, though,
dekhta hu,
despite
still kar deta hai.
G2
Excuse
being able to open up this A site, is the correct reads that Sentinels currently have here on the defense. Something that's a masterclass calling that was even mentioned here in the post game against Cloud9. Something that John Cutie is doing very well in terms of understanding the tendencies of their opponents. So when they have better weaponry, or even a judge back in the hands of Zelsis, maybe in the later rounds,
आज मैं ना मान रहा
it could have been deadly for G2, who are kind of like just spitballing into a group
500 तो दिया रहेगा
in the mid round without getting too much
ए
information.
बेटे फंसा वापस
With the dimensional drift, a flash to come across.
Oh my gosh.
इधर घुस के मारा रे
Straight to the backside. They're
बाबा
expecting it somewhat, but you know Zekin's going
इधर
to try to
घुस
do
के
something
मारा
crazy
बे
here. Lead
इधर
goes
घुस के
down,
मारा
but so
बे
does Zekin. I'd say this is obviously leaving Sen in the 2-2 across the map, and if they don't lose anybody else, are looking pretty good here. G2 patiently waiting to get in. One off of quite a few ultimates could easily solidify this round for them.
And that's why they wanted to stay back towards the spawn. What type of moves are they going to do here on the defense? And they react to it. So far, reacting correctly. Moving inside this B side, it's open for now. It's been stalled a bit by some counter salvos out from Sentinel's side. And finally, Jonah P's going in for the flag.
Spike planted.
They get that down. G2 becomes so much stronger in this position. You already see Trent starting to back up. Armageddon could come in just a few of these kills, but he's got the salvos first. The retaliation now. They try to stop the entry back into the site. Sentinel's still thinking of which way to get in, and they cannot cover each other on these shots. The spams come through.
Clean, babe.
And again, G2 get that post plant locked down.
Clean, babe.
That's always been the game plan for G2, knowing that, you know, we mentioned Trent just playing Teo every single map.
He knows that.
Clean.
Never plays a Silva, never plays a Fade, just keeps on to this Teo because it's so good in terms of what G2, how they want to approach these maps. It creates so much space for them to allow Joggermoon
अब कितना consistency देख के motivation मिलता है. Thank you आदित्य भाई. बस कल एक दिन मैं असली कर पाऊँ बाकी तो
and it's been working out so far. Not too many teams have found good answers into stopping the post plant for G2 so far.
Alright.
G2 आ रही तो बाहर क्या नहीं?
Jogmo. Oh my gosh. Zekin with the Guardian. We saw him doing the same thing just yesterday. Jogmo creating disruption. Looks like G2 slipped past again. They definitely picked up the pace in the way that they're taking the sites overall. Just the game pace for them has been
मान ही
picked
नहीं
up
सकते
here.
भाई $10,000 क्यों पिक के नहीं मारते?
But with losing lead,
बताओ.
they're forced to play inside the site.
हाँ? ऐसा नाम मत करब करो यार.
Is it? No, does not time it
अरे
correctly.
timing left right हो गया.
That's 2 for Trent on the Armageddon.
वो एक बंदा सिर्फ यही बोल रहा था. What are you doing?
The points right now.
Squad बोला तो
You'll
हिंदी
already
नहीं
see
आती
John
अच्छे
Cutie
से
heading
इंग्लिश
to the
आती है.
side here.
स्कूल में पढ़ा था.
G2 may have lost the
हाँ
first
क्या?
3, but we saw that stinger be quite effective. It went down low.
बेटी भाई मैं क्या सुन रहा हूँ?
So we're starting
एक
to see that
Rolex
go to
हो
the
जाता
wayside here,
तो.
and G2 will start to come back.
अर्जुन
evening
बेटी के
on
पास
this round,
Rolex है क्या?
and they should be able to pressure very hard on next round too. Just
So
go
well
for
in
the
the
throw.
economy for
Super
sure.
Jet के ऊपर आना
You see
पड़ेगा
now
सिर्फ
Zelsis
मेरे को
once
chat.
again looking to position themselves for exits.
Last player standing.
It's only going to do a little bit of damage, but you can definitely see what's left for G2. Definitely
फिर उसके बाद अल्ट्स देखो
looking good
कितना
into
है.
the next line
5-3
for round
6-3
number
6-3 change फिर
7 over
टाइम
here.
आउट आएगा.
And it's good that
पेट
Trent
क्या मेंबरशिप लेने के लिए पेट में क्या
G2
बेटी भाई ये क्या मैं सुन रहा हूँ आप
The Salvos creates the space first. They think that they're gonna fake it out. The clone that was actually thrown in here by Jogimo.
आओ ऐसा देख के लुल्ली की कसम खाओ.
For Sentinels after those salvos, and after that shot, that was the cue to pull out the Armageddon.
ओ उसको लगा वहाँ पे जगह है.
Playing for stats, brother. I'm assuming that's a message to Zelsis.
Saving a gun, playing for stats. Either way. Got a timeout coming in here from Sentinels on this. They figure out how to kind of sort out what G2 has been doing. It's not been a consistent site. G2 have shown mid, B, and A now. and it's very explosive once they get to that point. I think
Good morning,
obviously,
good
when you're
morning.
facing this, a little bit of extremity control on one side, and hopefully the right one, you're not running into
ऐसा
that
लग
death
रहा है
ball that's
अर्जुन का
coming
जॉब खतरे में.
in, can kind of set you up with a bit more information.
Yeah, I feel from outside looking
क्या
in for
आपको
this
धमकी
time
already मिल गई है,
just
अर्जुन भाई?
trying to lean back on those
क्या
fundamentals.
है ये
Going back
एलिमिनेटर
to
मैच है
what
नहीं
was
जो हारेगा
a
लोअर
main point
ब्रैकेट
for
जो
them in
जीतेगा
Bangkok,
वो
where they
मास्टर्स
weren't
के
really
लिए
trading off
क्वालिफाई
each other or even at the beginning of kickoff. And then once we see the turnaround into split one, you saw that there were, what, 4-1 going to the group, only losing the crew. But the upward trajectory that Mithul was talking about here at the desk was just being able to play off each other and just stay as a group. So far, and that's how G2 is going to play when they're entering these sites. So you do need that buddy system to come across, and you're definitely seeing it so far now. Because they do have a lower buy, they could maybe activate with a Rolling Thunder off reaction of what could happen here at the beginning of this round.
Lolex to you,
Sentinels go
Arjun
back to
members
that,
play
kind of
lovely.
favoring mid with a bit more pressure now. Trying to activate
बेटी
Zekin
भाई
on
आपके
this,
अंडर
they
काम
leave
कर
Zelsis
रहा है
to go
कोई
into the
उसको
site.
टेक्निकली काश दोस्त वाली लेन चाहिए
G2
कि नहीं
once again going to play all around the
क्या
map,
फायदा
making sure
वरना
their
आपका नाम
extreme
खराब हो रहा है
extremities
एज ए
actually
सीईओ
don't have
जस्ट
too
सेइंग
much vision on them.
जस्ट सेइंग
The more you wait here, Sentinels could potentially start funneling players into those strong ults. This is why here Zelsis and Narrate also playing at different extremities. This could be a late pit to pivot players towards the middle. And then it's on to the flood here from Rolling Thunder. That could be a game plan, but now that you've already used a drone at the very beginning for Sentinels, they're not able to get too much information at the very beginning. So they have to be a little bit more reactive to G2.
MIBR already qualify हो गया मास्टर.
Seem oddly spread out here. Unless we're going to get some
भाई ये round
activation
भी
out of
winnable है
Leaf, some
SEN के लिए.
noise. It's just going to be super late for him. So they're actually going to do 4 takes towards B. They feel like they've sorted out the defensive Sentinels enough by waiting down a minute in about 20 seconds here. What will they have to go for? They pressure cook the clock down to 30 now, and Jonah's going to get that plant in sight and feeling good about it here.
Oh, no. The salvos drop Zelsis, and that's the pit down. The idea was him to just stay alive so the rest could rotate over and use the Rolling Thunder, but now...
They're just ready. They're already reading this play. They saw it before Sentinels even wanted to do it, and Zekin got shot in the face through the wall there before going down. So he's limping around for the rest of the round here.
इतना शरीफ बंदा हूँ पुगने जैसा गंभीर आ रहा हूँ कैसे लगा सकते हैं बात पे.
Unluckiness there out for Zelsis, but towards the end, what happened for G2 in the post line was beautiful. Always leveraging Jonah P to able to assist John, able to get open. His beautiful fault line towards the back. That doesn't allow here Sentinels to really capitalize on using that Rolling Thunder for the retake. Because that pit that was laid down by Zelsis was so nice. You saw that it covered really all of the map.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvos potentially to play the post plant for G2, there's not too much that G2 has to play within the pit.
Jeez.
Just goes to show
Trent is thinking so well with where to use these salvos, what the displacement along with the other information is going to be, and Kaplan watches his timeout fizzle away.
Yeah, you saw how that split across the Paranoia. Again, to switch back onto an open. So full line on one side, Paranoia on the other, and you have Jogging away between to get an opening. Such good coordination coming out from G2. But now put Sentinel, thankfully, silver lining is that you did have a half buy on that previous round. Now you have a full rifle round, and you can still have an outcome with the Rolling Thunder available, but G2 wants to press it forward. Split into the B site.
Going into the aftershock, they're just playing ahead of their own game here. I love it. Trying to catch the opponent off guard. Sentinels react really nice. They still have an anchor on the site, but do they know about Jogamo? Do they know about Jogamo? Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's already been routed on the back side of the site. This leaves John in such a tough spot now. Pincer down, and the rest of Sentinels, again, just deja vu. 2 outside the site. Can't do anything to get back in.
It's such a big pick. Jogamo getting that one onto Narrate, and not only that, he did actually get the hit onto Leaf, who's playing selfless. What they're doing there for G2 is just reset those that are towards the B side that didn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder. Just waits it out. They leverage Leaf, who just drops down and plays bait so they could double swing and trade off if Leaf falls. And he didn't even need to die. G2 looking very good here in Sentinels. You just mentioned it, a timeout that came out from Kaplan. No success coming out of the double ult. No success coming out from a Rolling Thunder to stall the hit from G2, because they're still leaving gaps on the reaction here that G2 is currently instilling on their attack side, and that's a change of pace. How many times so far in this first half that it's been very simple to try to scout around the map and then move as a group, but this time around, they
आज
quickly
इधर पीड़ा
activated on
नीचे
top
है.
of B-Heaven, and it seems like Sentinels weren't ready for that.
And it's honestly not something you expect from G2. You expect to get a little bit longer of a series altogether because the rounds will go longer. The way they want to figure out their opponent, how they sort things back and forth. But you're right. The change of pace here is definitely throwing Sentinels for a loop as G2 continue to pressure these objectives instantly. Back towards A here, and it's everyone there, right? They're looking for a fault line hit if they need it, and they're looking to get right into the site if possible.
Is it Armageddon at least for John Cutie?
Yeah.
So the amount of times that they've been buying half armor, half shields, regen shields, they want to fight this right away.
Flying through. Nere opens up big though. Quickly traded back by Valen. The smoker, the controller, the IGL. Right at the front of the line to start this one is Seconds trying to get into a spot that could win this round back. It's already being waited on by Leaf though. Almost 3, they get on different levels, and the drone also makes it indecisive for where to put the shot.
And they're trying to flip, so the IGL pushes down towards the screens, and he's trying to find an opening. Beg's waiting for him.
Hops right into sight. Zekin's gonna give everybody a little UAV situation. 2 from screens, they start to hop back in.
Nice stun.
The swings aren't happening together though. Almost these 1v1s being created. Trent from the outside, ready to hit that aggression from screens, and it's just Sentinels falling like flies on this one. One left, bang, trying to do what he can. Too much surrounding him though.
मैं आपके साथ हूँ, नहीं होता मैं तेरे साथ हूँ, होता है.
John and Jonah. The shots come through, and Trent's gonna be able to do it. Oh my gosh.
ठीक है.
John Cutie goes down 6-2, or 6-3 rather, for G2.
Util's just too good for G2.
Crazy.
Even if we, again, on those moments, could
usually
is good on like at least
you
1
can
or 2.
always
But he
respect
gets
the
the
younger
perfect
one.
information that there's 3 players from Settle swinging down.
As well, thank you for the 600 मेरी जान के टोटे.
He nullified the dimensional drift.
ऐसे गलतियां करता हूँ.
Zekin.
Good move.
Because when Zekin found all that information, he actually flashed back towards that spawn so that Sentinels cannot come back to fight. They had good reads to play so passively in the very beginning, but going into the hit itself, the util coming out from Trent and from Valen was so nice to stop that.
That timeout button is getting pushed fast over there on the Sentinel side. I mean, Kaplan just has to get in their ear, tell them what is happening, what's going on, where can they reset, or maybe even say you have the right idea, stop second guessing yourself. Right? It could be numerous things right now.
Don't critica Theo drone last 4 rounds से use नहीं हुआ है.
6 straight rounds.
अच्छा मंडे से ऑफिस आने की जरूरत नहीं
It
है.
was just mentioned before that Sentinels like to get muddy. They love to fight as a group, and they don't mind to fight in the chaos. But the thing is, when they actually used that Armageddon on that previous round,
Technically ये count
that
होना
snuck
चाहिए.
through towards the edge of the A site actually threw a smoke up towards the A ramp. But that actually just stopped Sentinels, and they didn't want to challenge through that because they were just afraid of the unknown of what was behind the smoke. But the Armageddon was already creating that space for them. They potentially could have moved down and find some good information and continue to trade out. But that little space that was given to the G2, you just saw what happened towards the end. A 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 that came out in their favor. And Sentinels, you mentioned that red alert now coming out from Kaplan is, let's just try to salvage these last 3 rounds if we can. But he has nothing else to work with for the map.
Oh. A little bit of a learning round too here for G2 as they use Dimensional Drift. They see if Sentinels off that timeout would it retaliate on an A play like that. I like this. I like this. Sentinels though have their own strategy ready for it. Zelsis, oh, he is just not having fun with the salvos today. Trent has his number. Flown in, or drone in, Neri takes down Jog. That's actually a huge one to be getting right now if Sentinels can just slow this down and take a breath.
But Plat now has Rolling Thunder available here for Jonah P.
Oh, fault line should just go right past Valen. They could work off this together. Zekin waiting very far out. There's one last one they could hopefully get in. Oh, they smoke off actually where Zekin's going.
Oh shit.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. And they're not even going to need the other person on the flank there. Sentinels straighten one out, and they stop the bleeding.
You saw that discipline coming out there from G2 as well.
और सेन जी
As soon
तो
as they
पक्का
lost
डन
Trent
सीन
in
है
the very
बंग लव
beginning
बार का
towards the
जीत
A
गए
main,
बोलने के लिए
you saw
लव
Jonah
यू
switch away from the Rolling Thunder back into
Ah,
a
मेरे
fault line,
गांड।
Yeah.
understanding that it's potentially a lost cause. They could try to go for a double swing. If it turns out into a victory on their side, they could use that towards the end. But
Boys, let's go. Let's go.
definitely see here that Sentinels are still ironed out here towards his retakes.
A big timeout there for
got
Captain to get
timeout
into
लाया
the
तो
ear of the
biscuit लगा
team. Can they continue this momentum? They have a lot of economy
Half
to work
में
through on
हाथ
the side of
निकाल
G2
दी। हो गया
Esports
एक बार
before they'll
shot।
feel comfortable.
हो
They
गया
only have a few more rounds, so they should just see guns here for these last two.
उड़ा लो
They gotta
भाई।
give it everything.
गरीब का मजाक उड़ा
Back
लो
to this solo Zelsis mid for now.
कर लो यार
Rolling Thunder and Pit are huge now for G2. So Sentinel's not fully out of this yet.
This B Heaven strat is so fast for G2. They teleport right into mail room twice with Omen and Yoru. It's so
Please
hard
say.
to not get overrun by something like that. But now Heaven controls a little bit faster for Sentinel side. That's the change on this round. They didn't have this before. Oh, the timing! And it's actually going to be just low on Jogamo's shot. Zekin retaliates beautifully with that shot flicked downward as the site trades come in strong. They do find Zekin towards the top as Valen tries to reorganize
timing था
where
भाई
he can be and what will be the safest in this 2v2 or 2v3.
Big flank from Zelsis.
Just looked away. The timing's there.
स्पाइक दे मेरे को
Chooses
स्पाइक
the
दे
wrong
मेरे को स्पाइक
target
दे
and
मेरे को
Valen
स्पाइक
hits
दे
his.
मेरे को
Now they can
स्पाइक
take their time though for
दे
G2. Valen has, they're from the shadows. So if it has to come down to these trades where it might not work out for them, he could always TP away with the spike
फेक
on his
अल्ट
back.
मारेगा उमेन तो मजा आएगा वैलिन अगर
They're gonna
अल्ट
have to keep
मारा
Sentinels guessing and force
Oh,
them
this
to
smoke.
peek out.
This smoke is crazy.
Didn't see him. Just
Oh,
snuck
shit.
through. But with that though, if the spike comes for a plant, John Cutie has his salvo, so they want to dodge off that first.
bro
All right, they're
Double
just
fake.
yeah, double fake. Just getting everything they can out.
10 seconds left.
Plant for Trent so he can get another point towards Armageddon and they get to close
बाकी दिन में चैटने पड़ता है ऑफ होता है आज इंटरेक्ट कर रहा हूँ लेकिन मैच एंजॉय नहीं कर पा रहा दो काम नहीं कर सकता चैट पैनल क्लोज कर रहा हूँ थैंक यू फॉर योर सपोर्ट डन सी लव यू गाइस बाय एंजॉय द
easy play
स्ट्रीम
here.
एंड द
Trent
मैच
backs up as far as possible, making it almost. Yeah, Armageddon comes through. You're not even going to get a chance to get onto this spike yet. Next tick gets the salvos, and you still have Valen just around the outside playing a little game of cat and mouse here with Bang. The final shots come through from the IGL, and they pick up another round.
And that's always what's so annoying when you have Trent alive with Armageddon and salvos. Remember, he had these type of clutches on Icebox on the 3 versus 1 as well.
Yeah.
When he's alive on these post plans, I mean, they mentioned at the desk, one of the best Teo that we have here in the Americas, maybe even the world. Just because he's so self-sufficient, knows the right timings, knows the game sense to stay alive here in these post-plan scenarios when he needs to sneak
और
back
तरक्की करोगे तुम लोग याद
of the outside of the site.
याद
I'm
रखना
going to tell you how
मेंबरशिप में ले
games
रहे
in
हो
a
ना
row that he has, because it's been a lot. That's
Yeah.
all he plays. You got to be afraid. This guy's Teo. I mean, they even play that on Icebox too.
Teo के आने के बाद वैलो
coming out immediately.
ज़्यादा अच्छा हो गया
The
भाई
speed on A
इतना यूटिल
again.
मजा आता है
Sentinels forego attacking this for a few
मेंबरशिप लिया तो
rounds
जॉब से
and then try to
कम से कम
deliver
कास्ट
the
दो
punch once
कास्ट
again
दो
here. Up a member after the fight.
क्या होता है $25 पे
But under Paul, Sentinels doesn't seem to have had the best conversions and man advantages. G2 walking in for the contact, spotted by Narrate.
Smart play by Narrate, beautiful flash, beautiful teamwork. Bit of an extended high-low there, but they do lose each other. As G2
bro
figures
8-4
out
हो
the
गया तो
play.
लग गए bro हाँ
2v2, drone still available. That's going to spot John Cutie towards the screen, so they isolated one. Zelsis still has a window to surprise one, and now they just got both spotted.
Player standing.
Up to Trent.
that's it 10-5 is not a bad half technically देखा जाए
We talked about winning so many clutches previously before. Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent in the 1-2.
Switching sides.
They have no more timeouts. You can't do that.
Oh, that has to sting. Just the patience that he has. You just mentioned it. Trent, can he clutch the 1 versus 2? Didn't have util to work with and just waited to see where the footsteps
thank
were
you
gonna
for
be.
the 10
And that's a
gifted
collapse.
members मेरी जान के टोटे
what?
चैट जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिल रहा है प्लीज
See that
टैग
blue shot
करके
too?
थैंक्स बोले
Yeah, yeah.
डॉलर्स जैसे ना गली लोग बने जो $300K लेके काश दोस्त मिले पाए
coach going,
ठीक है
like we
टैग
said before,
करके
when you're
थैंक्स
surprising
बोले
your team like that, you know you're doing
Love
it
you guys,
right.
bye. Thank you for the 10 gifted
8-4
ones
here.
today.
Sentinel started to punch back a bit, but is it enough? We'll find out when we come back.
टेप लगा लो बंक्स भाई सच में
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go.
My brain is getting fried since your SEN support. अभी भी जीत सकते SEN.
Red Bull
SEN
gives
का
you
मैप पे क्या
wings.
अटैक स्ट्रांग है बड़ी.
The new Red Bull Zero is
खतरनाक
here.
मारा ना लेकिन.
100% wings with monk fruit extract.
कितना पैसा करेगा वॉच पार्टी भी कर ले मल्टीटास्किंग करता हूँ मैं जेंसिस भाई को मारने दो बंक्स भाई जैकन मारेगा अच्छा लगता डिफेंसिव मैप नहीं है अभी के लिए अटैकिंग है कि सेन खेल रहे मत कर क्रेश G2 never lost to Sen in VCT pre-load. Let today be the first. Well, technically that's true. Parka Jitgi, thank you. Love you. Send for the win, Bang Bang. Love you. Jinx कर ले Jinx wins कुछ नहीं होता रे
G2 lead at the half 8-4 after a 6-round run there in the
Looking
first
for my
half. They
with
started to
special
run away with
thermal
it.
and can
Sentinels
work
only
with
able
analog
to battle back a bit, but
analog.
we still have a competitive scoreline
Analog.
going into the
Analog.
second half. Sen's
Hey.
attack could easily start to flip this map on
and
its head.
digital
When it was very one-sided for Sentinels against G2 before,
digital
though, it was
circuits.
Sentinels dominating on the defensive side. Now you
किधर
definitely
form
saw
बना?
that there was a little bit of struggle
First
from across
year
here
से
once
जब सेन
G2 started to
जीता
get the money
तब
right.
से उनको ही सपोर्ट है मेरा love
This time
you
around, Sentinels has an opportunity to turn it back to their side. For them grouped
when
together
champ
towards
start
this B main.
ये masters के बाद एक
The only
split करेगा उसके
responsibility
बाद
is Valen trying to go for the little
think
one-way
3
smoke
months
to see if he could spot some B.
September या ऐसा कुछ
Oh, he knows, but he doesn't have the aim anymore. Not just aesthetic on that one, as Zekin comes in with one of the kills. It looks like G2 is actually trying to swarm the site, get in there to help Leaf, but do they need to help Leaf that much? He gets sorted out, and they will get the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Oh my God, Leaf.
How does Leaf still survive in that moment? So many players are coming across him, and he still stays alive. I think it was Narrate that was right in front of him towards that spawn and trying to get him with the classic and just couldn't. Where the opener was perfect for Zekin. They went for the TV, the flash. Yes, he was read by Valen, but he got hit by the fall and he got fully blinded. A right click couldn't hit. And somehow Leaf solo inside the site delays long enough that even if he falls, the rest of G2 is already on the rotate. A great start for G2 now, winning this second pistol. We're tied 1-1 to lose pistols. But G2 has the lead by 5 in his first map.
And they love to have Leaf in situations like that. I think they give him
मैं
the
सच्ची चाहता था
opportunity
कि force
to
करे
play
सब.
up, be a little aggressive, draw the util out of the
Cats
opponent,
for
and he's
cats.
still staying alive. Like you said, how? You just ask questions when you're watching it. Little aggression from Zekin here as he tries to push back Jonah P.
All they want is a plat now for Sentinels. All of them grouped in together, and they have a chance. Spike's been given away here for Zekin to get the plat, to get closer to the dimensional drift, and we'll put that little check mark there for a dub.
A long-range 2x scope on that Jogamo. Just stinger from across a site. They look like they're trying to get in with a few more stingers. The deadly push coming through, and then Narrate's going to be able to answer with the classic, but it is not enough. G2 swarm, G2W. They get another round for themselves here.
Not too bad there coming out for Sentinels to do that damage and to be able to get that plant.
Yeah.
That previous round, you saw that, we just mentioned it before.
They're
so good at buying in second rounds with stingers. But the reason why you go for these buys are what helps you in these buys is if you actually get the plant in the fifth round, which unfortunately Sentinels did not. But even if they're still trailing behind at this point, 9-4, they still went for a full classic round. So it seems that they still have faith towards what they could do here once they have their money right here on the attack.
So the other buy, it's going to be Vandals, Phantoms. They do get the rifles in for Sentinels here. This bonus round is very, very big to keep G2's pressure at bay. Already the 10-4 is enough to deal with. And just a push towards main,
powers
so
use
a little
करने
bit
के
of
लिए
an
देखा नहीं
extremity hold
जाएगा.
here. Still giving G2 quite a bit of space to start the round as they have an eye on just
अभी
about
भी
every
फील
angle.
तो हो रहा है कि सेन जीत सकता है. बेटे ने काश दोस्त लिया तो I'll buy normal.
Sentinels so far is just to wait out, find that minimum mark where the players
But
could be.
actually he has a point. Owner को महंगा लेना चाहिए. जो काम
Not really
कर रहा है उसका.
answering to that yet though.
+1 on that.
No fault line to salvos, just waiting here to
+1.
just stop G2 or stop Sentinels on the hit.
बेटे भाई अरुण भाई का
Even
mic
that
आपके मुंह में
activation
any
you saw
comments?
coming from John, or narrate, that was from mid, that fault line we just watched Jogamo jump out of. So they're trying to activate from across the map. Leaf ready to deliver the mail, and he gets one down. That's going to be too far for the Bucky, but the Stinger comes out strong. Another headshot coming through.
Time to jump.
We see Jonah P go down as Zekin
हर जगह पे
finally
fight
answers the
जीते वो लोग.
situation. They have to limp into the site now. Actually, not too bad. Zekin's still pretty healthy off that engage. Oh,
ना सेन हर जगह
heck of
fight
a swing
जीता.
there for G2 trying to combo that. It's up to Valen now. Almost won the second. He's got the distance. Classic. Oh, he's indecisive about the weapon, and Zekin is not flying through the air to get a right-click win. A triple kill on that round and another one for Sentinels.
Split second there for Valen.
Yeah.
To potentially put the nail in the coffin onto Sentinels on the first map. But thankfully, Zekin once again is there to save it for Sentinels. But it looks so good here for G2 and how they played their bonus round. You saw that there wasn't an idea to do the trap play around these salvos and the fault line. You're just trying to find information, trying to suppress some players, and also just trying to stop and trade utility between both teams. And what to do after? Hold it to tight quarters because you have Buckies, you have Stingers.
अगर ये round हारा सेन तो
Just let
खत्म
them
है.
run into you and get these picks. And
अरे ये
Zekin
round हारा
thankfully
सेन
with
तो
that
खत्म
last
है.
kill, and the clutch is able to
सिर्फ ये round
get some
जीतने का
information for
जीत
Sentinels to activate towards this A site behind a dimensional drift.
He's in the site. Zekin is definitely spicing up things on the map right now, but G2 has kept him at bay from what his performance was yesterday. That's for sure. Let's see if they can get themselves back into the action here. A really nice site take towards A. Sentinels kind of has to stop giving G2 that respect. We hear a lot of teams say it. You just got to move a bit faster, more aggressive, and Bang is all over that.
All missiles away.
Into sight. Tempered engage for now as G2 drops in for a moment. There's so much utility fighting in the orb. The fight in the smoke, or rather the wall, as Leaf and Valen are just taking down the members trying to enter into the site, bottlenecked as they try to get through here. And there it is. Jogamo grabs
Time
one,
hai.
already on the defuse, and that's going to be round 11 for G2.
It was close. I thought that leap was still too far back before he got in, but as soon as I heard that, we're good. But that said, you've just mentioned so much util being thrown towards Hell. That was the main choke point where everybody was focused on because the Armageddon already pushed everybody back.
Yeah.
Sentinels knew that the flood was going to come back from heaven
भाई
and from
लेकिन मैं
A-main
पहली
just because
बार
of the
देखा है
Armageddon
4 बंदे
thrown by
A-main
John
bro.
Q in the pulse plant.
जबकि हेवन प्लांट भी नहीं
But
है.
high-low, verticality advantage coming out for
They played
G2.
4 off Teo solo.
Stream
It
sniper.
was just too easy to fight back towards the end there for
Stream sniper.
G2. Two more rounds rather to close up the first map. They're gonna make things difficult here in round number 17. Already a thick pit towards middle.
No more bed membership from my टिप्पणी क्या अभी
Exactly.
डन सीन.
It's so deep too that it doesn't allow for you to
अपनी
really
power
get some
की
good
जरूरत
control
है अभी
towards
बोलो
the
मत.
vents.
Great power comes great responsibility.
So it looks like Sentinels has no choice but to work towards the
मेरे
extremities.
को सच्ची लग
Half
रहा
buy
है
that you have on their
अभी
side.
भी जीत
I mean, it even comes down to a force buy.
They
They
just
absolutely
need
have no
one
credits
click.
left to work with, and
Head
at
पे.
this point, if they're going to play this slow, I think you're leveraging on Narrate to try to get an opening here with this Guardian.
समझ रहे हो?
They're trying to sell something towards A. They might
Technically
have
देखा जाएगा
gotten
तो
that teleport back
4
just
gun
in
round
range
जीतना है.
of
4.
Jonah P though. You see no movement from G2. They're not buying that A distraction just yet. Jogamo hopefully getting the drone work. Drone on drone action. Ships in the night crossing. Now they just sit. Behind the column, the util keeps them protected for now, but Jogamo is trying to let them know where is the in the window to get back into this. Leaf's in sight, so's Valen, so's Jog. They just surface from nowhere and take down Sentinels.
Sentinels tried to go back for their pistol round that allowed here Zekin to get the opener onto Valen, but instead this time around, it's G2 holding the back with Jogimo, with the dimensional drift, able to escape all that util and find all of that information from a fault line to stall, the salvos to push him off the spike plant. And then also to just close the gap to get that done on the side of G2.
Dude, it felt like everyone came out of a dimensional drift. They just popped out in the sight. That kind of teamwork is insane, and the reason we see G2 with so much consistency behind their plays. Stinger by for what could be the final round here as Sentinels try to keep themselves alive, and Leaf just snuffs Zekin as he sprints up mid.
And that's what makes it annoying, trying to play a judge inside male. Thankfully, those Sentinels have control of B site, but they're fighting with Stinger's long range.
Bang playing a bit of a game, but knows it's death at the top of that rope as he bounces back into the sight. 5v3, or if you're looking from SEN to 3v5, as they have to hold this one. Signatures are up, more smokes there for Valen as they can create their own angles that they want to be looking at when they re-enter the site. Just waiting on the go button here. You can see Valen discussing what the next moves are. They're very happy to see those Tejo salvos. I think that's going to pretty much activate what they want to do here. Just a 1-2. Where's the third? The punch comes across, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Trent gets another salvo kill here on Split as they end it out. It's going to be 13-5 in favor of G2. Full control of Split pretty much all throughout. And it's going to be a tough series.
Masterclass coming out for G2 for sure. Loud and proud, the IGL Valen standing up here, confident on the run that G2 could bring.
मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अगर दुनिया में वर्ल्ड का बात कर रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड जानते हो ना, ब्रह्मांड, वर्ल्ड में अगर कोई टीम 1-0 डाउन होके तो अगर अप कम बैक कर सकता है, दैट इज सेन. एज अ ट्रू सेन फैन एंड अ बिलीवर, अंदर से एक औरा आ रहा है कि 2-1 होने वाली है फॉर सेन. औरा आ रहा है, समझ रहे हो? W सेन का मैप था बाय द वे, नॉट G2. नील भाई आप जानते हो या मैं जानता हूँ? मेरे को कॉल आ गया था डायरेक्टर ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ राइट एनी टीम से कि वो ग्लिच हो गई है करके. ठीक है, ग्लिच हो गई हो, ऐसा दिखाया कि मैप सेन का, लेकिन है नहीं. अजी कौन गाली दे रहा है? माफ करे बिंग, क्या कोई सुने? माफ कर दिया नील भाई, माफ कर दिया. बीकेएल फेंकना बंद कर, बीकेएल फेंकना बंद कर, मतलब बेन की लोले को फेंकना बंद कर. लेकिन सागर भाई, मैंने आपको कभी फेंका ही नहीं. समझा कौन वो बीकेएल? दैट्स डब्ल्यू, दैट्स डब्ल्यू, दैट्स डब्ल्यू. रात को मेरा दिमाग बहुत चलता है. जैसे और दुनिया में 10-2 होके भी चोक करे वो लैंग्वेज. सेन 2-1 डन है, कद्दू का डन है, उफ़ हाँ डन है, सॉरी हर्ष भाई, डन है. सेन 2-1. M3 भाई गाफ मराओ. लव यू M3, थैंक यू फॉर द 40. हर्ष भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 100. मेरी गांड गई भाई.
poor Jaw. Oh dear.
Don't start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just mowing them down.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with that classic Sentinel split. Not your map pick. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What was your plan for split when that was floated, when that was out there? It is a Sentinels kind of classic sort of thing. What did you expect, and how did you prepare for that?
Honestly, I expected like a tougher game there. Last time they took us away, and we honestly underestimated their split dominance. This time we pulled no punches. We prepared well, and I think the boys executed really well.
Why do you think they underperformed?
I'm not sure. I would have to watch the tape to really see, but I felt like we put the right pressures. I felt like they were playing a little passive. We read their initiatives really well. We knew the situations. Even their early timeouts gave me an opportunity to just correct little micro mistakes, and then we were always one step ahead.
All right, well, best luck in map 2.
And that's what it's all about right there.
That's dangerous. That's so dangerous,
That's such a bad idea.
That was such a terrible idea.
That's an expensive piece of equipment.
-$10,000.
More than Operator Gaston's gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you.
And they're carting me away. They're carting me away as we speak.
Wait, just got word that came out of your paycheck. All right, everyone. So, we are professionals.
We're talking about the first map?
We are professionals.
That has to do with Canada. It was really topical.
Yo, G2 exec really well. Why don't we show that?
Before they fire me, I want to talk about this round because I
before
thought
you
this was
get
really
canned.
nice. G2 gets more value out of their Teodrome than I think most other teams do these days. They're almost always, when they're going for these kind of execs, have the TP set up, send in the drone, and they're holding the rest of their initiator util if they don't catch anything off that drone. Then this next layer is always so high quality to go in with the missiles, with the aftershock, and they completely decimate Zelsis here. And this is something G2 is doing on almost every map, on almost every attack round, of picking the perfect moments when they actually need their initiator utility. They're never just sending it because.
Yeah, a lot of other teams, I think, will just go into the motions of it, right? They'll just be ending up using their salvos to try and assist and get the Euro play into the back site and try and let that happen, but they're just reading the moments really well. I mean, Josh RT was saying, even in that interview, they were just one step ahead over and over again with their read overall on that map on Split. And they made it just look like just child's play for them, to be honest. They were just running rings around Sentinels overall, and they said that Sen are going to need to win this one in 2, to be honest. Split dominance in that fashion as well. We're now heading over into Icebox as well as a bit of a preview, but even before we get into that, I mean, dude, it's just... This is going to be more than an uphill struggle, I think, for Sentinels themselves. G2 often bring the best out of them as a team.
Something I wanted to note real fast, though, was Josh RT's interview. Him saying, I expected it to be tougher. I expected a little bit more pushback. But that was not the case, and you could see clearly why. I mean, you had so many moments where G2 just had the reads on them.
Yeah, and even when rounds were going wrong, it felt like they were winning every clutch. Trent, in particular, was incredible in these late rounds. I think of that 1v2 where they just line up. One bullet gets him with the Vandal. He has been on point. We were already talking about how good his utility is, but he's also showing up in these individual moments in the late round, Bren.
It's the way that they empower him as well. G2 as a team, they will try and set up Jordan up for success occasionally as well, but often Trent is going to be the one taking advantage of the space that the rest of his team is making, and Jorg is making himself as well, and being that second person in to be able to trade out often and being last alive into the clutches as well definitely helps his case. There's that moment you were describing. It's absurd as well, because with a team like G2, they don't just have one quality in space. They've got almost every quality in terms of individual firepower, coordination. You can just tell looking at them that the comms are so clean every single time they're in a situation. Barely ever does this team misplay with the utility.
4.8 KD.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Genuinely.
It looked like a cakewalk for Trent this game.
did.
He was winning every gunfight. You had no doubt that he was winning.
This is a match that's going to qualify you to Toronto as well. And they're doing it like this. They're doing it like this.
It's scary, honestly, with the way that they played that. I don't know, Mimi, how Sentinels look to respond, but we're going to Icebox. What are we expecting here?
I mean, there has to be a complete turnaround, but this is another strong map for G2, so need Kaplan to pull something big out for him.
All right, well, guys, let's go ahead and hear what the Sentinels coach Kaplan had to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. They ran away with your map pick of Split, the classic Sentinel Split.
Kaplan.
A bit of an underperformance that we're not used to from Sentinels. What went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I want to give G2 credit. They're a great team, and I think they had a lot of cool strats, and they came out swinging. They played that really well. Obviously, at 13-5, I don't think that explains it. I don't think they're that much better than us. I think we're having a real hard time playing the way we usually play. I think we're a bit the stakes, the opponent is getting to us more than it needs to, and I mean, that's all that matters right now. Just making sure for map 2 we play like ourselves. Whatever happens, happens, but I really hate to not show up for anyone here. So,
best of luck.
All right, well, there you heard Coach Kaplan there. I mean, of course, if anyone knows his guys, it's him, and he knows what when they're playing their best, when they're a little rattled, and he could definitely tell that they were rattled there.
But this is going to be a tough game. G2's only played Icebox once this stage, but they had a dominant win on the map. They played the same comp they did last year with the Harbor Viper, and I want to highlight Jaw on the Gecko. He's so good at using his util perfectly, and then once that's gone, he's fighting into backside. He's going so far forward and fully disrupting the opponent's retake. That's something they have to be ready for if Sen want to bounce back.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Cap as well. He's not overselling anything for the second match. Honestly, he knows that they haven't showed up here. But genuinely, this is going to be such a struggle for them as well. Even though we haven't seen that much of Icebox from G2, they've really distilled it down to basically just trying to exemplify, I think, why post-plan util is so strong in this map. It's going to be tough for Sentinels. It's going to be tough.
Without a doubt, folks. All right, well, our second map is going to be Icebox. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Just got word. Mimi's fired. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here. We'll take a short break, and Mimi's got to look for a new job. Poor Goose, man.
जिम जाके आया कैसे तुम लोग एक्सरसाइज करो नींद अच्छी आ जाएगी मैं 100% पैस बैक करके सोने वाला हूँ 101% दूर तक नींद नहीं आ रहा मेरे को देखो मैं भी ओरियो लेके आया भाई मस्त है जिम टाइप है एक ही पार्ट
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are ready for map 2 here in our second series of the day. G2, we heard the desk. It kind of looked like a cakewalk here because Sentinels have to come out swinging.
And I'm scared now because they're going into Icebox. Sentinels, last time they played it, they only played it once so far. They played against KRU. KRU came out with this double controller setup with the Harbor and the Viper, something that Sentinels had a hard time dealing with. But now we're going to this game. Oh my God, okay, wait, hold on. Sentinels comes in with something new here, and they're almost...
the Gecko now.
Exactly, they're almost mirror comping G2 if G2 plays the same composition, which then means here that they're pulling out the Gecko, but instead of playing a Harbor, they're going with an Omen. So you want to add a little bit more verticality going to how you want to exit into these sites. Because again, you're looking at this, both teams are not playing any duelists. For the side of G2, the way that they're playing it, they're scaling quite well thanks to the Harbor. But on the side here of Sentinels, I'm expecting to get a lot of that verticality coming out from Zekin to allow Sentinels to get a little bit more space, a little bit of crosses to allow to open up the sites. And they have a chance to do that now for Sentinels because they start on the attack.
Remember, this does mean a spot in Toronto here. Sentinels trying to keep this series alive. G2 could lock it down right here with the 13 rounds in their pocket. I'm sure Sentinels won't make it as easy on this. We're going to get into the map. Icebox, we see teams now bringing out the Geckos. I'm excited. These changes late in the season here. Let's see what teams cook up.
Yeah, pistol round's already underway, and Sentinels are kind of running things just like G2. A lot of pressure towards this B side on the pistol, trying to scout out where the defense could be.
अर्जुन भाई थैंक यू बहुत मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे
just to try to get early information. The pressure's coming towards mid and Sen, so they can try to go for this pinch in the back.
Already around yellow. Sentinels moving quite quick, but do they know how many will be around?
Yeah.
The flank splits up. Valen with 2 classic. Easy as they just come around the corner all willy-nilly on the side of Sen. But Zalsis is able to push forward. Everybody's getting a little tricky here. They don't know where the full capacity of each team is, but they're still trying to seek each other out. One more trade goes through, and very low health here for G2 to get back into the site.
Both players are Sentinels are isolated, though.
Bro, this is around.
Just gooped on there, and they have to get now to John Cutie. Takes down one, turns, almost gets this 180. but it is just going to be a quick classic. Wingman's already on the defuse.
मेरा stream देखते रहो,
And that's
हैश
gonna
भाई,
be
मेरा
enough.
stream देखते
A
रहो,
round
आराम
win
से
for
पहुंच जाओगे.
G2. They secure another pistol.
Job
That
said,
was
please
such a
come to
solid
office on
hold for
Monday.
G2 in the very beginning. You mentioned
So
how many
Mithul bhai,
players will
love
be
you.
flanking towards
I've
that
been
back
calling you since
for the
all
set of
today.
G2.
Love you, Arjun bhai.
And it
Thank
was
you
a
so
split
much.
second where the turret was down, but it came back up on time for Zelsis to spot that. And that call just activated Sentinel to try to push back towards the back of the B site. But you have a high-low from the top of the bridge and kitchen towards the back of the site. They weren't ready for it from the side of Sentinels, and G2 were just able to play full man advantage throughout the whole pistol. Now building to a very strong second half of Outlaw. Already comes out here for the side of Jonah P, allowing for them to play a little bit more of a 4-1 setup here on this Icebox defense.
It is nice. We don't usually see Jonah with it, but it is perfect for that B long position. They have kitchen covered. He's going to be right under the tube. Leaf making the stinger sing, and he does it again. A third one. Knows it's going to be a... Oh, Jogamo! Stealing that away. Possibly. That's all right, though. High Power taking a breath. They've seen too many lately. Jonah P finishes up that one, and it is going to be 2 here for G2.
And you're just playing Lemmings going into the kitchen.
Yeah.
So much util to stop towards that back, though. The Gecko flash towards
अभी
that
guns है,
top.
अभी guns है ना, लेकिन अभी
Really
guns
didn't
है,
allow
रुको.
Sentinels to play and trade as a group. And speaking of playing as a team, this time you're giving the Outlaw on the side of Jogimo. For this buy, Sentinels already respects it because of that second round shot. Is that you have Jonah P already getting that first pick. So all buying full shields on the side of Sentinels at the same time puts a dent into their economy. They have to be flawless in this round to try to tie things up. But look at this push from G2.
Most expected on both sides. Bang is so ready in a third one. Trent knows there's going to be more of a fight here. He has to get out safe somehow. That swing, Bang finds a third kill and is going to get a fourth point for the ultimate on this round.
Util के basis पे site लेते और
Leaf is getting pretty close pretty quick here. Not waiting for the team. He just goes for the swing. That was an abrupt stinger swing for sure. And now we'll just see if they can take down Jog here as he gets the defuse. A nice round for Sentinels.
Yeah, you're trying to do as much damage as possible, pop damage, so that Jogmo can get 1-shots across the board. That would take down actually 3 of them. There's that first with a headshot.
John Cutie answers back. It was a heady play.
Come
Trying to tick off the
on,
armor
be.
there, but another one goes, or I should say the first for this
the
map in Sentinel's favor.
And that was good for Sentinels to stay back towards the spawn for the very beginning. The bonus round, they learned a little bit from Split that G2 likes to play areas where you can close the gap. And when you're playing on a map like Icebox, where a drone could be very good here, the stealth drone from the Teo, where you're trying to close as much as possible, trying to rush into Garage if they actually do hear that drone. But they peek, they get punished. And Sentinels, we mentioned they needed a clean round, and they got it. Full rifle rounds for both teams, though. And you'll see this pressure continue on from both sides. This is something also that Trent has been doing with the salvos at the very beginning. We'll talk that point in a little bit here because Zekin is looking for control and for some space in front of this A site.
Pushed up so far here, just on the other side of the wall. One smoke pops, doesn't get a headshot off of that wall diagonal. And they just reset, but it's all about Bang right now and how much info he can grab in this position. Inserted so far into kitchen.
Bro.
That's so nice.
Bro.
They're not even thinking about it. Oh, there's the timing. Oh, Leaf turns at just the last moment. You have to be kidding. And now they're forced to push into sight. G2 know they have a lock on where the rest of the members are, basically. And they are going to give them space before the retake. Oh, yeah. How many spams? How many shots? This smoke. They try to break the smoke without any utility. And just on the other side, Sentinels waits with open arms. Another one for Zekin and a second round for Sentinels.
The push and pull was very nice for Sentinels there. And then you also see why Zekin is playing this Omen for the side of Sentinels instead of playing a Harbor, smoking out the turret, allowing Bang to move up. And even if he dies, it pulled out the rotate from G2 back towards the A main, towards the screens, so that Sentinels could actually start moving into the A site. And not only that, continue to push towards the screen to keep everybody isolated from G2 on the outside of the site. Fighting through the smoke, the second smoke being thrown by Bang, or by Zekin, sorry, was perfect.
Those cleanups and the hype from Zelsis is there. You can hear it. Sheriff's here for G2 as they go into this round. And I love that point about Sentinels having the
Good morning.
Omen. I mean, the part of the having Harbor here was to have it with the Sova to be able to move up in layers.
Yeah.
But it just seems like having that Omen allows Sen to keep fighting and get the angles they want overall.
And also to discuss again this
By B जा रहे हैं,
initiator
लेकिन वो
coming
लोग
out
का
here from
rotation
Trent and
on
Doggy
point
and
है,
also
bro.
from Naren Dark Cutie. Why no Sova? The tail salvos are just good enough here to take full control of pipes and in front of orbs so that people can't really run forward. You'll need to find that information first.
Shot.
With a recon dart because you could just brute force your way through.
Yeah.
With the
By
salvos
rotations
and fight
on
for
point है
trades.
G2 का भी लेकिन.
Now you see an eco coming out for G2. They tried to go for a peek towards middle. Couldn't do any damage there. And Sentinels, they could just min-max the orbs, min-max some kills, and build up their ults here in the next round.
Pressure towards A
Oh,
does not
Patti
seem like it'll
Mara.
be used too much since B is taken, but Sentinels are really gaining control of the map here and not giving up that space when they know they have the better weaponry. You can't be shy to G2 at any point in time or they will attack. And Sentinels push
views
even
on door.
harder
No
when they
delay
know they can
spam.
go for the throat on this
Really,
round.
sir. Pala for the reason of 150.
Once again, the
Right,
value
just,
of Zekin on this Omen.
No delay spam बहुत normal है इसमें.
You just saw there as he TPs
Omega
on the top
1
of yellow,
Alpha 2
it
का
forces
मतलब
the
जो
players of
ब्रैकेट
G2
से
to
लोग
turn
खेले
around
थे प्लेऑफ के
and try to
पहले
focus on them so the rest
A
of
और
the
B
cells
दो
just scale
ब्रैकेट्स थे
behind.
ना तो वो है.
High five, Keybert.
And it seems Sentinels still wants to keep doing this conditioning. The salvos will continue up here. The wall comes out on the defensive side though, and Valen scales into the nest. A great spot because when this calms down, you probably see a couple of players of G2 start falling back, and the responsibility of right now for Leaf is to play soft.
So what's the protocol here for Sentinels, right? They have identified that was a push. Like, we haven't seen this before. What are they going to do? And it's second. To teleport across, just like you said, creating that space, helping the team get a forward position. But they have to be wary. They don't have that wall to go up for Bang just yet. Oh my gosh. Doesn't seem like they have the wall just yet, but they'll Armageddon. They'll put everything else over here towards the site as Leaf gets himself to safety on that.
And he wants to play an aggressive position here on the top of the site. One pick allows for him to get the lockdown, and you can trade out these ults.
Thrash goes through. Bang is able to start returning the favor. Lockdown almost gets thrown, but it was in such an open position. It's instantly thwarted. And now the 2v3. G2 still have stopped the plant, but now they'll have to look to get the defuse as Zelsis throws it down on the site.
And this should guarantee it for Sentinels. Zelsis has
Bhai,
his own lockdown.
गलत मार रहे
It has
baby.
come down to that. They push them back, and then you have a pit from Bang. So the last two players of G2 definitely already falling back. But you saw how you were just so tunnel vision on the side of Leaf. As soon as he gets the pick, he throws out the lockdown, and he's trying to plant it, but at the same time, doesn't really pay attention to his surroundings, that his teammates are actually falling down. So you have a couple of players of Sentinels slipping through the cracks and able to capitalize on that pick. And the silver lining is that he still has it going into the next round now for G2.
True, he didn't get the activation, so it just got destroyed. But you're right. It's maybe he was thinking people were snowman, people were over to the right side, able to see across the map.
Yeah.
In that situation towards B, and that it goes to show how fast Sentinels are also moving to be in that position where we were just praising for having the 1v1 effect where you can get yourself into a spot that's draining the enemy's utility. This time he gets taken down before being able to use his. Let's see it all again. As they just fly, through the Thrash. Through the Thrash, that's dirty.
It's almost two with this comp you could play.
They have four guns.
You can definitely see here that they have kind of like double drones into these ults when you have the Thrash available for the side of both teams for G2 and Sentinels. But now this timeout comes through, and I think it's important. So far, you've seen Josh RT with one of these early timeouts for the team where he already has a good read into the game. He probably already knows the type of protocols that Sentinels are kind of doing right now to execute towards these sites. So do you actually want to start saving your salvos to just land him where Bang could be TPing, or sorry, Zekin could be TPing it across? Or how do you just want to fight back maybe in fort positions here that Sentinels are, they're allowing Sentinels to take, especially on this B side at the very beginning?
सारे Sen fans buddy.
It's a nice job. I think usually when we see G2 fall, if you think back to C9 G2 Haven, it was about Nets lurks on that.
It is so
the lurks,
underrated na.
being
कहाँ
able
से
to get under
underrated
the
भाई?
skin of
सब लोग
G2,
इज्जत
able
देते
to
उनको.
take out how they're playing and not allow
थोड़ा trash
that
talk वो
protocol
सब करते
post-plant
करके थोड़ा
retake.
left
They're
right
so
होता है
good at it.
लेकिन
And that's a great point, because so far Sentinels hasn't been needed to use that yet. If it comes down to those moments where Bang Good
करके सेंड में
activate
ना
a little
अभी
bit
नहीं है
more.
शायद.
Yes, they did it when he
कोई
did the
और
push
टीम
and
का
pull towards that too, but so far just the brute forcing from Sentinels has been good enough. And that could also be the next thing of conversation, the next point of conversation that Kaplan could instill here with the Sentinels team.
नींद नहीं आती क्या
All right,
तुम
let's see
लोगों
how
को?
G2 comes out of this timeout. What they have on their plate. 3 ultimates ready. Oh no, sorry, 2 ultimates, or 1 ultimate, yeah, 2 ults ready on their side. Thrash, as well as that lockdown we still have from Leaf. And they're gonna actually be pressured again towards that B site. See if they get the lockdown earlier than later on this. With a push here from the right side too, Jogamo should be able to tell G2 this is a B hit.
Yeah. They've already went for the drone in the very beginning. So again, the 2 players on the B side have to play a little bit more soft. You see here that you're playing very passively for Leaf, trying to activate here with the lockdown. If you're going to use that and push it back towards Jogamo, although Bang is already watching that flank. Sentinels are kind of pinned towards this spawn though, and they might have to commit towards this B site, but thankfully, as you've mentioned, they have this lockdown to open it up.
They could stall on both sides with this. Does Leaf answer right away? He's actually on the outside, so they're going to wait, use their lockdown for retake from the side of G2. And we're just going to get a breathing moment here as the team's set up for sight.
Still not too sure yet with this lockdown that was placed down by Leaf. Because they could just wait this out for Sentinel. The wall could come back up, then they have to pick for the pulse plant.
I thought that was going to be coming in much later. Zelsa's kill comes in now onto Trent, though. They're waiting patiently for Zekin and the team to push through. They know Sentinels want to take a bit more space here. It's going to be tough to all hide on that B main. Valen starts to collect another head on this. Sentinels falling left and right as Leaf finds another, a third, and possibly a fourth, but no, it's Valen. Leaf, it's a full house between those two. With Valen's defuse, they do pick up a round after the timeout.
And that's why I was going to mention the lockdown would have been
Idea
perfect
अच्छा था
countering
सेन
into
का
the
idea
pick.
अच्छा था
And if you're
लीफ
going
ने
to use
थोड़ा
it
गलत
early,
मारा
you're
लेकिन
hoping that the
idea
rest
अच्छा
of
था
G2 could follow behind the thrash
Idea को
on a
इज्जत.
retake. And again, it's
You
G2.
pay करो no limit, that's a
Follow
good
behind
point right
that
there.
towards
That's a
the
good
end
point.
and got the perfect picks coming out from
Ash
Leaf.
bhai, thank you so much for the 1000 मेरी जान के
Just see
टोटे.
how sorted they had Sentinels. How
W,
many
thank you
members
for
of
all
Sentinels
the
were actually
super
looking
chat
at the
and all
person
the
killing
love.
them there? Not many.
Really means a lot.
So the speed G2 hit back with.
Ryan कैसे
Maybe
नहीं
not
हुआ
on that
जमीन में
lockdown-
गया वो
the
शायद.
lockdown round, but definitely
Maybe
on
ऐसा
that
लगा ना
retake.
वो एक लाइन में गया करके.
One round separates these two teams now, and it seems like Sentinels, after getting snuffed out here on the pulse plant towards the B site, but they don't have too many ults to work with. Now they can leverage verticality with Zekin towards this A site. Already TP on top of pipes, yeah.
Ready for the fight. Backs up if this goes away and that wall doesn't give him necessarily the right angle. He says, wait a minute. Pinged me out.
And here are those lurks that we were just mentioning here from Sentinels that they haven't really
भाई
utilized yet.
सेन
and they
बहुत
were
मिड ले
doubling
रहे
up
हैं
in the
लेकिन
first
कोई
place.
और टीम नहीं लेते इतना.
Interesting. They're giving over Zelsis for this lurk now, along with Bang to start off. Just making sure it's not going to be a lost fight if they do have to get into some back and forth.
No duelist is very common.
No real
in
push and
Icebox.
pull just
Only
yet.
in
I feel
Icebox.
like G2 has met Sentinels right at the front door each time here. Towards mid there, towards pipes at A. So it's almost going to have to be a reset for these signatures. The salvos, the skills.
Ooh. This is the biggest fight right here.
Faked him out with the up and down on the wall. Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. But they still have to worry about Bang making his way towards middle. Seems like G2 already has A sorted, and it should not be a problem for the time being.
I mean, you've lost all that space towards the garage.
Glory's
And now
lava,
you're
babe.
wasting time too, staying as a group, and Jonah still has a snake bite to work with. So if they're trying to push and engage back towards B main, he could still stall and delay. Walking towards middle, the alarm bot's gonna come up, and G2 should be ready for this still.
They just drone towards A. So
Oh,
G2 should know they
shit.
can all start to rotate out. Yep, finding themselves. The clear here. Oh, no,
Hey,
he
check
puts his
it out.
weapon away! Mary goes for the util. Bang and John Cutie aren't ready. Jonah P grabs 4 as Leaf collects the round. 4-4 on the scoreline now.
And that's what happens when you're wasting too much time on the side of Sentinels. They've lost so much
Guys,
space.
man, thank
You've
you for
already
the
lost your drone at the very beginning when you're
40.
trying
Love
to
you,
find
Mary
info
Jan
on A
Kirote.
site. Then now you have to play contact, and then you can't even play contact anymore because there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So you're not clearing your angles. You're still thinking that Jonah P's holding up towards the garage. He goes on at 10, and it's three kills.
Jeez. That's the play, Jonah P. Play safe, play smart. That's what it gets you.
The whole G2 have earned less on money than tens, मतलब.
My gosh. I think even in the vibes that we're seeing here, when we go from Josh RT to Kaplan, one's just smiling, laughing, and Kaplan's like,
Good
"Wait, we
morning.
need to do this. Like G2 may be feeling different, and Sen needs to shut
Uncle
that
full
down
team.
now
Dunya hai
and find their momentum, find their flow state. Leaf starts off here with the first blood. But Bang answers back, or Bang gets answered rather. Still the fight towards B. Drones clears. This would be the back and forth that Sentinels need here. They need to stop this economy of G2 and get themselves back in. Was it this star? Yes. What star do you aim at? What star? Throwing Mosh over towards the spike. No, over towards back, so they get dispersed from hiding on yellow.
Oh my god, bro.
It almost works. Sentinels is so ready for the trade, though, as they reposition and take down G2.
And that's a huge run for Sentinels. Very difficult to enter towards the B site when you've already lost Bang in the very beginning.
Yeah.
There's no wall to block it up, and Nary just says, I'm going to up the tempo. I feel that I have a timing. I'm going to push up in the front, and he gets 2 backstabs. Maybe not the kill on the second one, but already gained all that space to allow for him. So that was a very nice answer back onto Sentinels.
5-4 वापस lead पे. As long as they are in lead,
yeah.
कोई डर का बात
on the
नहीं.
previous round and
shake it off.
Exactly.
A few early salvos you heard down the other side of the
Because
map.
G2 win easy.
Which probably means we'll get about a 1-minute hit if they don't find any frags coming over to this side of the site. A little slow down from Jonah P. Playing very close though for the unknown here. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Celsius goes down. The paranoia kind of locking him in, I think, for a second, not realizing what the situation was.
And that's a spike too. Now being picked up, but Zekin cannot really TP away, so it forces Sentinels to push inside
Not
B.
again, not again. Keep the guns out, narrate. He goes down, 2 bullets left for Jonah P. Again, he still peeks. Held just over the shoulder as Sentinels try to reorganize. How do they get back in? Bang looking for that opening kill.
This is going to be so difficult. They have Reckoning right away from Valen. He gets dropped, but they're still at a 2-player advantage for G2.
Tried to play the up and down wall. John Cutie in a great position here. He's pressed a little bit forward, but they can't really help each other in this situation. It's going to take solo star power from the positions they're in. Leaf on 1, and the second one's not going to make it. The dance around from Jogamo, so Trent can get the kill on John Cutie. And a defuse comes in for G2 to tie us up again.
I'm not too sure towards the end of the round, though, if they saw that Jogamo had an operator or not. But even that aside, at the very beginning of the round, G2 did a great job just strengthening towards the B side. When you realize here that Sentinels were actually adding a lot of pressure towards this B side, punishing Jonah at the very beginning in round number 10.
Oh, we got team paranoia.
Yeah.
That's
unfortunate. Tension na lo. Be
because
very
of that
successful
AWP that they
in
utilized
life
on the
cover.
A side for Jogamo, they could actually strengthen that B side for G2. And yeah, again, just a little bit of misluck out for Sentinels, but G2 is able to tie this game up, and thankfully, though, it's a different story from the first map. We're going back and
अभी
forth
के लिए
at 5-5.
attack Saturday. This is
There's
switch
still a lot
होगा
of
उसके
fight
बाद
left for
different
both of these teams here. Going into round number 11, as Sentinels are actually adding once again more pressure towards A side. G2 wants to pressure back towards middle, and his early drone allows Leaf to push down and gain that space and prevent a rotate from happening.
Yeah, why not get Leaf a lockdown? Either way, kill or be killed. He comes into the final round with an ult here. But beautiful insert positioning. Sentinels knows they don't have any of that coverage behind. They'll be forced to work forward, but I feel like they're almost good in, not almost, but they're almost ready for this position a lot of the times.
But I think they know.
Fire in the Armageddon towards the backside. Well, they know they're going to have sight with Armageddon. G2 won't play in sight for that pain. But they will answer back.
Plant still goes down, though, and missed.
Ooh.
Towards the front of Jenny.
Haven't seen that plant in a long time. It's easy to post plant, but oh my god, they're not even going to have to try. Leaf gets presented with a 1-2-3. Easy as that, and Jonah P gonna give that one to Trent. No, to Jogamo on the defuse as they go around the ring. And yeah, 6-5 here for G2. It just looked like Sentinels was not ready for what they were getting hit with.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, too. You had to fight in the front of the site to allow this plant to go down, to set up here for Zelsis to throw his nanostorms down. And Leaf finds the perfect timing to go towards that back. And when you throw a Reckoning for the retake for Valen, and Leaf is there on that flank.
I don't even have to shoot nobody. I'm just jumping around.
That's what I'm saying. It's just Leaf being the best on the map right now, as he mentioned before.
14-6.
He's able to just isolate all of these fights because of that reckoning that was thrown by Valid. It looked easy on the side of Leaf, but there was still a lot of util for G2 to not allow Sentinels to set up here on the pulse plant.
14-6 क्या होता
I
है
feel like
भाई?
that works for Jogamo. Last time we talked to him about the Gecko play, since it's one of his most recent, he said, I just got to use the util, right? Use it and pick it up. Use it. So if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's got all the time in the world to use that util and help the team get into situations.
Remember when they had this drone and also the Thrash from Narrate? They're utilizing it as a double drone, so already gaining that space in the very beginning towards B.
Yeah.
And then Narrate's moving forward, so they could probably leverage the Thrash.
Zelsis का round हो सकता है chat.
Zelsis, what do you hear? Seeing if he can get some footsteps and find the back of any of these members coming through, but look at Leaf. Leaf still wondering what's going to be coming out of A. The entire team actually not buying this so far, fans.
TP for the A side plant. Zelsis has a huge responsibility to try to get this pick if they're trying to flood back in.
Oh shit.
Oh, the #1 job right now. They're not even going to try. They don't know who's actually made it in off timing, so G2 just go for a regular post plant retake. The 5v5 is going to occur here for the last round of our first half. Oh, Jazz hands. Half defuse doesn't get hit. There's going to be some utility coming out here. Jogamo answers with 1, and we stay at half.
कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है.
Trying to get these members back into the site as they're getting swarmed by Sentinels now, and it's just looking like too much for G2 to overcome. But Jonah P has 1. Can't find a second as Narrate locks that in.
भाई मेरे को नहीं लगा था ये जीतेगा सेन.
In the first
पीछे
half,
नेट था, वो लोग
So nice for Sentinels for the last round of the half. Just throwing the boomerang Thrash here to force to rotate over, and Zelsis cannot punish anybody rotating across, but at least he gets space. And that's a beautiful call coming out from John Cutie that we haven't seen that all throughout the whole half for Sentinels. So for G2, they were thrown for a loop, and that means that for the second half, I'm expecting more ace under the sleeves from both of the teams.
Good job.
6-6.
Awesome to have the even 6-6 as we get into this first half of Split. And we're going to be a little, go to something a little different this time.
Defensive map, baby.
With Emmy and Googly.
Thank you so much, Vansili and Rib. And yes, I have the coaches of Cloud9 with me, Emmy and Googly. Now, if you watched the games yesterday, you saw, yes, you can give it up for them. You can give it up. Because if you watched the game yesterday, it was a hard-fought battle, but we sadly said goodbye to Cloud9 yesterday. Amy, I'm going to go to you first. We saw you in the coaching booth. We saw you afterwards. What was the immediate conversation afterwards with the team after the loss?
Just making sure everyone was okay. That was the main thing. Like, I was more sad than ever. Last year, I was angry at my team. This time, I was just sad for them.
Googly, going to you next. This is, you know, obviously this is your first time being in the States with them. You
ये
were
तो आराम से जीतेगा.
I believe, or, last time before you came here. Being in person, experiencing this loss, what was that like?
It was nice to see the players, be able to talk to them and be able to like work for what we want to do next. Like that's the most important thing. Like what is the next step for us?
Now, going to you, Emmy, you are best friends with Zelsis. For those of you who don't know, Sentinels Zelsis on stage, currently focused on the game, is best friends with C9 Emmy.
क्या?
What would it mean for you for him to qualify to Masters Toronto as his best friend?
Well, I lose him for a month, but other than that, I really want him to win. Like he messaged me yesterday to see if I was okay. I was like, don't worry about me. Just go out there and win tomorrow, and I'll be there supporting.
Hey, Zelsis,
when he watches his back, what do you want to say to him?
That way, call क्या बोला सीधा head पे.
Anything you would like to say to anyone on Sentinels?
Good luck.
Simple as that. And what can we expect a Cloud9 champions
Chalo.
visit next year in stage 2?
I think we're definitely capable of it.
Run
We just have
down.
to figure out this playoff issue and just really grind into
जाओ
why
अभी
it's
खुद
happening.
का गाफ
and
देखते रहो
hopefully we
राज
can
भाई.
make it out.
Well, thank you so much. Everyone get it for Emmy and Googly one more time. But we have a 6-6 half to get back to you. So friends, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz and Emmy and Googly. I didn't know we had that much space on stage to fit that much brain power, but we do. We do indeed. And we're also watching the cinema that is G2 and Sentinels.
Raj bhai game.
We call these two teams into an even first half on Split, but it is G2 with that first map ban. So Sentinels, they have no room to let up here.
Feel आ रहा लेकिन Sen का feel आ
G2
रहा.
likes to scale behind a harbor wall on the B side and leverage a flash to take control of B. Sentinel still decides to play a solo player towards this B site. All of them being stacked up on the middle for the rest here for Sentinels. And they're expecting some sort of a pump back towards mid. But unfortunately for them, it's a
मेरी
long
chat
call
हर
for
दिन
now.
मिस नहीं रे.
Salvo's in a ghost. Secondary wall goes up, and they've really already taken that zone 1 of space here, so no problem. Of course, Valen will go ahead and connect with Narrate to start off on this pistol round, and that's huge. The Gecko util for retake is one of the biggest things you're going to want to have if you're bringing that to Icebox now. It's gone for Sen.
Definitely see their team like 100 Thieves on this map when they had that Gecko for the defuse, or the wingman for the defuse, rather. But this time around, you have to force the body on it.
Swinging in, Valen with 2 on the round, but he goes down, done his job for sure. But Bang, John Cutie, and Zekin are ready. Half defuse puts him in a pretty good spot here, but they still have to source out the rest of the members of G2. Very, very close. Oh, they can't get it. Leaf goes in there, gives him a hug. The knife kill to come out as well, and it's not going to be enough as the salvos are already ringing true on the spike. Trent, absolutely amazing to get the clutch in the pistol round for G2.
And Jogimo, who's mentioning that all he does in his server is jump around, jumps inside the smoke for a knife kill, headshot onto Bang. And you keep Trent alive in the post play. He's alive for the Salvos. And that's G2 with the pistol.
उसके बाद उसके गन में बुलेट्स नहीं था.
And they feel comfortable doing that. They know what the situation is. They know the chaos they have to create. But still, you have Trent, like you mentioned, not in that chaos, off to the side, win condition in mind. I just have to stay alive, and it helps collect the round. So many pieces to the puzzle there. And they're all working very well together for G2. So some of the parts come together for Sentinels. Is the question here. Pistol round is going to put the pressure on right away.
Exam-related masti नहीं. Especially $2.
The stack that you have for Sentinels, it's not going to be the best. Maybe the smoke could help them so far. And it won't.
No.
Eco था भाई क्या let's go.
Left and right for this.
Audience को पता नहीं है क्या Eco था.
Keep this one flawless probably as they go through the round to make sure it feels that much better.
Yeah, and Sentinels, you saw the flash coming out from Zekin. But he couldn't really flood outside of that smoke because Zekin was throwing a one-way on top of that to just fight under that
पूरे
smoke.
गेम में चलेगा 4 एजेंट पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए. नहीं वो लोग उसके मारते भी हैं ना.
So no punishment be done either. It's very clean for the side of the attack. And they still have a pretty decent minor bonus. So Guardian is on the side of Trent. They could utilize that for long-range panels on top of the belt.
इस साल सेन को क्या हो गया? सेन वैसे भी क्वालीफाई होगा. अगर आज हारा ना तो लोअर ब्रैकेट जाएगा, वहां से जीतेगा.
Already seeing the way the harbor walls are working for G2 too.
G2 MIBR
we will walk up to that wall, and Sentinels are they have to realize it. They have to respect it and give that space.
Yeah, so Jonas setting up this lineup to throw the smoke right towards middle, so they'll probably try to have him lean more towards the B side to start, but instead immediately covers towards the A side. So something has to be called by Valent to just stay as a group. They're just battling against Sentinels, who actually have 3 players stacked up on the side.
A little bit of a lurk underneath by Zelsis in mid, just keeping an eye where the turret cannot see. So this is on Zekin right now to call for Zelsis' utility if they do go towards B. Zelsis will have a bit of an idea now that he's moved himself over into that spot.
Just a simple default round now for G2, inserting players left and right towards jail, trying to see if Sentinels are going to try to push somebody forward. Then you have to think Mithul by Trent just to break that turret towards middle. If they have to finish down towards middle, for G2, they have an opening to push that red alert button and move towards that B side for a plant.
Very G2 of them to take down to 30 seconds in the round to make this hit. Dizzy on Dizzy. I think both get shot on that, so they really don't get too much information, but it's Jogamo trying to go high. Ready for 2 as he fires low, then high for that elevation change, and Sentinels eye on the prize here. Hit all their shots.
Spikes down on top of pipes. It's so hard to go get, and you already have a double flank from Sentinels. Clean towards the end. Good stop. Coming out from Bang, just on the side of 410. And unfortunately there for the side of G2 with the bar that they had, you had stingers on the top by Leaf, who surprised 2 players, but those bullets get out of the clip very quickly and couldn't get the double kill. And John Cutie trades that onto Bang to allow here Sentinels to stop at least G2's push and potentially win the bonus.
Let's go.
It may have been a little quiet, just kind of base Bang. fragging and playing standard
Okay,
throughout the
honestly,
season,
so
but
what
it is
is the
definitely been a
Nelia
playoff
justice
buff
for
so far for
You
him
can take अच्छा
in these past few series.
ये मैप में
Bank
16 ले
is
सकते
showing up again here on
लेकिन अगर
Icebox
16 ले रहे तो
to
KO
help lead the team in frags.
combos में आते
Molly
हो
over the top each time John has to deal with.
And they tried to triple swing that at first. If somebody was peeking, he could punish it and then get the nanoswarm out. But now, realizing that somebody has anchored up towards Boiler, that they're probably playing like a 2-2 style, so they have to stay as a group for G2.
Tries to get in early. Oh, he gets denied again. G2, so many good reads on these plays that would completely stop what your opponent is doing. Reckoning's gonna start, dislodging the site just a little bit. We've already had one frag go down as Joggable makes it 2. 1 for each side now as Thrash is ready to pounce. Oh, it went too far, but he's gonna be saved by Val, and the teamwork is huge for G2. But Sentinel starts to come back in the 1v1 power that they can show. That's promise to get back in and make sure the clutch is theirs.
Valorant salvos are down for now and just came back up. So Leaf is the one that has to stay alive here.
Oh, the tap just misses. Bang gives it another sidestep. Almost a 1-2 for Trent.
It's not half.
He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. Can he do it again? Half didn't even get hit. And he pulls out again!
Unstoppable is Trent!
1 with the wingman.
In these moments of the clutch, a 1 versus 3. Jiggling, isolating these fights, getting the salvo, stopping the women on top of that, not allowing Sentinels to get the 6 men for the defuse. And Trent pops off one more time.
क्या ये?
Absolutely nutty performance from Trent. And put in this situation a bunch of times. It's not just the one post plant. It's post plant after post plant that he is successful in. He doesn't even break a sweat while doing it. 9 now for G2
भाई ये
here,
राउंड सेन
as
को
they
जीतने
steal
पड़ेगा
it
चैट
back
ऑप्शन नहीं है
from a Sentinels round win.
जीत गया 8 HP पे Joggamo.
Smoke is pretty good though. Joggamo couldn't get this kill onto the defense on the left side of the A site. And right now it seems that G2 wants to pivot a lot towards this A site, and that spike down though with this kill from Second.
Again, spikes up top, so now they can easily keep a focus on somebody having to get towards Belt.
लिफ्ट ने कैसे मारा?
Yeah, Zekin gives that up. They're not worried about just getting one shot. Spike getting picked up isn't worth losing another member here, so they reset, and now Sentinels enjoy knowing where the spike is. Have this good push into the pit. This B long fight getting a little weird.
उसको पता है कि कहाँ पे है.
Oh, bang! Absurd play
काहे
from
low
Bank.
HP में spam करते हो? हाँ?
And they creep in. G2 is in the 3rd or 4th page of the scrapbook for this one. They've got to pull out everything with what they've lost.
पूरा map
Sentinels
खुल
gave
गया
up
वो
the A
kill
site
की वजह से.
after Jonah P died. You saw here that they were just playing inserts. The idea was just to get Jonah P up and try to break the turret so they could rework the map. But Sentinels gave up the A site, allowing G2 to turn it back in their favor.
John Cutie, pretty full on util here. Doesn't have the drone, so they can get back in with a bit of the concuss. But Valen just on the other side of the wall to play cat and mouse. And Zelsis finds one. A bit of util. Yeah. Leaf is chocked full of util right now. Still has a molly to put on the spike as well.
And with this lockdown, Trent is just waiting so he can try to fall back with a few seconds left, potentially, so he could use the salvos.
Moving forward. They're actually trying to play this one a little different, Vansili. They want to play different high-low. Oh, the separation and the angles, though, could make this so tough. That's one. It gets traded, but it's behind Trent now. Could he do it again? No! John Cutie!
Let's go!
Sentinel IGL calling and hitting the shots to bring back a very needed round.
बहुत जल्दी डाल दिया ulti ना?
And why not? You have your clutcher in Trent and one of your best aimers in Leaf play together inside the site. Instead of giving that space away that you gained with the lockdown, you just trying to surprise Sentinels on a rotate. But it was close. It came down to that 1v1. First happening by losing that spike. Yeah. Some nice shots there from back and forth from both of the teams, but we still continue to go back and forth in this matchup, Riv. A timeout being called by G2.
Okay.
एक और timeout.
And they don't have the best in terms of economy for G2 coming back from this time out.
I think that was the longest round so far from G2, right? They may
Next
have had like a
map के बारे में बात
30-second
कर रहे हैं
round we
G2
saw
मेरे
going
साथ.
previously, but at 30 seconds in
But
that round, that
strong
was
तो
the
air
Valen
retake
pushing
चल.
into mid. They were still trying to decide to
B
take
focus
A.
करना पड़ेगा.
So
मेरे
this
हिसाब
may
से
be a
A
call
retake
from
वालों को बहुत
Josh to
strong
say,
है.
yeah, we have that kind of strategy, but it's working less
बस
against
खेले ना
Sentinels
दोनों
than
team
it
लेके.
would against other teams. So maybe back to the speed, maybe back to a little bit more pressure from the G2 side.
Yeah, for sure. And when you were adding that pressure
नहीं
for
रे,
G2,
दोनों
when they
जगह
tried to
SEN
work
है,
very quickly
audio.
towards the A side, what really seemed to stop them was just that singular smoke from Zekin. The one way that's being thrown that side, because yeah, even if you push Zekin away with the salvos and you're trying to push back through the orb, you're running through a one-way and they spot your feet first. So that's why you're seeing so much pressure on the left side. A double setup on the A side over here from Sentinels behind that smoke. That G2 really hasn't used util towards that side yet. So maybe you want to save those salvos for those hits. You want to try to drone a little bit later, or maybe use the Armageddon in the next round to really clear out that site.
इस बार G2 is the
And force
strongest
Sentinels to play a
in NA, I
retake
guess.
again, and where G2 has been shining so
G2
far.
is strong after SEN, but actually में G2 is strong, but after SEN.
A little bit of A. Yeah,
Jaiसा
A
boom is
noise to make
strongest,
Sentinels think that
then
there's going to
after
be more
Zenji.
coming, but it's the 3-2
or
split
DRX
mid.
or PRX or T1.
Quick check, early
Undefeated,
util.
फिर भी attitude
G2
देख
is,
रहे.
they're definitely worried that Sen will push up more, but they want to take the space. Woo. That was close.
Cover going out.
When you talked about a 3-2, the cascade went up on the side, and you're seeing that Sentinels are playing very slowly, trying to clear every single angle, and you're basically pulling a little bit at rotate at the very beginning just to try to move as a team towards this B site, but that window's now closed. All of Sentinels has rotated towards this B site, and G2 will potentially have a very hard time trying to plant here towards this B site.
That smoke thrown out from Zekin is denying a bit, but Wingman's still able to make it happen. Zelsis.
With plot armor.
Yeah, somehow dodges all of that. It's just short enough. Ooh, the pressure defuse. Defuse Dizzy up, who's gonna try to peek it, but that was a really nice concuss coming in from the side of Trent to try and delay all of this. The shot still missing there for Zekin as he can't get one to connect. Okay, Narrate says enough funny games, enough funny business. Let's get in here and take the round. Very nicely done. They were given the low buy of G2 a little too much respect there. As Sentinels finally decide to just take the round over.
And now this timeout is where it's going to be important for Josh RT, not only identifying how they can maybe work towards this A side potentially through the smoke from Zekin, but also understanding the state of the game that Sentinels currently have in this 9-9 scoreline. Because you have 4 ults now activated on the defensive side. This is a huge swing round potential for Sentinels to potentially even run away in the second map and push this hard
momentum.
Sentinels that's been stomped on the first map of split on their map pick.
Momentum रहेगा.
But seems to have figured out here G2's attack plan with no duelists on their Sun on the attack and Sentinels with no duelists on the defense. But they're just letting G2 run into them and winning these fights.
Thought he might have seen one, but Narrate does not catch the foot there of Leaf heading into the nest. Decent push up for a moment by Zekin as he tries to recover a bit of the vision, and Zelsis underneath 2 with an outlaw on the full gun round back and forth. Screams through with a headshot on the round.
With Leaf not being able to capitalize on that frag on the A site, G2 has to tempo up here and maybe try to break a bit of util towards B.
The Zekin self peek here. This is going to be a play for him. He's trying to play some timing. Waiting off the util. It's one. Armageddon comes through and he tries to play within the fight. Zelsis picks up another one across the map as well here. Chogamo's taking damage from this quite a bit.
Buddy.
And now it's just trying to run the spike back. See if they can get to Leaf and if Leaf can hold sight solo.
Bang was waiting at that spot. I don't think they heard the jump. So Leaf could actually bring the surprise.
Yeah, and they'll have Wingman plant, so 2 watching the angles if they need it. Whoa.
Almost caught with util, and that could have been dangerous, but both players now for G2 in the pulse plan are lower on HP.
That's an inside the sight plant, really. You can play a little bit far back on that, but it's got to be towards mains. You can't play up top, and I think just missed. Doesn't matter though. Celsius with the outlaw finds a third one here. Return on investment, maybe. SEN narrate cleans up the round again to make sure they can get to 10.
Base शरम थोड़ा boom
I don't know
को
there was a
action में boom बात के लिए ना
mismanagement from the side of G2, not looking at what ults were available, but that alarm bot with the Armageddon out from the combination of both Celsius and John Cutie made it very difficult for G2 to really fight back towards this B site control.
Just solo holding B2 as Zekin
My
needed
scope
to
sense
rotate out.
changed, so I had to rechange it, but I put a 0 at the start of it, so I was just aiming like this with the outlaw.
He did 0.0.
It's still got a kill with it.
Yeah.
So all you had to do was crosshair placement, allowed to get the pick onto Valen. But that said, on a 2 versus 4, and you force up the crash, that's at least something there for G2 that could even up the tally. And back into the classic of the G2 Stinger buy. Grouping together this time around, and you can already see the salvos are not used at the very beginning on the top of pipes. They're using it here to try to clear on the execution. There's the salvos on the left side, and Trent gets the opener.
Stingers flying through. I feel like it gives you a speed upgrade here. They've laced up, they're running it down, and it is going to be bang. Oh my God, the 180, the 360, 720. Tony Hawking him. Celsius takes down Leaf there. I don't even know how Bang was seeing people.
Bhai, that was some rat race right there, bro.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit of a playoff buck
That's
here. He's using it accordingly.
Agreed. Going into the regular season, doing pretty decent, but not having too many of those 100 reels that we know that Bang did back in the last season with 100 Ds. But in the playoffs, remember, he's going into that Pearl game against Cloud9, putting huge numbers.
Bro.
And now this time around, it's just activated in the second map. What better way and what better position here to activate for Sentinels, because they're now in the lead by 2.
Ascent मेरे हिसाब से close जाएगा.
G2 on that Stinger buy still has 2 ults now and weapons to work with it. Still trying to go back to work towards this A site. And there's 4 players of Sentinels here.
13-0
They are
for
not
Sen.
allowing pipe control. It takes a lot to be able to guard this, right? You are dedicating most of your team if you want to defend this position right off the bat, and Sentinels, they have stacked it. Oh yeah, saw an elbow there. Trent pushing forward. They don't know where G2 can come from them. How much scaling G2 has already done, and Leaf answers back. For this round, G2 feeling pretty good about the positioning, but still pretty hurt here to move through.
Only one person unaccounted for, and that was Leaf, and he's able to open up everything here for G2 to trade back and get the player advantage.
Ooh, a quick thrash so he can pick it back up. Defuse, plant Dizzy. Rinse and repeat. Spike actually went down for that, so they are not going to battle though. Balance on the other side. Able to keep eyes on that last frag. No plant money is fine though. They should be okay getting to this next one. Oh, definitely would have helped actually to get that plant money on the squad. But still enough to buy. Seeing the low armor come through here. G2 1 away. And that had to happen before the post plant. I mean, look at what Sentinel's been doing. 4 diffuses in a row. They've been owning it once G2 takes the side. So G2 said, we'll do a little bit before and in between.
13-10
and that's
for
just one small mistake coming out there from Sentinels, because again, the position was perfect. They read it perfectly on that push coming out from G2. But because they had one player less, when they went for the high-low swing on the left side, it was perfect for those trades. But Valen snuck through towards that left side of the A tower and got that trade-off against John Cutie to allow G2 to close that gap. But you mentioned it, the economy's not the best on the side of G2. But Sentinels definitely want to pull the time out to slow things down for a bit, because you need to instill that to your players. You have to check those small spots. It would have been a different story here if they took care and knew the position from
Leaf को 250 लोग चाहिए. अगर तुम्हारी एक आग भी ऐसा खुली है तो लाइक करके वापस हो जाओ ऐसा.
Man, 11-10 here.
G2
takes
Sentinels
back, split, and Sentinels 2 away from taking Icebox. G2's pick. We're about to get back in off of this timeout. Kaplan not really liking it.
No, man. Cooking.
G2 and squad stop that 4-round streak as they look to get this map and bring us all the way to Ascent. 3 ults per team here as we head into this round.
It almost seems that since the timeout for G2, is just drill it in. Hit A site, hit A site. But this time pushing Sentinels away with the first wave of salvos. And in a G2 fashion, they could probably slow this down and wait for the second wave to go back again into the A site.
And Zekken has had Zeus' utility at B all these rounds. They've now moved that over to A with them for the full fight. So we'll see if Zekken still kind of plays that aggressive or wants to get out now that he hears some noise.
Yeah, I mean, he can stay back towards yellow. They have alarm bot to watch.
Read
A very
on
passive turret all the way in the back of spawn to look into the walk up towards tube. So all of Sentinels, once again, a great read to stack 4 players towards this A site. But Reckoning is definitely going to force them to scatter out.
Yeah, they're playing pretty far up for Lockdown and Reckoning here. One will start to push them back. Just on the left side of that Mosh, not going to be enough.
इसलिए तो दूर डाला ना.
To see if they can get themselves in here. Yeah, there's the Reckoning. It's actually going to chase Sentinels all the way out, back down the stairs, into their spawn. And those circles can be seen here by G2 as they move in. You can see the focus right up towards screens and up towards that catwalk.
Interesting plan all the way in the back corner. I don't know if there was a misclick, but
I mean, this is good util. You can easily throw some things in here like Jonah Peas. Oh no, Viper's his actually just went down. Wait, they're fighting in this right now. Viper's pit there.
Zeus is defusing.
Blind.
It's going to be at 75%, goes down. That's going to be at half now. Shots coming in from Nary. He's up top trying to play the jungle gym. Can he swing down? Oh my god, the Cove. It's the only thing that separates them is they stand shoulder to shoulder. And that's going to be the half defuse. They give it over to Narrate for this as Zekken was prepping it up. And Sentinels, again, are so strong on the post-plant retake here on Icebox.
Yeah. Towards the end, I don't know if it was intentional or not to have that plant in that corner because it's very, very unorthodox to get it out there. But maybe the Reckoning and everything that allowed here the wingman to plant towards the corner allows them to spam a little bit more easily. But you definitely did have to force players to swing out towards Nest, to swing out towards Pipes. And Sentinels again regrouping together to fight back.
I saw you guys, I saw the ref.
He's like, I shot everything but what I needed to. I think I hit someone in the crowd for a moment. Yeah.
Oh, back in the action though.
But already
okay, there we go. He shot Valen that time. John Cutie on point here. And they've moved the utility back for Sentinels. They don't think that A push is coming anymore from G2, and it seems like they've got a pretty good read on it here. And G2 now without Valen only have to use Jonah P's walls to get themselves in.
कैसे जाएगा chat SN?
Is Jonah P.
Yeah.
क्या लगता है?
You need Trent to stay alive here. That's probably the silver lining to keep G2 back in the game. If it's not going to be for the post plant, at least to open up the site towards A.
Big player making big impact
Instead,
matches.
G2 are playing contact.
I just hope
playing
Zekken
very
थोड़ा
passively because all of
duelist
Sentinels were
खेलेंगे.
leaning towards middle with a triple swing in the very beginning.
Toxins going up.
परसों जाएगा language.
Finished.
That's a big kill.
G2 on these silent rounds, you got to give them credit. They get into some real crazy spots.
And Zeus has had so much value on flanks in the past, and he's fighting against Trent. That's the silver light. That's what's needed for G2 to stay alive and to win this round.
Zeus' 1v1s have been spectacular here, but it's two. He's going to have to come up big. There's the first one. Trent's going to turn, but he's going to have a second. Now the third, and it's not enough. Trent with the stinger. Close range is just too much, but it's the post-plant king here. Tejo, Trent, ready to lock this round down. Armageddon's already passed. One shot comes through. It can't be traded back by Zekken. But it is Zekken versus Trent. He delays more time now, just trying to put the pressure on to Zekken. Is it possible? Firing to the left, doesn't know he's to the right. Zekken looks like he's got the defuse. Now Trent's gonna hit the shot! Stone cold.
Close.
Trent is insane again in these clutches. And a selfish play is coming out from G2. Jonah P low on HP saying, let me swing into this one. Let me give my life away. The second player to come across, I think it was Leaf, also to fall down, just so that Trent could bait that kill. The trust that G2 has for Trent in these moments.
It's crazy. Honestly, it's like it's going to be a strategy for teams to find Trent in these just engages and kill him so they know the post plant can't be a possibility. There's nothing you can do against this guy if he is alive. That spike is planted. Another timeout here for Sentinels.
The last one of this map before we could potentially go into overtime, or Sentinels pushes this to the third map of Ascent. Narrate and Bang have 2 ults to work with on the defense. A lot was being used by G2 on the attack just to try to salvage and win that previous round.
Hello, Bunks back.
Despite
All
despite
views
the few rounds coming through for G2 in this
from
comeback,
London.
they've always
Oh,
played
thickness,
in a
somebody आप
deficit in
कैसे हो?
terms of weapons available. Going back into this
ये OT में दिमाग
timeout, he
काम
has
नहीं
such a
करता,
low
बहुत
buy coming in for
सही
lead.
है।
He's small shields Guardian. Jogmill's also with the Guardian. And Jonah P's at
ऐसे vlog ऐसे ना
3,500.
बोलते हैं।
And we'll have to go for a small shields and rifle.
I mean, honestly, G2's been kind of limping through these rounds with the buys, so for them to even get a few has been spectacular, but still got to recognize this run on the second half from Sentinel, spectacular as well, and looking like it's going to be good enough to bring us all the way to Ascent. This round here may tell us.
They're trying to get back into the nest for Sentinels. Something that was pretty decent for them earlier on. They're getting stopped right away here by Salmos. Yeah, that
back.
cascade doesn't allow for them to get through anymore, so a little bit of a win here for G2 to start.
We saw this rinse and repeat play before. Jogamo actually went down when he was on the belt there. So taking this space to add pressure towards A. G2 have gone back to that regular, or sorry, Sen have gone back to that
भाई
regular
execute
defensive
करेगा
setup.
तो वो
Oh,
लोग
that's a
को
head being
retake खेलना
seen.
पड़ेगा.
Good damage onto Valen. I wonder if that
भाई
Dizzy
कौवा
is
भी
actually
use किया
retrievable.
बे.
And because of that pressure coming out from Sentinels, Valen actually had to throw the Cove down just to try to stay alive. So they won't really have it to allow the Wingman to get the safest plant. So they're pulling back.
Wingman plant does give Thrash now, though. But again, we just saw that Dizzy get used at sight. This is going to be pretty much a dry retake, and Jonah P has to be the spearhead. Sees one, so the jig is already up on this fast rotation. You see Spawn, Sentinel's defense is already starting to lean.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
भाई Zekken को देखो
Second
भाई.
takes the spike out. That's not going to be the
ठीक
ult
है.
point Jogamo wanted for the Thrash. They deny it, and he's
भाई
not going to be able
गया.
to use it. Huge kill, second in
Oh,
Celsius. The
baby.
2 Z's coming up big to stop that side
That's
take.
fair.
And now
Please,
the lurk
खत्म कर
in
दो.
from Valen. It seems like they have an idea of where every member is,
W?
and Celsius is going to be able to get a lockdown on that too. Another one from second before he falls, and it looks all too good here for Sentinels. The shot from John Cutie is the one that sends us to a map 3. We're going to Ascent.
बाप रे दोनों ने एक दूसरे का मैप निकाला.
Second anchoring solo towards
Bro,
the B side.
Toronto जा
Great
सकता है,
delays
chat
being
send.
done. The one-way smoke's being thrown as well.
भाई 12 है.
Has been a wrench into G2's attack side.
हाँ?
And the TP's
भाई
out
अंदर
towards
से
that
पूरा
last
vibe आ
round,
रहा है
round
भाई.
number 24, to allow Sentinels to just
लग रहा है
rotate
जाएगा
well
मास्टर.
and fight toe-to-toe against G2 and push us into Ascent, the final map that's going to decide who's qualifying to Toronto,
को रहा है.
G2
हाँ ना?
or Sentinels. But Ascent
क्या
is a map
game
that
है
has
बे.
been
Class खेलते
heavily
बे लोग.
tested
Class.
against G2, and that G2 kept winning with its Waylay comp. Sentinels comes out with a brand new composition against Cloud9 with the Teo and KO and the Jet.
अब
Yeah.
क्या
This is
पता
gonna be
Zekken
such
भाई ओमेन
a
ने
good
तो
battle
शायद नहीं
to see
जीते.
who moves forward to Toronto.
इसके पहले हार चुके वो
I
लोग
cannot wait to
Icebox
see the
में.
next matchup. You have Trent popping off the charts, getting all his clutches. Bang showing another playoff form in the buff. Everybody's finding a bit of their star power here when it is most needed by their team. Amazing stuff coming in from both Sentinels and G2 as we are going to be going to a third map. Don't go anywhere. There is much more.
हेलो बंक्स भाई गुड मॉर्निंग. सोकर उठ गया. अपडेट मिलेगा. 1-1 स्कोर है अभी 1-1. बस भाई आप कितने साल बाद और पूरे हो जाएंगे पता नहीं. एनर्जी आ गया. ऊपर तक है भाई. इतना दगदग हो रहा है. अक्षय भाई कैसे हो? थैंक यू फॉर द $10 मेरी जान के टोटे. मेरे आशीर्वाद से 2-1 बात तो है. अक्षय भाई थैंक यू फॉर द $10 मेरी जान के टोटे. लव यू हैश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40W. जान टोटी बंक्स में हाँ ना. मेरे को भूख लगा यार थोड़ा. बैंक का फ्लिक क्रेजी था भाई. जीता बैंक और नरेट जॉन क्यूटी. 3 बंदे एमवीपी. पैसा देखती है एनर्जी आता है. लैंग्वेज तो प्यार दो. मैं
now for Jaw. Oh dear. Start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position on both long angles.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just mowing them down.
Sentinels came into Icebox with a new comp and now are forcing us to a map 3. I want to talk about the pivot here with Zekin picking up the Omen, and I loved what we were seeing out of him on this second map, specifically what he can do on this agent that you can't do with anyone else. And really it comes down to Sentinel's opening utility here. What Zekin was doing was throwing an Omen smoke over on pipes, which is really effective for taking early space because A, it sort of stops the early aggression, you know, enemy team getting a player on pipes, fighting you forward, but it also blocks off the common angles that can see down like off top gen and get a pick there. It also blocks off the player top screens, seeing your players going down this line over on belt. So it's just really effective at taking early space. Now I want to look at this early utility that Sentinels end up throwing because, right, even though there's a harbor push wall, they've still got the double Tahoe missiles again, trying to force these G2 players back early on. And then that Omen smoke, like I was talking about, goes ahead and blooms. And now just watch and see how Zekin plays around it. Look, he's already teleported up into the smoke, and then he's gonna creep forward and try to play off of a Tahoe drone in a moment. So right, he clears, he gets in front of this. Now you see over on your minimap, Tahoe drone coming. And because he's in front of pipes, if this drone pings anyone through his own smoke, he'd be able to play for a spam kill. Now, no one's there, he doesn't get that, but what he does do is fall back because now it's about setting up Bang's lurk. Right now, see Leaf, there's a Killjoy turret right next to him, which is currently seeing through the window. And what Zekin is going to do is he's going to use his smoke to allow Bang to get this timing to go for the cross. They used the Viper Orb earlier. Now Bang is able to sneak on forward here, and we can ignore the part where Bang dies. He's supposed to get the kill there, but that's all fine. It's all about the ideas and how this Omen can open up lurk opportunities. Now the thing is, as soon as Bang dies over in mid, it's time to accelerate into the site, and this is again where Omen has some benefits, right? Omen has the paranoia, which he's going to use a line here to clear backside to rafters, and he's also going to throw down a very deep Omen smoke that allows Sentinels to play very forward on site. Check this out. Smoke goes down first, now comes the paranoia, and now SEN can play actively on site. Zelsis is all the way up on top of the smoke. He even has a teammate playing above him in a moment here, right? He calls in the Gecko, who's then going to cover this Heaven line. It's really, really nice for them to be able to play off this, win the round. They'll go aggro, get kills, but at the end of the day, it was Zekin's Omen that helped so massively for SEN to win this map, and now we get ready for map number 3.
We decided it'd be a good idea to do this next, setup in the crowd with you beautiful people. Look at them. Gorgeous humans. Now, of course, let's talk about what we just witnessed over there because, of course, Icebox go in the way of Sentinels. A lot of people here were quite happy about that one. That being said, though, it was a tight game. G2 SEN took it all the way, Brent.
Yeah, definitely. But honestly, I'm dead impressed with how much Sentinels, I think, have worked on their Icebox as well. The last time we saw them play it when it was against KRU as well, they've worked on this over the last few weeks. They completely changed up their composition. Everything was looking tip-top. The player form has been in great form as well. I think individually, everybody's shooting. They're winning clutches. Honestly, they're going toe-to-toe to G2 players. They're looking like they are on fire right now. And leading into map 3 as well, Ascent. Listen, I said that Icebox was going to be maybe like this unknown quantity. Sentinels needed to win in 2.
Yeah.
But with the way that they're playing, there's significant chances that they can take this win here today and book their ticket to Toronto.
SEN came out with 2 new comps for their last 2 maps of this series, and I thought the pivot to the Omen here on Icebox was so strong. Teams after 2024 really moved away from that agent on this map, but I think it's such a good one-for-one sub into the duelist slot. Christy talked about how strong it is on attack, on defense as well. The paranoia, the way they were using the TPs as a second dive agent to get through the harbor utility looked amazing. But now it's going to Ascent, where they also just showed a new composition, but they're playing against a G2 that is undefeated on this map, and it has been an absolute home ground for Jojimo. He's incredible on the waylay here.
Yeah, that is a scary thing without a doubt, right? A G2 that looks clean on Ascent. What are the expectations there, I guess, then for Sentinels? What could we maybe see for them to try and quell the, I guess the aggression, the plays, the incredible talent that G2 are bringing?
They had really good ideas of what to do against Cloud9's Ascent as well. So we're already know that they're going to be coming into this pre-prepped, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Great ideas of what to do against G2's Waylay comp on Ascent as well. I mean, as well, it's going to be good news for them, I think, that Ascent, G2 haven't played it that much. They don't opt into it as heavily because I think their composition has a lot of set pieces, but once you get the footage on it, it can be broken.
That's exactly what I was
But
going to bring
thank you
up.
for
This
the thought,
Waylay
though.
is really strong when you're not ready for it. Think of the plays diving into market, diving into the A sign and punishing anchors
एक
there.
comment से
But
कितना
if you're
plays कर
prepared
सकते
for
हैं,
those
बहुत कर
setups,
सकते हैं.
you
Smoke
can
multi
change
P,
the way you
blind
play a
TP,
little bit. But G2 as well,
alt
you know they're going to come
space.
up with new stuff for this,
Fake TP,
especially
बहुत कर सकते हैं.
with the stakes being this high. Toronto on the line for these two teams.
Yeah, this is it, folks. One map away, and the winner will move on to represent VCT Americas in Toronto. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be G2 Esports?
No.
Or is it going to be Sentinel?
Sen.
Okay, good. Actually, try it again. Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Woo, that was loud. All right, well, you heard it from the crowd. We're going to get this thing set up and get ready for map 3. It's Ascent coming up right after this. We'll see you on the other side.
ऐसा लग रहा फाइनल चालू है. हाँ ना, क्रेजी मैच है भाई. आप खेलते हो. वन बार उलाओगे क्या इतना हार्ड वर्क? हैट्स ऑफ क्यूटी, लव यू. Thank you for the membership, मेरी जान के टोटे.
We are back, and no, you're not seeing things.
Next
that is a
live में आपका hater
one
फिर मैं
on that
language.
screen for G2 Esports and Sentinels as we make our way to
Frankly, grow
Ascent.
grind करना चाहिए.
We've
Omen,
done
Omen.
all 3 maps, and now one of these teams
देख लो
will
थोड़ी
go
देर
all
उधर
the
बाल
way
जा.
to Toronto with this win. It's anybody's game now as we get in.
Forget split. Forget Icebox. Everything is now decided here on
Chat
Ascent,
सुबह
where
के
Sentinels
6:30
are coming out
बजे
with
मेरे पे
what they
hate दे
came
रहा
out
है.
with
Chat गाली
against
दो.
C9 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Jet on Zekin, or Zekin on Jet rather, and he's been amazing on this agent on Ascent.
Next month शायद पहला payout फिर membership और subscribe करूँगा. Dance in
openings
ordering.
and gaps here against Cloud9.
निकल गई
It was
मैच
kind
के
of
वजह से अभी
explosive that we
नींद
saw come
पूरी
out from
पड़ी है.
Zekin, and I
एक
guess
तो
for
सुबह नींद
Sentinels
नहीं
fans,
आता.
we're
मेरे को तो वैसे
hoping
भी
to
नहीं
see
आता.
that type of Zekin perform against G2.
चलो
But
last
G2
map
with their own
जोश है.
composition that doesn't change forces you to play offsite so many times. And when you're going to play flood retakes against G2, there's still so much util coming towards the end.
Very difficult. The protocols they already had with Jogamo's Waylay. It's going to be pretty crazy to see how Sentinels react to all of these, or even get in front of the plays and try to play ahead of that aggression.
On a serious note,
Right.
सुबह सुबह motivation सो जाओ भाई. Best motivation.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving these transitions.
Explosive transition.
Breaking a fourth wall here. Love these transitions.
We're in there. We're in there.
Okay, here's a great start though. With how G2 are so good at opening this with pop flashes and salvos, there's actually a vice wall in the very beginning here, and you're already playing all sight here for Zelsis.
All the way up, Jogamo jumps forward. The rotation still coming in from Leaf, so G2 are very much set up here. It's the find, blind, and kill game for Sentinels as they get themselves prepped to get back into sight. All that util they could want is really here.
Upper retake.
The 0 point is first. Oh man, not seeing too many on that. They know it's got to be an A main hold, and they can take out the site. They should feel pretty comfortable getting back in.
रोका है.
Oh, the swing through the smokes. It's going to be for Sentinels right now, and it is
Bro,
just Sentinels
OP, bro.
taking out G2 left and right. Trent still post plant. Where else would he be? When else would it be on the round?
But I think he's main.
They're looking main because that's where the left shot was. Oh! The side steps from John Cutie, the face palm from Trent himself, and the defuse from Zalsis for pistol round.
A rare miss coming out from Trent. No salvos available, but remember when he had no salvos on Icebox, he was still able to clutch a 1v2, actually even on split earlier on.
Toronto bolte.
This time you mentioned a little bit of sight sets, players not looking after him.
Toronto bolte.
He just whiffed that shot.
Toronto bolte.
Renders costly as Sentinels able to turn around here this pistol. And I thought it was going to be quite interesting with Sentinels putting that vice wall at the very beginning towards A main.
Yeah.
Because they split out the push. I thought they were going to try to flood back right in the instance to not allow G2 to play offside in the post plant.
But Sentinels played the flood instead, and the trades were perfect, and now they're trying to move here into the second round. A stinger buy out for G2 in a fight towards B main.
What else would it be? A blood-hungry G2 on a stinger by second round. You have to expect it, and it's not expected from Sentinels. They get overwhelmed at B. Zekin even tries to peek out to do a solo shot, which would be a full team of G2 looking at him, and he gets the safety somehow with that dash.
Almost letting that shot with the outlaw. Now you have a player advantage out for G2 in the full plant. This time Trent is stuck inside the site, but they are closing that gap. Look at how close they are towards the staircase. Not too many chances to flood back in. You do have Paranoia and double flash though from Bang and John Cutie that could potentially open things up, and no, not yet.
Leaf is already coming through market right now. They just heard him, but it's not going to be enough. The stinger buy is again more than enough for G2 to get back on the second round.
And free upgrades, 3 Bulldogs picked up on that side. Not even flustered of what happened on that pistol round that Trent couldn't capitalize on the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Doesn't matter.
And the lurks were perfect in that post plant. They didn't really give a chance here for Sentinels to set up into the double flash, flood back into the sights. Kaplan feels it.
Yeah, I mean, what is the setup there to play at the front of B archway, you question, with knowing there's going to be stingers at somewhere on the map? With how G2 plays, you have to expect.
Almost found the timing with a knife that waited to be up here for John Cutie, but this again, back into the same protocols for G2, the conditioning of the Salvos. Always going for the paw flash right into main. Salvos into the front of the site towards Wine. Can't get an execute quickly into the second wave yet because of the KO knife being thrown by John Cutie that just slows down G2's pacing a little bit, but Sentinels did try to go for a stack towards this B site. It'll still be easy for G2 to play.
Should just be easy ult points on the way in here for the spike. Hopefully, and not for G2.
I think with the door closed, you probably just have to die to spike here.
Yeah.
Clear out towards catwalk, realize that nobody's there, and just wait it out. But it looks like they want to fight this. Salvos to break the door, and they flood out.
Whoa. I'm gonna say they'll let him out of the site. It's a party. Oh, they're actually grabbing these orbs. They go on to Valence, so not too terrible with the ult. As Leaf comes up with 3, that's going to be big to get the steel guard online for sure. 2 points away for him as G2 pick up a solid round there as we head to round 4.
Yeah, that's 2 away from getting the steel guard, and Valen with the double kill that he had at the very beginning allows him to forget from the shadows in the round number 4 in a bonus round that could be actually quite good for G2 if he wants to utilize that to get behind enemy lines. But look at this, once again, you'll have the Salvos, the pop flash towards the main. But the hit potentially could be towards middle instead. It's a fake on the side of G2. The conditioning continues forward, and now you have to push forward from Jogimo and also from Leaf towards mid.
Teleport and insert. As that mid hit starts to happen, expect Jogimo to go mid and then maybe refract or jump all the way up back onto Cat with these guys. Instant play into the site. Smoke top mid. They're going to go ahead and play with this shear. Now they know the shear is here from Leaf's first adventure to mid, so they can start messing with that wall for Zelsis as much as they want.
Yeah, refract, get the wall out.
Yeah.
Now you have a minute left, so you can work this site for the side of G2.
John Cutie shuts it down for now. They got a bottleneck through these spots into the site here, and G2 is trying to figure out how they do that. It looks like it's just going to be dry on this one. Not much utility to use here in the second entry. Tejo's Salvos just making them run silly on the side of G2 as Bang cleans up 3 with that side
Not
anchor.
clean, but okay.
And clean one from Narrate. 2-2 now for Sentinels as we're trading them back and forth.
Good morning, Leman.
Signature position for Bang in the back of Dice of the A site. So hard to deal against him there. Didn't even need to throw the smoke between a Dice and Generator to stay alive here, and they just had perfect sprays and raids there right through. Yeah, both you and me barking at the same time.
And Bang's a phantom lover, so you get that sight smoke that goes inside, you can play around it, no tracers. There's smokes main, you can play around it, no tracers. It all just plays into his favor there. 5, 3, and 1 now for Bang on that side, and he's continuing this from the last map. Ooh, flash over his shoulder. John Cutie's ready. Yeah. confident in his attack here. There was a flash ready for John there, and narrates.
Plan for plan
This
hai.
will be difficult though if Sentinels stay within the site. Look
This
at all the
defensive
ults
map,
available.
yes.
You have the Armageddon that can open it up. Valiant can TP inside. And all they gotta wait here is exactly that, to activate the hit for G2 inside the site.
Not much movement though. It's going to be on Jogamo, and he goes right into the smoke. They've realized the past few times that Jogamo is playing this, he is going into balanced smokes 90% of the time when he jumps forward, trying to win that initial fight, and Sentinels has been playing there. Narrate catches that one. They see him. He saw it and he was like, yeah, maybe not, maybe not. They do get it out though as the 0 point comes through.
The other now, Leaf picked up an orb,
Like
now has the Steel Garden to try to
पे.
enter, and that's a kills through the smoke.
30 seconds
Just as it
left.
drops. I think that might
Huh?
cancel the plans for G2. You're not going into this one anymore. All three of them
गलत
walking
मजा
back,
आता
they're all
रहेगा
trying to
land
save their
पे
weapons. Great hold in the very beginning, and you bring up a great
Don't
point
do
though
it.
with Jogamo moving right into the
नहीं,
smoke,
बेटा,
immediately
मस्ती
punished by
नहीं।
Narrate.
Yeah.
That's what happened the previous round. They
अपन
had a
ऐसे
perfect
चलेंगे,
pop
बेटा,
flash
मस्ती
setup to
नहीं।
allow Jogamo to just dash right into
10
the garden.
seconds left.
But John Q2 was waiting for him right there. Even blinded gets the full kill. So the game plan, I think right now, Brent was mentioning the preparation that Sentinels brings into this game to try to fight against G2.
Yeah.
You see that they're playing in positions right where the waylay lands and doesn't give a chance for Jogamo to even land down before he refracts.
Clean
He's trying to find
3-2
information
clean
for the
back,
team,
second level.
but he's finding information from the grave.
Yeah. Super smart here by Sentinels just to make the few adjustments. See it right here from Narrate's point of view. It's like Jogamo isn't expecting people to be in there because I bet he is usually in and out and making the plays that makes Waylay feel so safe. But there is a window to get that attack in. Narrate finds it once, and now it's up to G2 to adapt to make sure Jogamo can get in on these plays because it is the focus for their win condition. John opening up, denying sheer in mid, and being able to draw out that utility. So the team has a bit of an easier second take.
वो लोग को पूरा setup ही है, anti-mid setup.
And G2, remember, pretty good on this map so far, and now it's the first time that it really tested with the positioning from Sentinels going into this game. So now you have to go into the later pages of the strat book.
Yeah.
Right now, what Shaq, Anders, Josh RT has been building up here for this moment on Ascent. This time not using a refract to try to break the wall. It's just Jogamo jumping across. You need to leverage now his refract for the actual information gathering into the B site.
Be right back.
Oh. And he's ready. He's
Oh.
ready. They tried to get Narrate last time. He comes out on top, and it's not going to be a problem the second time. Jogamo, after 2, is finally able to sit Narrate down, but there's backup. There's John Cutie, and being low on HP means they back up. Sights are held. There is no reason to try to get a push here as your number's up.
And that's the thing here. You're playing against Sentinels. If you're going to miss a couple of shots here, you're going to lose that duel no matter what. Nary clean on those 2 shots to hold and anchor up the back of this defender spawn. With 18 seconds left, Spike is down. Leaf potentially has no choice but to save. Forced to fight. And now taken down, and that breaks the econ for GG going into the next round.
And man, what a step up from Narrate. You know, from the beginning of the season, always a great player, but we saw the emotions coming out, getting him, and he's changed that to have such a strong game form, a strong mental on that, and really not be his own enemy in these games. He is performing for playoffs.
You see a little bit of a missed time coming out here when Trent was trying to swing out behind a refract of the Waylay. And yet definitely you're going to call that timeout for Josh RT, just going to try to drill things back. That was something new that we haven't really seen before. G2 yet with the pop flash and fight back towards the spawn.
कल भी तो देखा था ध्यान से नहीं देखते
that they're just missing that timing to really try to punish Narrate towards that back of the spawn. So now it's going to be okay. Well, we have to land those timings a little bit better. That's the game plan here that continues on into practice after practice after practice for Josh RT and the rest of the squad. He's using that full minute to his advantage.
Yeah, having that discussion. And you're right, with G2 kind of varying it, pushing towards mid. I'd say most of the time that you have Jogamo doing those strats, they've gotten that kill and they're through it. So now they're being presented with the moment it
अरे
doesn't,
ध्यान
and they're getting
नहीं
flipped on their
देते
head for
लगता
that.
है नींद के नशे.
It just takes a bit more
मेरे को
control
बोलो नींद के
and
नशे.
knowing
मेरे
that
को
anything can happen once they're going into the site as opposed to their probable usual results,
5
honestly,
घंटा
because
कब
G2 is
सोया
so
था
good
कौन
at
सा दिन मेरे को याद
executing
नहीं
these.
अभी.
And remember when we started this map, I was mentioning here that G2
कर लो
forces
इग्नोर
you to
इग्नोर
play
तो वो
out of
करती
sight a
थी.
lot.
Yeah.
If you're going to use a lot of these utils from this double initiator from Teo and also Jonah P's KO.
Finally
But
Zekken बोला
Sentinels
मेरे
are
को
doing
मिड
a
लड़ने
great
दे
job
भाई.
not even allowing G2 to get into the sites yet.
Oh, second hit.
Oh,
It
shit.
was perfect. And they're actually drawing him to
Paranoia?
the top side of mid there. The shots coming
Oh,
from
shit.
Celsius were so
Counter
good to draw
bolte.
Jogamo's attention. And they want a little bit more towards mid.
Counter
Zekken knows it
bolte,
only
chat.
goes so far to peak numbers
Oh,
up. And they
shit.
get back to safety.
Seems like we waited a little bit too long there for G2 to run through that smoke.
एक और
Catwalk was
crossfire
open.
बोलते.
It allows here Sentinels to get the paranoia and pinch. Now it's
Okay.
gonna mention a flawless, but it's Valen in a
अरे
1v5.
मैडम
Valen?
Dragon IGL.
1v5, and he has the site to himself here. B site can be tricky enough to get this win. He plants close to stairs, which means aggression? No, okay, he stays in sight. Just TPs towards the back. One paranoia and a smoke in
TP
two.
सुनाई दिया है
Get the angles that he
शायद
wants.
से.
Not the best spot to be though. Narrate has Armageddon
Yeah.
salvos.
He's pinned himself. The tough part about this is you have to swing across the doorway once you get that initial fight, which gives your opponent that opening. I don't think he was seeing that first time. Yeah, they're looking right at him. Oh, he gets hit by the concuss. Half coming through, but he has the angle for the 1v1 on the left side here. He's waiting for the peek first. That's going to be the defuse coming through. A 4K for Valen in the 5.
And
The 5th
Pire
will be there with
Valen.
Bang. And team collect the round 5 for Sentinels.
भाई
So
प्यारा
difficult to
खेला
deal
बे.
against that. Valen
It's
has to
tough.
play against Salvos.
प्यारा
The
खेला
Armageddon
बे.
and Banks still
Yeah.
alive to throw a smoke down.
Huh?
Exactly.
Narrate had a full kit going into that one, and unfortunate there for the side of Valen, but still very great protocols for Sentinels.
We do a little bit of throwing, and that's what makes us us.
Oh my gosh. They're talking about the kills against Valen there. Should have been a cleanup, but yeah, a little bit of throwing indeed, but still the round is collected.
Phase one still good, though. Zekken opens things up towards B main.
A little bit of throwing into a little bit of owning, kind of evens it out.
Yeah. And G2 hasn't really found the correct footing here on their attack side.
ऐसा तो कुछ
In
हुआ
the
नहीं
last
है.
4 rounds. Leaf has still this Steel Garden that's been holding on for the longest time. Contact play, trying to find maybe a safe spot. Steel Garden is down. And Zekken back to his form against
Clean
Cloud9.
मारा ना.
Back into his dominant form on the defensive side on this Jet on Ascent.
And already looking to make more opportunities out of it, switching his position, staying mobile, and keeping G2 guessing. You still have 5 members of Sentinels, and they aren't over-rotating out of this either. Still holding. Know that Zekken has put a stop to this. All right, side open. Zekken looking for 4, but Trent's able to get the side swing on that one from lane.
3v2.
And now they organize around the rest of the members of G2. Trenton team trying to find a few kills before they enter site, hoping Sentinels would push a little aggressive.
Now it's 2 hero plays. Jonah P has to fight the B main against Narrate.
Oh! He gets the short swing on Jonah P.
ज़्यादा हो गया ये.
Coming in from stairs, the swing out, the double from Trent,
Almost
deja vu
big,
from
core
Split.
bullet.
And that's going to be Bang with the
It's
kill.
the DPS
Narrate's
end.
still alive. They'll give that defuse over to Bang on this one.
Huh?
No, I was going to say Narrate, right?
Okay,
Looked
chair
like he
on
was
bus.
running away. So come back and get this. Okay,
Chair
we're
on
back.
bus.
We're sorted out here. 6 for Sentinels.
अभी
As
तो
we
पैसे
get
भी नहीं है
into
भाई
round
उनके पास.
9,
अल्ट है
Sen are
लेकिन
starting
क्या
to pull
करेंगे
away
अल्ट?
a lot.
वेले तेओ का कॉम्बो भी
If
नहीं
you're a
है.
G2 fan, that's the raw moment for Trent to lose his mojo in these clutches.
Crazy
Is
मारा
now
ना
Sentinels
Zekken.
running away with this first half on a defense in the lead by 4. Almost the lineup, 30 HP remaining on
How
that
the fuck
Bang
did this guy
when
get
they
here?
line up again. Good thing I was talking over that. But now G2, they want to fight quick again with the double util. There's already
Corrente
potentially a
volte.
special delivery on the defense from Narrate to stop them down, and a 5 versus 2 potential fight.
जो भी लोग जा रहे हैं
into
साइन लेके आना.
Straightforward. Zekken trying to be the spearhead once again. Bang starts off onto Jogamo, starting this round 0-6
45.
first kills, first death. They'll make that 0-7. Vans not having a great time on the waylay to get that initial attack for G2, and Sentinels is really playing off it.
Yeah. Instead of going for the special delivery, they went for the salvos just to push him back. A good old classic tiles pinch. But they only lose Jargo in the process now for G2. The double lock could really switch things around here as Valen just got picked by the knife. But they've lost so much space. I don't think they want a drone to give their position away because you don't have Jogimo at the tip of the spear to open things up. But now a jump spot coming in here from John Cutie, sees and identifies to rotate over back towards the A site where Zelsis will get tested.
Backs up, plays it safe. You can already see just across him is John Cutie ready to help with that high-low. Man, what a stall here. This is going to put G2 back on 30 seconds. Are they in control is the question, as they now have to consider mid is not the play. They only lead Leaf, but they're losing people on Cat.
Uh-oh. They're losing people everywhere for G2.
Falling like dominoes on this one. Jonah P is able to get one trade back, but John, with the quality tactics, locks in another round for Sentinels.
Now it's Sentinels time for the fragging IGL to step up here for John Cutie. So good on the defense so far to defend the A site. Playing solo towards the tree. The high-low, yes, at least with Zelsis, but you saw the idea for G2. Putting a lot of members down towards the market, hoping to pull a little bit of that rotate.
Hello, bye. Good morning.
And Sentinels are doing very similar things as G2 is doing to Trent. Give a lot of that responsibility and trust to Zekin that can anchor it alone so they can continue to hold on the extremities and fight perfectly here for Sentinels defense. Zekin's walking out with the outlaw, but G2 wants to rush into the B site.
Dashed in. Jogimo looking for that first one, has to refract, does get the info, but it's not able to be played off of. Sentinels are reacting perfectly, and it's Leaf. They have to run through with the stingers. It seems like the only thing they can do is press W to get this to work, because Sentinels has the read left and right on these plays. John Cutie just stepping to the side. Zekin picks up another kill here.
And he can't run forward to get the kill because Bang just threw a perfect paranoia, so they can't punish. John Cutie got caught.
The peaks left and right. They're just playing with their food here. The pop flash comes out. A great duck. And covered by Trent, but it's still not enough. That's the story. It's just not enough to take over Sentinel's retake right now. They were showing it last on Icebox, and now they're showing it again on Ascent. The retakes are just too good.
Sensina now getting as loud as Sentinels are inside the server. Following behind every kill, clean through smoke, staying alive for so long.
भाई मेरा डैड भी जग गया भाई. Good morning, Papa. आराम पे take. है ना, no rush.
Barely needing retakes, actually.
Barely needing to, yeah.
They're so good at fighting against G2's attack.
I mean, I guess that's what you have to do. Keep Trent out of the winning position. Do not allow that post plant to happen. Because, man, he just brings that win percentage up towards G2.
And deny the space given by Jogimo. And again, it's the classic get in, refract, and there's going to be a player swinging behind. It's almost playing against a Yoru when they're going to the dimensional drift.
Armageddon back, but they've hardly cleared sight with the util to get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there. They do finally trade from tree. It's going to be a bit of chaos, and G2 thrive right now as they head to site, but the retake potential still there. John Cutie's knife. Zekin with full util.
This time, no flash to John Cutie, though.
That's right.
Pulse plan crossfire setup would be good, but now they're leaving Jogimo alone on site.
And this is the question. Is it just a post plant that they can't get through, or can SEN break apart G2 here?
That's such a big knife. They know now that there's two players playing towards main.
That's two kills. One on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Trent, the one we were wondering about, is versus the two shooters for Sentinels here. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be enough, but Zekin will!
मैं बोला ना, Zekin को ही मारना पड़ेगा.
Wrap it up. Oh no. This is the mental game as well as the game in the server now, Vansili.
G2 look like they're predictable in the side of Sentinels. Look at when you see the refract coming through. Narrate doesn't even care about tree anymore. He knows somebody's going to be swinging behind. So waits 3-2. Gets the first pick, goes back towards the tree.
चल रहा है?
again, it's
नींद
just
नहीं आ रही आज भी बिना सोए अपन
dimensional
पैसिफिक
drifts from a
करेंगे
Yoru. When you have somebody getting away from the space that was taken, the other ones will try to move in to try to fight back for G2. Sentinels has such a good game right now on the defense.
All right. In numerous strats now, a bit of mid, and a lot towards A. The Sentinels has the read. Phantoms across the board for them, knowing they're going to be firing through smokes the whole time. We usually see Zekin with that Vandal, especially last on Icebox. But switch to the Phantom here, feeling comfortable on it.
Zekin bhai ki bus mein rahega, Jets se bhi blind marenge.
Mid work again, but it does look like that A landing here
young
for
लोग कितना अच्छा
G2.
खेलता है.
Drone towards mid.
उसका family क्या proud feel करता रहेगा
an
ना भाई.
idea, and they're trying to fake out Sentinels here, but they are not moving. They are rooted in their defensive spots.
Oddly enough, okay, so now they're utilizing Trent. So far, it's always been Joggimo breaking open that wall. So they need Joggimo for the execution within the sights. And Trent can stay in range to use his salvos to help the hit.
Joggimo start off this first blood. It's going to be Valen that actually gets Bang out of his anchor position. Something very hard. The spam goes through! And second unknown again with the Phantom through the smoke. They give the sight for a moment. Zekin checks the back. Oh, we didn't see him.
Oh,
but Trent did, and that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing, though. Has to go for the backstab. He's not going to play the salvos.
He missed.
Misses!
He missed. They found him and took him out! No, but it's going to be Jonah P. Can Jonah P save the round is the question. John Cutie comes up huge, and it happens again for G2. Sentinels get through an error, and they take 10 on the first half.
Jonah P just didn't have enough on the Bulldog to fight against John Cutie, who's been so good on the defense again.
मैं 5 साल पहले इंस्टा पे मैसेज किया था आपने देखा पर रिप्लाई नहीं दिया.
Backstab players and just unfortunate misses those shots.
That's very sad.
And Sentinels able to capitalize in the end and take the lead by 8. Getting closer here to be the second team to represent the Americas at Masters Toronto.
It is a screaming first half here for Sentinels. G2 to bring everything as we come back from the break here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere.
सुबह के 7 बजे सेल्समैन. लैंग्वेज सुधांशु. अच्छा खेला ना सेन. फाइनली पहला मैच के बाद. हाँ. जगन भाई के एज क्या? आई थिंक इज 19 नाउ. मेरा फिर भी नहीं देखा. जस्ट से एक्सक्यूज मी, व्हाट्सएप पे बात करते हैं. और भाई कैसे हेल्थ अभी? व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप कैसे ज्वाइन करें? डिस्कॉर्ड को लिंक करो यूट्यूब पे, फिर वहाँ पे चैनल दिखा देगा, फिर ज्वाइन करो. इस 20 हुआ क्या अभी वो? मेरा एज क्या? सेकंड व्हाट द फक? क्या रैंक है तेजिस भाई?
Ah! 10-2 is our first half in favor of Sentinels here on our third
Rashi Patel bhai, thank you for the
G2 now moving to the defensive side, and we know what the defensive side can mean for teams. It's weird to say, but also this game could be far from over.
The thing is, though, with G2 is on this map of Ascent, where they're currently 3-0, most of their success has been done on the attack. This is the first time that they have to play the comeback from the defensive side and against a team like Sentinels, who's been red hot since the first half of this third map. I'm not sure if G2 will have it. They will have to start with this pistol, and they will definitely have to dig deep in their pockets to find some sort of silver lining.
And it's a heavy util focus round. Look at the amount of classics you have over on the side of G2. A few armors tagged in there as well, so they're looking to teamwork this one for a retake, if possible. You can see how far they're already playing deep in the sights as Sentinels walk right up mid here to knock on the front door.
Watch party.
Door is closed. May not thwart them. G2 just want a bit more coverage on the round with the way that they're playing and how much they want to just slow things down a little bit.
Everything's being covered up though. You have a wall watching towards the B main.
Yep.
If you break the wall towards the, or break the door towards B, you know that Sentinels are going to inch towards that side. And you're jiggling here. That's Juggernaut's responsibility now. That could get stopped by salvos towards the end. And it starts and you're able to dash away. Thankfully here, no trap play from G2 that will stop Sentinels for now.
Flashes on both sides. A good lurk by Zelsis here. They're going to have to be very careful about that. As Sentinel starts to move into the site. Narrate has broken the defensive line. Zelsis starts off with Trent, so they won't have that initiator utility to get back in. And that kind of activates G2 to move a little bit faster. It pays off for the moment, but will it pay off for the round win? Bang here versus Leaf.
versus the Biang.
Making the noise.
Leaf
Leaf has a lockdown on his position because of that movement, but he gets the safety now as Leaf goes for the short peek. And resets himself at the top of the site, following in the footsteps of Bang here to get a ghost.
Riker Classic to close the gap.
At 10-2, this is an incredibly pivotal pistol round here for G2 to win this. It is on Leaf, lower in HP, better in weaponry. Trying to get this final kill as he's going to have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out. And there's going to be another one from Bang. He shut down G2 on the pistol. And it's now 11-2.
Toronto bolte, Toronto bolte.
G2 are now backs against the wall.
Toronto
At this point, you probably have to go for that force buy no matter what.
कैसे बताओ काकाशी तेरे को तेरी
The steepest uphill battle to play against Sentinels.
मेरा
A
मैसेज
team
में
who has
ऊपर
been
देख किधर है
undefeated in this split. Tested by a team who's turned things
मैं
around
बहुत टाइम
since
से
the
सोच
loss
रहा
of
था
Crew.
अपग्रेड करने के लिए 5 साल से देखो लव यू यार
And you definitely need some hero plays coming through. Second and Bang, John Cutie have definitely done it on the side of the defense. And Kaplan could definitely taste the victory with the rest of the team, but not G2. Josh RT already calling the last timeout available for the side of G2 Esports.
Crazy stuff here. G2 trying to get a word in at what could be the final hour at this chance. I mean, they still move to the lower bracket here, so not a problem with the loss, but it is Toronto on the line and Sentinels 2 rounds away. So the chat has to happen here with the team, and you can see they are listening. Not much coming from the players, so it's a reset. They know how to do this. It's going to take a lot of work, though. Stinger buy, as we know, coming out of G2, if that round goes the way of their opponents. The Sentinels, however, are going to recognize this one.
अब अगर ट्विटर पे ट्रोलिंग बहुत इग्नोर कर रहे हैं मैं नहीं करता इग्नोर वरुण भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान के रोटे चैट जिसको भी सुबह करारा मेंबरशिप मिल रहा है प्लीज टैग करके थैंक्स बोले थैंक यू फॉर द फर्स्ट गिफ्टेड ऑफ टुडे after 7
and with the knife that starts on the attack side of
love
Sentinels,
you Varun bhai love you
so the 2 razor vines, the walls are still good. Counter knife, no information gathered. That's a huge knife being thrown all the way from tree from Jonah P.
Here.
शर्म अरे बरा स्पैम बरा
It's a good protocol in the very beginning.
God bye thank you for the 50 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे
and throughout all of that chaos
ये 10 gifted last time दिन पे जो प्रॉमिस किया था love you वरुण भाई thank you for the Canadian Australian $5 and bought by thank you for the 50 gifted guys जो भी लोग bought by को thanks बोल रहे get well soon भी बोल दो थोड़ा health up and down है
Sentinels looks like they want to stop and go.
एक बार टैग करके thanks बोल देना और get well soon बोल देना ठीक है www
trickling
thank you bought by for the first gifted 7 minutes के बाद
could do the exact amount of damage they need. Straightforward. Zekin tries to basically go the job all the way. There's no smoke. There's no kill to be had there. Now the refract is right there, but it's still enough time for Leaf to capitalize on the window. The Stingers, how are they just too much for set every time?
And the wall was still up. It split the Sentinels push. And G2 stays alive into their Stinger buy.
Love you, but thank you for the 50 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे.
Smiles on the face of G2. They get away with that round, but honestly, I don't know if get away is the right word. They secure it again. They're so good with it, and it does not seem like a team has an answer. Maybe just keep buying stingers. Just
क्या
keep
मेरे को
buying
मिलेगा?
stingers,
पता
man.
नहीं भाई, पता नहीं भाई.
Great job there. Sentinels still have a lot of room to work with and a lot of time to work with here on
Time
this
तो
second
बहुत है.
half. But G2, they are now down and out as we see.
And Sentinels knows that there is so much cushion. 8-round lead, so going for a full classic round against G2.
Absolute
G2
cinema
on
हो
their
जाएगा
side
अगर
just
पिस्तौल से
upgrading
जीता
as much
तो.
as they could, playing pretty much escalation at this point. Jogmo going with the Bulldog and Leaf as well.
Citra, hello.
Drone doesn't get too much
First map के
information,
बारह
so
था,
that
first
is
map
actually
lost.
second well inserted towards this
हाँ,
towards
तो
this
ऐसे
line.
comeback हो जाए.
But being
Hopefully,
pushed
yeah.
out by
Hopefully
the
हो जाए.
salvos, and that's actually a good read towards the end. That's no dash for Zekin to
Chat
clear
कैसे लग
space
रहा है?
into the B
आसपास आ रहा है,
side. So if
SEN
they're
आ रहा
going
है
to try
तुम्हारे
to go into
शहर
B
में.
one more time,
Oh,
that
Canada वालों.
util from Leaf would still be once again too good to deal with.
He's already playing for a first look on it too.
Ooh, that might change the tempo though. That
Yeah?
knife just suppressed him.
Narrate only getting so close, 3 pips away, still on that ult. And to rotate back across, they had Zekin here for quite a while, so they have decided to change the strat a few times. Zekin's lurk here would have still been pivotal to use on the round, but they're going to have to create another fake here. 30 seconds left. Fragment goes down. It's going to be Jonah P with a bit of utility out, but the rest of the squad is easily able insight to thwart the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Narrate just on that lurk will be found by Valen. And G2 grab themselves another round, but they know there's a lot of work to be done.
They save the 2 Bulldogs into the next
Love
round
you.
as well.
Thank you once again, Varun bhai. Thank you for the $5 and 10 gifted. Bought by
And
thank you for
that's
the 50.
the difficult portion
gifted.
here for our difficult part for G2.
जिसको भी जिससे भी मिला, please
Because they
tag
know they
करके
have backs
thanks
against
बोलना.
the wall
That's the
against
least you
Sentinels.
can
They
do.
have to keep upgrading to weapons. So even if they have
Then
stingers that they save
FW,
within
love
this
you,
round,
Binks.
they
Love
drop
you,
it back towards the
bye.
spawn, upgrade into these, so the money could potentially
G
stay
versus Wild
low
आता
if they keep
Excuse me,
losing
9th
players
था
in the
वो.
process in these fights against Sentinels. And Sentinels is just going to keep grinding into the economy and potentially even turn it around by that point.
भाई जॉगमो को इतना स्ट्रगल करते हुए पहली बार देखा भाई पूरा सीजन में.
Jogamo wants some action. Maybe at this point, Jogamo feels like he needs to produce something too, with the first half being so difficult, being shut down by Sen. You just get that inkling where you want to make that impact, and he does. Drops Zekin, and that's going to bring the heart rate up. The rest of the fire comes through, and it's going to be too much in mid as Jog goes for another peek there.
He'll take that to start, though. A nice little saturate combination towards the bridge. Punishes 2 players there. No more dashes. No more salvo utility to open up the site. Now they have to work towards middle, and John Cutie starts things off well.
Hardly even saw him on that shot. John is feeling it right now. Almost look for another one. Sees the elbow. And this fight's just going to be a 1v1 by them as Zelsis goes down to Trent here on that push. So you played their pistol round. We know you're going to be lurking this late into the round, Zelsis.
W.
Man, G2 just seem to have a lockdown here. Once they have early momentum in the round, so confident in these trades.
Oh, somehow made it alive without being stunned.
Saw him drop out.
Oh, you're so pinned.
1-2. Who's going to peek first? Just toying with their food. 5 now for G2. The timeout. Playing in strong. That talk from Josh. Reset the squad.
What if Sen loses from here? Too many ults,
Too many ults. 2 round आराम से निकल. You've had these moments on the side of the Sentinels camp where they actually had very strong starts, very strong leads. But their opponents are actually starting to come back into the game. I remember a couple of interviews ago.
Comeback incoming now.
Kapla is mentioning I should have called some of these timeouts a little bit earlier here to not give a chance for opponents to really catch up and build that momentum. It's starting off well here since this force buy from G2 in that second round of the half.
मैं बोला उसके बाद G2 comeback कर रहा है जैसे God buy नहीं होने वाला.
And also surviving with 3 players in the last round. So the economy is back to normal on the side of the defense for G2. And Kaplan now it's finding ways to try to shut things down right away here.
Yeah.
Hey, 3K likes ho get chat.
Drone
www
towards middle, maybe try to break some walls or trying to get that
ऐसे में
squad
3K होना
towards
मतलब बड़ी
middle
बात है.
Is being well defended by G2. And Sen feels like they're understanding that weakness in terms of the map control that G2 currently has.
Yeah.
Because since the very beginning, Leaf has been using the wall towards B main instead, and not using the wall towards
ये
middle
pillow
for
merch में
information.
है क्या बंग में हाँ Qbert
That's true. We'll see how he sets it up again. Looks like it actually might be heading over towards A so they can keep a focus towards mid and towards tree a little bit more.
Absolute cinema. G2 win.
We'll wait for it to come out.
No,
imagine.
not possible.
Imagine. I mean, right now they have the streak. They
Bhai,
have
dekho,
what should be
11-6
another round right
ke
now
baad,
versus Sentinels. G2 with the operator being brought out by Jogamo. So
technically
you know
अगर
he's going to
देखा
try to get
जाए,
into dangerous spots and use
तो
that refract
3 और buy
to make
round
sure
ही
they
रहेगा
have
10 के
an
बाद.
early say in the round. Back towards mid. Yeah, like you said, toying here with mid, trying to destroy the wall. This time they won't find it. It looks like they're going to have to move on from here. Oh my gosh, Trent and Leaf just lay down Sentinels as they try to get into the site. There's a few more come through as they farm the low buy round here from Sen, and G2 look like they're going to grab 6. Quite a few all to be online for the following round.
3 और buy round.
No way
3
for
और
Sentinels
buy
to
round.
really come in for a
Technically
plant
3 और
and
buy
build
round.
up a little bit of that extra 300 credits
3
across the board.
good rounds.
Out of it. But you're definitely starting to see here that both teams are looking fairly comfortable on snuffing out the attack
मैं
side
वैल्यू
of
सीखना
their
है कोई
opponents.
अच्छा
Sentinels,
स्ट्रीमर बताओ ना.
this is 5
And
rounds
membership
now
upgrade
in a
करो.
row that we haven't even had to
खुद
play a
notification
retake
आएगा.
for G2. It's all fights as soon as Sentinels tries to go for an execution.
Satvik bye. Thank you for the membership मेरी जान की टोटे.
I mean, you have to feel like you have a read on the game right now. If this is what's happening and Sentinels hasn't shown you anything since that first round. Already in.
Oh, by the way,
Straight
Maharashi
back
Patel
towards
by
mid.
WhatsApp group में आ.
I wonder if this is Sentinels
Guys,
trying to
those
find
men.
out where the wall's going to be, what kind of game they can play with that, because again, Leaf's sheer is out. Oh, it's out towards the right side of A this time.
Correct.
So they do have it working
Language
on that
rapper.
A main, which means they can keep focusing this mid, and they have the right idea.
And he's playing towards this area so that if there's a lot of pressure, he could actually throw the Razor Vines. Or the Vise ult, which is perfect here to saw some players down.
Narrate stubs his toe on the Armageddon. Walked right into that thinking it was going to be just soon enough that it left. John Cutie answers, but Jogamo hits the sliver shot. Not a chance for Zelsis to return that.
Good morning, Binks.
Just search for John. Take him out.
Papa भी Binks बुला
Jonah
रहा है.
P finds his duplicate.
Hello, Papa.
Ends that round. 11-7 now. We said it when we came in. It is still very much a match because G2 is getting back on the defensive side of Ascend. Anything can happen.
Morning.
The position's perfect again. It's hard right now to deal against
Today also
Trent
2
playing
hours
back
of sleep,
towards the
Papa.
defender spawn. His salvos, his
Yesterday
special
also 2
deliveries
hours,
are too
today
good.
also 2 hours.
Even again, the position that you had from the Steel Garden from Leaf right towards the garden that covers the whole area of Pizza. So that G2 could actually fight just against
Puppy.
pistols, flooding back into the market. Sentinels keeps trying to go for this mid to be split. But it changes this time around. I think after losing so many attempts of taking
Ball
mid
time
control,
हुआ, juice pick
G2
up
were
again.
changing their position around, and it started off pretty well. There was a jump spot going towards the B link that Jogamo potentially could have punished.
Miss you, यार.
Whoa. Back and forth round here for Sentinels.
Welcome all, Kaddu bhai,
Obviously,
मेरे
they have
dad
a
full
plan
cool
in
है
mind,
भाई.
but they've already given G2 that time to set up. Understand it's not a rush. They
एकदम
kind
cool dad
of
है.
position themselves here further in sight.
गाली भी
Make
देते
sure
हैं
they
मेरे
are
को.
ready
पापा
for
मेरे को
utility.
गाली दो.
So it's not about speed for Sen right now. They're trying to
Hey,
control,
did you just
get
say
ready for
each?
these ultimates, I think.
And the walls
बहुत cool dad
just
है.
slightly forward up.
Dad का
Already
simple
Razor
वसूल है,
Vines
झूठ नहीं
playing
बोल रहा.
counter.
Oh, Zekin.
गलत
in
करोगे
first.
सच बोल के
They've
कर.
been kind of quiet on these past few rounds here.
ये
Shut
नहीं
down
कि
by
गलत मत
G2,
करो.
but now awake here on round
सच बोल के
19.
गलत करना.
And that null command is going to give them a good amount of space here to hit this round. A big lurk from Zelsis could get some tags on people, but I think his timing is already the same as John Cutie, so not really much lurk anymore.
Oh, he got one, G2 could move in somehow.
Old
G2
वाला
turning
वो याद
around.
आता है
The
stories.
distraction,
ना
he
stories
jumps in,
था
has
भाई,
the op, so he's
इतना.
not going to be providing too much unless he's up top on Heaven like that. And now it's the 3v2.
Oh my.
G2 are closing in on Sen, and that's a third one from Jogamo. Are they even pressured in these situations?
Technically, दो
I was
और
just
बाय
about
राउंड.
to mention that G2 will be heavily tested on how they can
Huh?
retake the site with Jogamo's op.
Technically
And
दो और बाय
somehow he
राउंड.
still moves in just to find information first.
पापा अभी
And then
game में
comes
समझ
in
में
right
आता है कि
after when
नहीं?
his teammates are getting first bloods on a retake.
Gross.
And look at what he can bring. Clean shots towards the end. A highlight reel.
No. You can see
10-2
Kaplan knows
के
it's
बाद
getting away
pistol
from him.
जीत
It's
के level
too
2 के
close
बाद
for comfort here. And that's going to be that final
Tension.
timeout
नहीं
for
आता,
the
अभी भी नहीं
side
आता.
of Sentinels. Vans, how do you reset momentum like this? You can only tell the team that what they were doing was working, right? The retakes, that was where Sentinels were huge. So it's got to be off the beginning. Just pretend you're attacking with a retake, right? Is that easy? No, it's not. It's not when you don't have the momentum that G2 has right now.
Yeah. Right now for Sentinels
the
wall has been a little bit of a pain point at the very beginning for Sentinels on
If
trying
you're
to
free.
enter towards the main of the B site. Didn't work out. Let's try to go for a little bit of mid control and go for these splits. Denied now by the crunch that G2 is pulling in from the rotates on the defense. But you're definitely seeing here that the pressure that's being added on the side of Sentinels when they're working towards middle, that G2's rotate is not necessarily on flanks in the front of Catwalk. They're actually playing back towards defender spawn, trying to scale back towards the market and trying to fight back towards the spawn towards B. So there's potential here for John Q. I mean, you're gonna ask a lot for him to try to have the perfect calls to manipulate the rotates and to actually start activating a little bit more alerts, maybe even towards the A main. Force maybe a 1v1 into Leaf, and then maybe you have a chance to pull back now into a site hit that's a little bit cleaner and play at a man advantage.
I like that. Because I feel like Sentinels is playing back when, say the Vice is more acting like a Killjoy with an alarm bot. They're just looking for alarm bot destruction and then they go and do something else. When they're not getting that wall in mid, they're not able to mess with any utility, and G2 is just saying, hey, someone's outside the front door, we don't have to react yet. So I think a lot of what Sen's doing is too telegraphed, a little too slow there. We saw second dive into the site and capitalize on one. They just have to be able to keep that pressure. G2 is so on top of what Sentinels is doing. They're not really giving respect to those engages. It's being a pain point for Sen.
And this is the first time as well that G2 was tested on into the retakes. Right?
Yeah,
the first time we're seeing a defuse coming in from G2 as well, and it was just a simple, well, I like to say simple, but they did have a good buddy system to run back into the site off the information that Joggable was able to bring. If they're able to shut down Joggable first, not necessarily on killing him, but making sure that he stays further back and cannot get the jump in refract info for the team, Sentinels might have a chance. They haven't really had an opportunity to really put narrate into these post-plant scenarios that Trent has been doing so well throughout this whole series.
Language.
And despite that, when I mentioned that Trent, yes, had a couple of whiffy rounds into this third map of Ascent, he's still on the top of the board, by the way, for G2.
Yeah, 19 and 13 with 7 assists there too. The whole package this game.
Canada ka ba rahe ho? Abhi to plan nahi hai.
Trent. 15 and 13 per second on the other side. I can say everybody's really fragging in this game as you're close to double digits just for every single player here.
Yeah, thanks, Pansy. Trying to catch up to you guys over there.
We need our orange slices and juice boxes.
Okay. That said, though, if you're looking back to on the side of G2, remember on the first half, you've called it at some point, how they were so good for Sentinel's side to shut down Joggable on the entries. 0-7 at some point in terms of attempts. Exactly. But now he's currently sitting at 10 and 13. You saw the triple kill he just had on that retake.
Yeah.
You don't want this guy to start activating, which is why probably Kaplan started calling these timeouts a little bit earlier, because you're starting to see a warm-up on the side of Jonah P, a warm-up on the side of Joggimo.
For sure.
And it's not the right time for Sentinels to cool down when they don't have any timeouts left to work with.
Jog with an early op. Not even retracted yet either. He's just going out there for the initial take. But they have an idea on the read with all the pushes they're doing on tree and towards tiles here.
And this buy that they have for Sentinels, Nary doesn't even have a drone to come out with, so they're actually investing a lot of force buy into this round. Because Zekin has Bladestorm, he could be that pivotal piece that allows here Sentinels to turn the map back in their favor, especially on their attack side. He's currently moving here towards this A side. Sentinels are getting ready for a time hit with the salvos of Narrate for a split of a 3-2 towards this A site.
G2 are ready for the 1 minute take. There goes the smoke towards A main to already slow. Valen is prepped. The 0 point starts to come out. They actually get tagged. Zekin takes one down, but Jonah P answers with 2, and tree is done. The pincer move is no longer there, and what's in sight has to hit like a brick. It does not.
Oh, the wall bang!
It does not. John Cutie coming up with 2. Sentinels feeling the pain on this one as they cannot get to the site with the spike. G2 just too strong. safety here for John Cutie.
Oh, this is dangerous, though.
Oh, the shorty just on his right. Will he think to check it? Looks into sight first. That's 2 from Lee for the drive-by. 9 for G2, and like you said, that was SEN pushing themselves into a bye. We'll have to see what they can scrap up here on this next round.
But the convergence path, and then having Leaf moving forward, that was going to be dangerous. They still had util up towards that wall, and it seems as though the last 2 players were so separated between Jarimo and Leaf that there was a chance for your fragging IGL on the side of Sentinels to clutch that. Yeah, a nice little opening, but unfortunately wasn't enough because of this push coming out from 1P. The util on both of the initiators from both teams have been really good for the defensive side, and it's so hard to deal against. Trying to go for a double swing potentially on the top of middle here from Sentinels after the drone spots the op from Jogimo. And they also spotted that wall, though. It's been pinged out right away.
They've got good util. They get his refract out. They think a bit of a mid push is coming. They got the drone out. This is the time Sentinels have a step ahead of the play. In one where they can start to come back. Let's see how G2 reacts.
And somehow with a stinger by 2, but identifying that wall, they know that they have a clear path moving towards the A site. No walls to stop them. And Celsius places a nice wall for the post plant.
Oh, all 5 Heaven. They are going to waterfall into sight. They got to be ready. The paranoia comes out. Jogamo hits 1. Already able to just spread out onto Heaven here. The trades are in favor of Sentinels to start. Jogamo can't find that position to jump in just yet. The door's broken and they need that extra attack point. There it is. They draw the door focus. Beautifully done. They're working it all together. They find a way to do it. G2 perfection on the retake.
One round away for G2 to tie this game. A stinger by for Sentinels, a stack towards hell, but wasn't enough to go for the ping pong swings to fight back against a retake of G2. And again, it's engaged and initiated by Jogimo at the top of Heaven.
Wait, nice!
They are ready. They just want to get back into each round, Vans. They don't even want the end of the round time. Just start it again. You can see the G2's feeling it.
Sentinels had a plant. And now with the buy that they have, it's just small shields, regen shields, not the best in terms of armor to keep them alive in these fights. And they're trying to add a fight into main again.
Valen and team pop flash out. They're going to get the win here onto Sentinels, and they're going for the throat. Sentinels get another buy, and they're going to just put that money back down into the gutter as G2 go for the throat again.
You have to escape with only 6 HP remaining on Bang. The best thing you can do right now for Sentinels at this point is to try to salvage these orbs. Trying to build up the ult here for John Cutie. Bring this to potentially the last 2 rounds of this map to determine the winner of who qualifies in Toronto. They don't even want to go towards B to try to pick it up because they lost all that information towards middle in the very beginning. So now it's just, okay, use this minute right now for John Cutie. There's no more timeouts left for Kaplan. It's all up to the IGL to try to call out the next 2 rounds.
And this type of play from G2 continues to just remind us and instill that pedigree that they bring to the table in situations where it looks impossible.
30 seconds
They're
left.
still able to make it happen here. Tying up the game with this one, still got work to do, but the momentum is fully in favor of G2 here as they string another round together.
And that will tie up the game. 11-11. We wish for a good series, and we're getting it so far.
10 seconds
and
left.
again, at the beginning of this round, you saw that Sentinels were trying to pull out a little bit of a strat book from G2. Going for the salvos to take control of line in front of sight. But look at the answer back of G2. That other teams haven't really been doing it when G2 continuously adds the double initiator util to take over A main. The counter salvos to cover cross and a pop flash towards the smoke.
That's right. You can't even get your Omen TP over at that point. One of the biggest things about taking that A main control to have the double peek. So yeah, everything is being shut down. Super smart plays here, getting Mastermind towards the end of the series. Map 3, all the stops being pulled out and the last bits of the strat being flipped, the last pages.
And right now towards this B main, you have Zelsis potentially trying to throw a flash, but no, he's going to fall back instead. I was going to say that's a perfect position for Jogimo to be at to just get an opening, avoid the flash and get a pick with the up towards main.
Feel आ रहा है मेरे को. There is no way.
Oh, does get the wall.
Okay, but the drone did see that it was the jet.
Yeah, they know that's a fake. And this is what we kind of talked about
एक
before
को यहाँ पे
too,
insert
man.
करके रखो.
That's not enough to be faking G2 out right now. Because they bring the fight to tree.
Utils
Just
खत्म.
right in there. They're not even worried.
Utils खत्म.
So much
Chat.
util has been used in the very beginning, though, from both initiators.
Utils
And the
खत्म.
offshot
Shot
miss,
we
though, from
miss.
Dorimo towards B main.
It's a sign.
But all of that util expense here towards the side of G2. Now this is an opening for SEN to go for the mid to be split.
They finally go through the door on this one. They've been tempting it. They've been trying. They squeeze through that choke point. Do they know Jogamo's in the back? The operator's going to be tough in that close spot.
एक बंदा है साइड में.
So they know he's towards that back. But they're wasting so much time for Sentinels. Exactly. G2 could flood back in this fight.
There's one. There's no help for that. One dry peek by Narrate to go in. A second one, they try to get a bit of util. The flash, Arcros goes down. Jogamo can't get another one. Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site, but they don't know how close G2 is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
And so much time's been wasted. Trent may have salvos very soon.
By second कुछ करना
As I
पड़ेगा.
mentioned, he just has it up. Here comes the flood back into the site.
Always in the iPad for him. Ready to attack. Flash goes over. Hide from Zekin keeps him safe. And he's the only one on stairs. Zelsis is trained on that lane side.
दोनों right side देख रहे
has is his flash.
W.
Flash
W.
turned.
W.
And that's going to be another
W.
Sentinels! 4K for Bang, and that's what it takes to get him to game point.
By clutch.
That
Clutch
one
smoke.
flash that was
Bang
remaining
का.
there for Zelsis.
Bank का clutch इतना late round smoke डालता smoke में पहले बैठ गया ना. Win percent on
All
top.
the util was ready for G2 to move in as a group.
बाप भाई
And look
बाप
at the position
बाप
towards the end. Bang
बाप
once again.
बाप bang बाप.
Stepping up to the plate when needed. And Sentinels are one round away of qualifying to Toronto.
What's it going to take? Jogamo gets the operator back out for the hard line. He's
भाई
going to go
Narrate के पास
straight
ult है,
mid.
please.
And Sentinels is going to tempt it. The smoke just at mid keeps Jogamo from opening the round with a kill here, but he's waiting inside for that party.
And G2 haven't really been doing this so far. Not with the op at least. And Jarmo will try to get it done. That's his responsibility here. The drone spots a couple pairs towards Sabrosa.
Oh shit.
Jaw's just trying to find that timing.
There.
Oh.
That's Narrate down. That's no salvos to open up the site towards the tree. So you can't manipulate the map so far for Sentinels.
G2 win this. They flip us into overtime and reset the sides. Everybody's defense has been stronger, it seems, so far. So we're going to get a hell of a back and forth if it does happen. Sentinels look to string back over towards the A side now. They've chosen correctly, but that only depends on how well Valen and Jonah P.
पूरा कांटेक्ट खेलेंगे ये लोग अभी.
Valen still has a flash
वो
to the
लोग को
lane,
भी
and
पता है
Jonah
कि
can
वो
throw a
अभी
knife and
overpick
even
कोई
molly
नहीं
towards the
करेगा.
tree.
समझ रहे हो?
One. Valen starts the pop-off. The fuse is lit here for G2. With overtime on the horizon, they have 5 members to retake this site from just the 3 of Sentinels. And Zelsis makes it 4 members of G2. Oh, he gets back on the other side of the wall. Huge play. Definitely not going to expect this. Maybe the timing is reset for Jogamo now, but Zelsis goes for the deeper reset here. And now he knows the drop is there. Zekin answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just going to be it. Gets the kill. That's 13 for Sen. The glow up from the young team. And Sen City is headed to Masters Toronto.
A beautiful fight for Sentinels in the last round. Taking all the rounds of regulation in order to qualify to Toronto. Converting a 3 versus 5. Facing the adversity, going into potentially overtime, but they shut down G2 at the right moment.
एक मिनट में पिक मिला एक शॉट में मिला ना उसके बाद.
Denying G2's easy track to qualify.
A kickoff revenge, a hard-fought last map. The timeout so necessary for Capital there to correct what was happening. And Sentinels show us a revenge match that they have wanted since kickoff.
मजा आ गया बे, मजा आ गया बे, मजा आ गया.
A team
क्या
here
game
for
था ना?
Sentinels. who bombed out of Masters Bangkok.
भाई
The
एमिन
slow
का
start
कैसे
that they
पता
had
चला
during
बे?
kickoff, and
क्रेजी
they
बे
needed
बैंग.
to iron things out.
जेल्सिस
Celsius
का
mentioned it,
रिपोजिशन
Narek
बाप था
mentioned
लेकिन
it. They needed to
कैसे
just
एमिन
talk
पता चला पता
and be
नहीं.
better inside and outside of the server. And it turned things around here in the midpoint
Fuck,
of that
bro.
first split. And they've been
Fuck,
up
क्या
and up
भाई?
ever since. The Vibe Merchant seems to be back for sure with Celsius.
भाई क्या मैच था बे, लाइफ में नहीं भूल सकते बे. क्या कमबैक बेंच और क्या लास्ट राउंड का खेला बे. 3v5. हाँ क्रेजी. आशीर्वाद से एक्चुअल में बे, एक्चुअल में मेरे सपोर्ट के बिना नहीं होता मेरे हिसाब से. Nice, bye. Thank you for the 200. Okay, that is it, guys. That is it for today. Bye bye. Hopefully, I sleep by 10 and wake up by 12 or 12:30. Okay, to be fresh. That is it. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and the game. MIBR क्वालिफाई हो चुका है टोरंटो के लिए और सेन भी क्वालिफाई हो चुका है. तो जो लोग वहाँ से है और तुम लोग जा सकते हो तो ज़रूर जाना. डोंट मिस दिस आउट. अच्छे अच्छे टीम्स है वहाँ पे अभी. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा तारिक भी उधर पूरा मैच खड़े होके देखा था कि जिंक्स ना हो. लव यू बंक्स फॉर द वॉच पार्टी. लव यू शोरे. बाय. लव यू. चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय. आदियोस. में आदियोस. थैंक यू सिया. थैंक यू हर्ष भाई. थैंक यू बॉट भाई. थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी. बाय बाय सिया. बाय बाय. लव यू. बाय बाय. मिलते हैं दोपहर को. मिलते हैं दोपहर को पैसिफिक. बाय.
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark. But there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah. It's only a dream. It's how I feel. You deserve better than